Okay, good morning. I just want to confirm with clerks. Well, firstly, we have feedback. I don't know why. Hello? Do we still have feedback? Okay, that's better. Can we start the meeting, or are the clerks ready to go live? Yeah. Okay. Good morning. I'm Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. I'm Chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 1 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by both video and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in Committee Room 1 today at City Hall. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Infrastructure and Environment Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in order on the list, whether they are online or in person. I ask for everyone's patience if we experience any technical delays during the meeting. Members, the clerk has also provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with your devices. If you wish to speak or question staff on an item, please get my attention on the mic so I can add you to the list of speakers. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask the members ensure that they keep the video on if they are online and raise their hand to indicate their vote. This is still a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Also, for ease of the meeting, I ask that where possible you pre-circulate. Staff are available at iec@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic to identify the number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, before we review the agenda, I'd like to firstly welcome back Councillor Cole, who is going to be the new Vice Chair of this committee. Welcome back Councillor Perruzza, and then welcome to the committee for the first time Councillor Burnside, Councillor Morley, and Councillor Sachs. Thank you for joining the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. I would now like to say a few words about Michael D'Andrea, Chief Engineer and Executive Director, Engineering and Construction Services. Michael D'Andrea is the Chief Engineer and Executive Director at the City of Toronto. We are very sad to say that he will be retiring. And for almost a decade, Michael has served as the city's Chief Engineer and Executive Director. He's going to be retiring next month after 26 years of excellent leadership and service to the city, including executive roles at Engineering Services, Toronto Water, and Transportation Services. I'd like to recognize and thank Michael for his excellent work and his steadfast commitment to making our city a better place, including leading complex, critical, and groundbreaking projects and programs like the Wet Weather Flow Master Plan, the award-winning Basement Flooding Protection Program, which is a key part of Toronto's climate change adaptation strategy, the Don River and Central Waterfront Project, modernization work at Ashbridges Bay Treatment Plant, and the development of the Gardiner Expressway Strategic Rehabilitation Plan. I understand that Michael's peers presented him recently with the 2021 Ontario Professional Engineers Engineering Medal for Management Award in recognition of his excellent and important work. Tracy Cook has spoken so highly of Michael in the past, not only for his long list of wonderful achievements and the crucial high caliber work that he and his teams have led for Toronto, but also because of the way Michael has approached his work throughout his career, including putting people at the core of what he does and his strong commitment to ethics, integrity, and equity. While the city is very sad to see Michael leave, his legacy will continue on here. And on behalf of my colleagues on City Council, on behalf of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, we can only thank you for your years of service, your outstanding service, and wish you all the very best on this absolutely well-deserved new chapter and adventure. We are all going to miss you very, very, very much. Thank you so much for your service to the city.
Thank you for those ultra kind words, and probably won't come as a surprise to you that I will miss the work of this committee and the work of the staff that I leave behind, and the divisions that report to this committee. So I wish everyone continued much success, and I'll be watching with much interest as I head into retirement. So all the best to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you again, Michael. I think Tracy's a little teary. I'm a little teary. Everybody's a little sad to see you go.
I think I had something in my eye.
Yeah. I understand, Councillor Cole, you have new business to add to the agenda?
Oh, yes. I have a motion to introduce. I think I've already shared it with the clerk and everything. Should I read it?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. It's a motion, read feasibility report on a pilot project to demonstrate solar-powered smart compacting garbage and recycling bins. Recommendation, the City Council requests the General Manager of Solid Waste Management Services in consultation with Business Growth Services in the Economic Development and Culture Division report back to the Infrastructure Environment Committee IQ3 2023 on a feasibility study to deploy solar-powered smart compacting garbage and recycling bins in the field for one or more business improvement areas on a pilot basis to study their effectiveness and possible future deployment throughout the city. I so introduce this motion.
Okay, so we'll just vote now to introduce the item. It will then be displayed on CMP, and then we can vote on the item when we get to it on the agenda rundown. So all those in favor of introducing the item? All those opposed? That item is introduced. Before we start with the rundown of the agenda, I will point out we have over 100 deputants today, which is great to see that level of engagement with the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. But I do have a motion to limit registration until 10 o'clock. If we can put that up, and to limit the speaking to 3 minutes. And then out of fairness, that also limits us to 3 minutes, but I am prepared if you need to for second rounds of question, we can open that, but just out of fairness, everybody will receive 3 minutes. So this is displayed if you want to have a look at that. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. We'll now proceed with the agenda rundown. The first item is IE 1.1 Infrastructure and Environment Committee. This is a staff presentation, so I will hold it down. Item IE 1.2 Construction Staging Area Time Extension 100 to 120 Broadway and Avenue. Would anybody like to hold this item? Okay, seeing none, would somebody like to move the item? Councillor Cole's moving. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 1.3 Construction Staging Area Time Extension 75 Broadview Avenue. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, somebody like to move this item? Councillor Morley. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 1.4 Cycling Network Plan 2021 ActiveTO Cycling Network Expansion Project Updates. We have public speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it. IE 1.5 FG Gardiner Expressway and Don Valley Parkway closures, Bike for Brain. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it. IE 1.6 Park People 2023 National Urban Parks Conference host city partner. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, would somebody like to move this item? Councillor Sachs is moving this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 1.7 Standard of Care Training Course for Members of Council. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, would somebody like to move this item? Councillor Sachs. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 1.8 Update on transition of Toronto's Blue Bin Recycling Program to extended producer responsibility. Councillor Sachs, I know you have a motion, so we can hold that. And if you're comfortable, please feel free to pre-circulate so everybody can look at it in advance. Yeah, they just need permission to pre-circulate and display. IE 1.9 Ashbridges Bay Treatment Plant Effluent Disinfection System Construction Delay Claims. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, somebody like to move the item? Councillor Sachs, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 1.10 Operational Response and Mitigation Strategies to Address Illegal Dumping on Roadways in the City of Toronto. We have a public speaker on this item, so I will hold it. IE 1.11 Net Zero Actions Update. Would anybody, we have speakers on this item as well, so I will hold it. IE 31.12 Options for Permitting Private Installation of Electric Vehicle Charging Infrastructure on Public Street Cycling Network Plan 2022 Cycling Infrastructure Installation Second Quarter Project Updates. Anybody like to hold this item? Councillor Sachs, would you like to move it?
I just want to change the report date. I've been asked to move the report date to April, but then I'd like to move it.
Okay, do we need to display it? We can move it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I can just change the report.
Okay, great. So Councillor Sachs is moving the amendment first. So all those in favor of the amended report back date? All those opposed? That carries. All of those in favor of the item as amended? That carries. All those opposed? That carries. I don't have 13 on my list. The new one. Okay. IE, it's now displayed feasibility report on a pilot project to demonstrate solar-powered smart compacting garbage and recycling bins. Councillor Cole, anybody like to hold this item? Councillor Cole, you'd like to move it?
Can I just say a few words about it?
Sure.
Just for public information, these smart recycling bins are being developed in Japan and in Germany. And what they are is basically a bin that has the solar panel that powers it, and it enables the mechanics in the bin to compact the waste in the bin, so therefore there would be fewer pickups required rather than everything being loose. It just compacts it all the time, and it records the level of waste in the bins, so there's more orderly pickup and removal. As you know, I raised this issue last year when it was pretty evident that there's been a deterioration in these bins and the upkeep. We've got that contract with Bell, Astral, whatever the heck it is, but with the doors broken off, garbage all over the place, and this was just becoming a plague across the city of Toronto. So I thought by at least examining this new technology, we could perhaps not only deal with the immediate problems of the existing contract, but look forward to maybe deploying these solar-powered bins that seem to have, some kind of viability. And I know I've talked to a couple of the BIAs in my area, the Young Lawrence BIA. They're very anxious to deploy these, sort of get more public ownership of these bins and public appreciation of them, and the important role they play in keeping our streets, main streets safe. So just want to get staff to report back on the viability, feasibility of using these solar-powered smart bins. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. All those in favor of the item? All those opposed? That carries. That brings us back to our first item, i.e. 1.1 Infrastructure and Environment Committee Overview, and I will pass it off to Deputy City Manager Tracy Cook, who is going to give us an overview of what we're going to do this year or in the next 4 years.
We'll take today one day at a time, Deputy Mayor. Good morning. Thank you very much. As introduced, I'm Deputy City Manager Tracy Cook, Infrastructure and Development Services. Pleased to be joined with my colleagues, Deputy City Manager Paul Raftis for Community and Social Services, and Josie Scioli, Corporate Services, as well as Asari Kestro-Croffey, who's new in my office and helps support the agenda work that we do that will help support this committee. Thank you. We'll be very quick. Just an opportunity for us to introduce to you the divisions that will be supporting the important work of this committee for this term of council and beyond. This is one of the committees that has probably the best name because it clearly articulates what it is we're doing. Dealing with matters related to infrastructure, maintaining our communities, building our communities with the open space, with environment, and parks and rec, et cetera. Parks, not rec. A great deal of opportunity to really shape the city with the work that comes through this committee, whether it be cycling, as we're hearing about today, other mobility strategies that will be coming forward, just broad infrastructure to, as I say, build out the city and develop it the way we need it to be, our urban forestry and green space, and very important on the environmental impacts that the city tries to mitigate and the work that we do in that regard. So the divisions that are supporting this committee, we'll start with none other than Engineering and Construction Services, and Mr. DeAndrea, who, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the kind words for Michael. We all say definitely hard shoes to fill, so all we'll hope to do are find some new shoes to pick up where he's left off and carry the mantle forward. Engineering and Construction Services, there's a number of the directors from that division here as well, are responsible for building the infrastructure and are the delivery agent for our transportation and Toronto Water groups on their massive civil engineering activities, some of which you're probably very familiar with, and that certainly will be making its way through this committee. It's important to note in the last few years, at least, ECS has delivered over $1 billion annually in projects. Some of the work that they are doing represents the largest in the country, if not North America, with the Coxwell Sewer Bypass, obviously the Gardiner, and some of the other large infrastructure work to support basement flooding protections, TTC streetcar tracks, major road replacements. The list is endless. And with the group of very talented and dedicated engineers, making sure that all those things that we own are maintained and also built out to support the growing city that we have. Solid Waste Management is led by Matt Kelleher, and Matt's going to wave for those of you who haven't had a chance to meet him yet. A Thursday is a great day in my home because that's always garbage day or recycle day, and I get very excited. I don't know what it is about those trucks rolling, but when you think about what that means to the city and how important it is for folks, you'll appreciate the work that Solid Waste does. As displayed here, they supply solid waste management services for most of the city, not all commercial, but certainly all our most of our residential, and do a phenomenal job at it when you consider the size, complexity, and nature of our streets and our neighborhoods, and they do that day in, day out in an extraordinarily professional manner. They also do a great deal to support the environment, and some of the very exciting opportunities I know you'll hear about and as the time comes is the renewable natural gas strategy and what solid waste management has led as far as the reuse of biogas generated from the organics that get collected every Thursday or whatever day you're on, and manage that to the best interest of the city. Huge changes happening in the solid waste world with the extended producer responsibility and transitioning of that. And it's an opportunity for me to acknowledge the work of Matt and his team in leading the negotiations with many, many parties to a very successful outcome, and a job very well done, and applaud that work. None other than Toronto Water, and everybody knows Waterloo, but for those who don't, Lou will wave. Lou DiGeronimo, our general manager of Toronto Water. Very self-explanatory, but I think what isn't self-explanatory is the complexity and all the consideration and the focus that goes into generating the world's best water. Lou, thank you very much. I think of Lou every morning when I'm brushing my teeth. I'm sure that's staggering for him, but it's I'm very proud as I start my morning getting ready to come into the city to work. And Toronto Water staff with all the infrastructure, they serve the entire city of Toronto, and they also provide water service outside just into York and Peel. Toronto Water has got a 150-plus year history of providing services and truly a water that is just unmatched to anywhere else in the world. But they also make sure that the water that comes out goes out and gets treated, and that it enters our waterways in the best way it can. Stormwater management falls under Toronto Water. Source water protection, which we all know is a life safety matter as well, and they do that with just the most incredible professionalism, thoughtfulness, and very proud of the work Toronto Water does. And transportation services. We all wouldn't have gotten here today if it wasn't for Barbara Gray. Barbara Gray is waving, and her fabulous team of directors that manage an incredibly complex and large transportation network around the city, you know, enabling, and you see the numbers of what they're responsible for, enabling all modes of transportation around our city, be it micro, be it by foot, be it by any kind of wheels, 2 or 4. Some ride on 1. I don't know how they do that, but God bless them on the unicycles. But Barbara Gray and her team are responsible for maintaining the transportation network. And some of the major initiatives, obviously a keen interest in today's meeting as we're talking about cycling, but also more broadly congestion management with MoveTO. And as we all know, we're in the fun season for Barbara. She likes the season, sorry. And the incredible work that their team does to clear the roads of the snow when we do encounter it. It happens in Canada. But to keep our cities and our city safe and our roads safe and our road users as safe as possible. And a lot of work in Vision Zero to continue to improve the safety conditions for the people that are using our roads. 2 other divisions supporting Mr. Paul Raftis, over to you.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Tracy. Pleasure to be here to talk about one of our CSS divisions, Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. Ms. Janie Romoff leads the team at Parks, Forestry, and Recreation in providing safe and beautiful parks, a healthy, expanding urban forest, and high-quality, community-focused recreation services. And Janie is over to my right, over here, and waving at everyone. The reports to this committee will typically pertain to parks and urban forestry services delivered by PF&R. This includes its stewardship of over 1,500 parks, 11.5 million trees, and 504 kilometers of paved paths and trails. PF&R has a number of major initiatives underway, many of which will result in reports to this committee. Reports planned for this year include the Toronto Island Master Plan and High Park Movement Strategy. Other priorities for PF&R include increasing Toronto's tree canopy to support the council-approved target of 40% tree canopy cover, advancing replacement of the city's ferry fleet with fully electrified vessels, and completing 32 new park projects in 2023. So that was very brief, and I'll turn it over to Josie.
And thank you, Paul, and good morning, Chair and the committee members. I get to talk about a great group under the leadership of James Nolan. James, wave. Everybody knows James by now, I guarantee you, in the Environment and Climate Division. And the division leads and coordinates and is accountable for the city's environmental sustainability outcomes. The goal is to support Toronto to be one of the most obviously sustainable cities in the world. The division facilitates and develops and implements strategic community and corporate-wide policies and programs like TransformTO. It doesn't do it alone. It takes a lead role, but it does rely on the partnerships and the relationship it has across the organization with divisions, agencies, and corporations. Its key initiatives, you can see them on the slide there. It's reducing emissions to the environment. It also focuses on the energy conservation and demand management, energy security and supply, and obviously increasing resilience. On the following slide, it talks about some of the key initiatives that directly impact our residents of Toronto. These are I've just named the ones on the right side in particular. Community energy planning initiative there. It really focuses on reducing emissions for buildings, which we know that more than 50%, obviously buildings create the emissions that we're talking about from a city overall perspective, as well as the home energy loan program, focused on and it's called the HELP program for those that are familiar with it, really focused on loans to homeowners for energy retrofits, for efficient home improvements, and the Live Green Toronto grants, which have been around for quite a long time, Live Green, and basically focuses on incentives and resources to support the community and helping accelerate some of the key requirements we have around greenhouse gas emissions. You'll see reports that will come here throughout the next few months and into the rest of the year. I'm sure Tracy will talk about it. There will be the annual report on ActiveTO. There will also be the carbon budget report that will talk really about a framework, and there will be further reports around our existing building strategies. So back to my colleague, Tracy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McKelvey. Thank you, committee members. So through 2023, as mentioned throughout and displayed in the deck, and hopefully you get a chance to review that, there are a number of items coming forward of significance. We obviously dealing with construction hubs is you'll be seeing those throughout. The update on the negotiations on the extended producer responsibility, TO, as evidenced by today's agenda, matters related to cycling and other solid waste, single use, and transportation-related items. So very, very exciting work plan coming forward, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, and some incredible work to be done by this committee, and we are here to support you in doing it. So never be afraid to reach out to any of us or our teams if we can be of any assistance in moving these important files forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation. Are there any questions? And this will be posted on the minutes as well, so we can revisit it. Okay, great. So seeing no questions on the presentation, would anybody like to speak to the item? And can we move receipt of the presentation? Councillor Morley, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. That brings us to our next item today, IE 1.4 Cycling Network Plan 2021 ActiveTO Cycling Network Expansion Project Updates. We have speakers that are registered. So just a reminder, we have moved speakers on the item to 3 minutes, and that means the follow-up questions we have is 3 minutes. Everything is limited to 3 minutes, but if you need extra rounds of questions, we can do that. I will call out people in threes so they have a heads up on when they are in the list. So our first speakers will be Heather Hatch, Barbara Kapjan, Matthias Schlaftler. So we'll start with Heather. Do we have Heather here in person or online? Okay, thank you. So just to come on up, and just a reminder, you have 3 minutes. There should be a button.
Is that good? Okay. All right, so good morning. My name is Heather Hatch. I live in Roxborough Street East. The city would like Yonge Street to become a beautiful pedestrian walkway, which sounds lovely. However, I believe we were putting the cart before the horse. None of this can safely be accomplished until the vehicular traffic is reduced and/or redirected. Adding bike lanes to the busiest street in the city is not the answer, at least in the near term. One of the issues are emergency vehicle response times. Have these increased specifically between Bloor and St. Clair during rush hour? Office occupancy still sits at 42% of pre-pandemic levels. What do these response times look like when traffic has fully returned? There doesn't seem to be much political will to oppose the cycling lobbyists. When emergency response times deteriorate in our neighborhood, will there be any political will to remove the bike lanes once made permanent, or will the residents in our neighborhood simply be left to suffer the consequences, which will be unnecessary deaths? We too are taxpayers and voters. We're simply not as loud as the lobbyists. Personally, my main concern is keeping every stakeholder of this city as safe as possible.
Excuse me, I can't hear what's going on. Out of respect to the deputant.
Yes, sorry, we just need to ask people to keep it down in the room so that we can hear. Sorry, I've stopped your time.
That's okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. And I'm going quite fast, so I'm concerned about the 3 minutes. But according to Book 18 of the Ontario Traffic Manual, which deals specifically with cycling facilities, the following holds true. Intersections are where most conflicts between cyclists and motorists occur. Between Crescent and Shaftesbury, which is a distance of 600 meters, there are 6 traffic lights and 2 very busy driveway entrances, including the LCBO. This equals 8 potential areas of conflict between vehicles and bicycles, or on average 1 every 75 meters. The recommended minimum width of a bike lane is 2.2 to 2.5 meters and should be applied in only exceptional situations, i.e. it should be bigger. The bike lanes in our neighborhood are 1.5 meters wide. Painted buffers of 0.5 to 1 meter wide should separate bicycle lanes from a parking lane. Often in our neighborhood, there are no buffers. 12 to 27% of cycling accidents occur due to dooring. And finally, where the roadway width is insufficient for the preferred facility type, consideration should be given to implementing a facility on a nearby parallel alternate route. A senior citizen who lives at 8 Roxborough West was hit by a cyclist running the red light at Crescent and Yonge heading southbound. My understanding is that the city has no knowledge of the number of injuries caused by cyclists to pedestrians since these are not tracked. Maybe this should change. The Netherlands seems to be the gold standard in cycling. Dutch children at the age of approximately 12 write the equivalent of our Highway Traffic Act exam. Cyclists in Amsterdam use hand signals when they turn or stop and will not tolerate those who don't. They follow all the rules of the road. We do not demand that cyclists understand the rules, let alone follow them. There are little to no repercussions for non-compliance. It is fine to say that there is an increase in cycling on Yonge Street since the bike lanes have been installed, and that this is positive. However, if in a rush to accommodate the lobbyists, we put our heads in the sand and ignore everyone's safety, the resulting injuries and loss of life will be on all of us.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant?
Point of order, I guess. If I want to raise some of the issues raised to staff, that's wait till post-deputations, right? Okay, just wanted to confirm. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming today, Heather. Our next deputant is Barbara Kapchin. Thanks for coming, Barbara. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm a resident of Ward 12. I walk several times a day along the Yonge Street corridor from St. Clair to Bloor Street. I have some concerns I hope you'll listen to about the bike lanes you've put on Yonge Street. The street is too narrow for two-way bike lanes on Yonge Street in that particular corridor. Traffic congestion has become intense, often at a standstill. I notice the gridlock is causing a considerable amount of road rage. Reckless and impatient drivers stand for long periods trying to move either up or down the street, backed up behind other drivers trying to make left or right turns. Emergency vehicles can't move up and down the streets. They're also in gridlock. The amount of construction is increasing. There will be at least 18 to 20 new condo towers being built along that stretch of Yonge Street within the next few years. This further adds to the traffic congestion and chaos on this very narrow part of our city. As a pedestrian, I feel I'm taking my life into my hands these days when I walk along Yonge Street, let alone Avenue Road. I won't even raise that. Let alone the TTC. Let's not even talk about that. But back to Yonge Street, cyclists often don't even use the bike lanes in winter, such as today, when the roads are icy and wet and treacherous. But the cars and pedestrians still have to make space for these bike lanes. Everyone else has to move aside to accommodate the empty bike lanes. The speed of e-bikes and e-scooters may not have been taken into account in your studies, and this is a huge concern for us as pedestrians. The speed of these vehicles when they encounter the slope between Roxborough and Summerhill is dangerous. Some of them cannot stop to allow pedestrians to cross the street. This is a huge concern, and I feel you've overlooked it in all of your studies about how efficient this street has become. I don't know where you get your numbers. Maybe you don't walk on Yonge Street often enough to see what I see. Pedestrians are at risk because of the overcrowding on this street. I would like to see more attention from our city managers, from you as councillors, from you as the committee, and from our mayor for the safety of pedestrians in Toronto. I notice an appreciable increase in danger to myself and others walking on Yonge Street since your bike pilot. Everybody wants a piece of this street. Developers, cyclists, dog walkers, vehicles of all sorts, racing down these slopes. What about pedestrians? I want you to look after and think about our safety.
Final thoughts. Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming in, Barbara. Our next speaker is Matthias Schaffler, then that will be followed by Robin Richardson and Kinshian Bryan. Do we have Matthias here? Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Davisville cycling volumes peaked in the very first months, July 2021, and have been declining ever since. Even using the peak of 770 means that on average, the user metric favored by ActiveTO, cyclists pass every 3.75 minutes, 1 kilometer apart. Is that an intelligent use of our city's infrastructure? I'm a lifelong cyclist who used bike lanes already in the 60s in Europe, but I'm also a professional planner who can read data and spot fudging to suit a predetermined outcome. The reported cycling growth rates are deluding since they are measured against May 2021, when Toronto was under a stay-at-home order. Growth rates during the pilot itself are minimal and even hide the volumes of half of the year that have never been reported. The travel times are misleading since they are blurred to Davisville averages and compare 2019 pre-COVID fall months with 2021, when the downtown work mobility index was at only 54% and TTC customer boardings at 68% of pre-COVID levels. Segmented travel times confirm that the reported averages rely on decreases in 2 segments due to the slow recovery to camouflage major increases in the largely landlocked middle section. Aggregated emergency response times are meaningless average for areas of 5 square kilometers when council asks for granular figures, which of course do exist since all emergency calls are recorded on an address-by-address basis. The impacts of the massive young corridor intensification have been disregarded by an obsession with testing existing but atypical conditions instead of modeling projected future travel demands. Transform TO calls for dedicated bus lanes on all arteries and a 70% increase in bus service frequency to reach the net zero target. Never even mentioned in the staff report. This goal alone kills bike lanes on Yonge with a 20-meter right-of-way. At the 2021 UN Conference on Climate Change, global cities were urged to double public transportation to reach the 1.5 degrees Celsius target by 2031, which again in Toronto means pushing surface transit. In conclusion, a plan that privileges cycle tracks used by a few hundred cyclists per 24 hours during 6 months of the year at the expense of exclusive bus lanes needed to move thousands of passengers per hour and year-round to reach climate change targets is not sustainable, is not in the public interest, and should not be backed by council. My 40-page submission contains many more compelling facts that you may want to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Burnside.
Sorry, Anna may have missed this at the beginning. What part of town are you from?
Sorry?
What part of town are you from, generally speaking?
I'm from the Davisville area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the next deputant, Robin Richardson. Thank you for coming, Robin. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Robin Richardson, and I'm a resident of Ward 11, a parent of 3, a small business owner, and a volunteer with Young for All. I biked here today to urge you to vote in favor of keeping the Midtown Yonge complete street. You're going to hear a lot of arguments today, both for and against this motion, but I don't want to argue. I want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you to Mayor Tory for creating the ActiveTO program, which gave residents of Toronto the opportunity to reconnect with their neighbors and local businesses in a healthy way. Thank you to Becky Katz and her team for their thoughtful design of the complete street, for their extensive outreach and consultation, and for their responsiveness to community feedback to adjust the design to work better for everyone. Thank you to Zeldin's Deli and Desserts, Mr. Thai, Oxygen Yoga and Fitness, Paw Mart, and all the other stores and restaurants who support keeping the street-side patios, sidewalk upgrades, and bike lanes to improve accessibility and livability in our community. Thank you to the environmental organizations which support this complete street as a cost-effective way to reduce private car trips, which are a major contributor to climate change. Thank you to the road safety advocacy groups who know that these protected, separated bike lanes keep all road users safer, whether they are walking, cycling, or driving a car. Thank you to the 12 surrounding residents associations who have asked the city to keep this project permanently on behalf of their members. Thank you to the Transportation Department for installing the reflective posts, concrete curbs, and planter boxes, which protect my kids and their friends on the way to school, commuters heading to work, shoppers visiting local stores, and diners enjoying their favorite restaurants al fresco. Thank you to the Fire Department and paramedic services for continuing to provide our neighborhood with some of the best response times across the entire city. Thank you to every single one of the thousands of people who signed our petition asking for this pilot project to be made a permanent part of our city. And most of all, thank you to the members of this committee for considering the data that city staff have thoroughly and painstakingly compiled, analyzed, and reported. I urge you to keep Toronto's Transform TO and Vision Zero objectives in mind and vote in favor of keeping the Midtown Yonge complete street. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Councillor Burnside has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Would you be in favor of extending these bike lanes up to, let's say, Lawrence or York Mills?
Absolutely.
Where there are far more people and businesses that could take advantage of that?
Absolutely. I think that complete infrastructure works best when it's connected and gets people where they want to go.
Thank you. Additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Our next speaker will be Kinshian Bryan, followed by Stephen Job, followed by Michael Black. Do we have Kinshian here or online? He's online, okay. Kinshian, are you online?
He's unmuted. Yeah.
We're not able to hear you. Okay, Kinshian, we're gonna have clerks follow up with you. Maybe we can sort out the IT issue, but we'll come back to you. Our next speaker is Stephen Job. Good morning. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Very much. Good morning. My name is Stephen Job, and I'm an urban planner working in housing development. I'm here today proudly representing a coalition of 30 of Toronto's most experienced real estate developers and owners. We want to express our thanks to Mayor Tory and all of City Council for implementing the Yonge Complete Street pilot. It has been a huge success, and we are now calling for the project to be made permanent. We have submitted a letter as a coalition, which is the third clickable PDF down on Timis, or I have copies if anyone would like it. Our 30 companies develop and manage millions of square feet of retail and office space and hundreds of thousands of both affordable and market rate homes. Recently, our sector has been moving towards developing projects with much less parking than in years past. For example, along Yonge Street within the project area, about 8,000 new apartments and condos are proposed, with over 9,000 bike storage spaces, but only about 3,000 parking spaces for cars of residents. Reducing parking allows us to deliver badly needed housing and commercial space faster, cheaper, with less impact to surrounding communities, and with a much smaller environmental impact. But we can only embrace this approach when our tenants and purchasers truly believe that there are real alternatives to driving. This includes transit and the ability to walk and bike safely. As city builders, we are also calling for the Young Complete Street to be made permanent because it is our experience that complete streets are good for business. Expanded outdoor patios are a wonderful business opportunity for our food and beverage tenants. And they also create a vibrant street life that benefits everyone in the neighborhood. The new bike lanes serve as a nice buffer to the sidewalks, making it more comfortable for people to walk and patronize our tenants, and to keep their spending dollars in the local economy. Councillors, the business case for the Young Complete Street is clear, and so we call on Mayor Tory and City Council to build on the success of this pilot by making it permanent and expanding the network as far and as fast as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thanks for coming in today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Black. Michael, you're online.
Initially in Rosedale, and for a
Sorry,
long
Michael,
time
do you
in
want to start again? We
Feasibility.
just started to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Black. I'm a senior, and I've lived within easy walking distance of the project area for almost half a century, initially in Rosedale, and for a long time in Davisville Village. I've traveled along Yonge thousands of times using various modes. I generally haven't had many problems except when riding a bike. This part of Yonge is one of the most dangerous roads in Toronto that I've ventured on using two wheels. The only time I've ever had a collision where I landed on the hood of a car was on Yonge Street. For years, when I wanted to do a simple task, such as ride from my midtown neighborhood to the downtown, I would seriously ask myself whether I was willing to risk my life using Yonge. This is a question that no Torontonian should have to ask. Often I'd ride through the side streets of Rosedale or Forest Hill in order to avoid the dangers of our main drag. The landlocking problems along the Yonge corridor forced me to make convoluted diversions that could double the distance I was traveling and add up to half an hour to my trip time. This was a horrible compromise that makes the short trip delays that motorists are now facing on Yonge seem petty. But the alternatives weren't realistic. Mount Pleasant Road is a steep quasi-highway that connects to Jarvis Street, where the city removed bike lanes because drivers said the route was vital for their commute downtown. Bathurst has always been a car sewer, which drivers who hanker after the canceled Spadina Expressway claim as their own. Motorists also won the battle to nix speed reductions on the Bayview extension, another route I use that has not been made safe for bikes. Of course, I'm unable to ride on the Don Valley parking lot, but it is worth noting that the DVP's problems cannot be blamed on bike lanes. That just leaves Avenue Road, where there has been very little densification. Almost all high-rise towers in the Midtown area are located on or just to the east of the Yonge corridor. Many new condos coming on stream have more bike parking than car parking. Clearly, we should be building cycling infrastructure on Yonge, which has the greatest number of people and bikes, in preference over Avenue Road, which has the most gas stations. When the Complete Street project began on Yonge, it was a game changer. It became the only north-south route not monopolized by cars. The new bike lanes function as a lifeline connecting my midtown home to the downtown. My neighbors who ride bikes feel the same way, and we all have the right to be safe on Yonge Street. I urge you to vote to make the Yonge pilot permanent. The principles of Vision Zero are at stake. If Yonge reverts to the bad old days, I will be personally devastated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Michael, for calling in. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Kennedy. Do we have Jacqueline in the room or online?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jackie Kennedy, active retiree and advocate for a better cycling and walking environment in Midtown Toronto. For this deputation, I'm going to focus on walking and how the Young Complete Street from Davisville south to Bloor is a blessing for people traveling on foot. And for that reason, I'm urging IEC to vote to make it permanent. I believe that walking is a human right. We were all born to walk. And regardless of how we identify as mobility users, at the end of the day, we're all pedestrians. Drivers have to park their vehicle and walk. Cyclists have to lock up their bike and walk. Transit riders have to get off the bus or the train and walk. And note, when I refer to walkers, I'm also including those who require help from mobility devices such as canes and wheelchairs, etc. So it's vitally important that the greatest attention is paid to the walking environment. It has to be top priority for city politicians, planners, and engineers. It has to first be as safe as we can make it, with lots of opportunities for safe crossings and slower moving traffic. It has to be accessible for those who walk using a mobility device and for parents pushing strollers and kids on trikes. It has to be safe enough for children to walk, and it has to be pleasant or folks won't linger. Streets designed for people are kinder and less stressful than car-dominant streets, leading to a heightened sense of place which can improve mental health. Other embellishments include places to sit, to chat with friends, or just watch the world go by, public washrooms, parkettes and street trees, and places to enjoy a cup of coffee, a glass of wine, or even a meal. Lots of people on the streets walking and sojourning as a barometer of how lovely the street has become. People want to be there, and these types of public spaces become popular destinations. The city's data from the pilot area shows that the Young Complete Street is checking all these boxes, as there are far more people walking than ever before, putting many eyes on the street. Between May 21 and August 22, walkers along the pilot area increased between 34% and 142%. You can tell that people are happy to be out walking along these stretches of Yonge because all of them look happy. We should be measuring their smiles. Under Mayor Tory's leadership, Toronto has been investing in Vision Zero, which aims to reduce traffic injuries and fatalities for all road users. As well, the city's Transform TO Climate Action Plan aims to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2040, 10 years ahead of the previous commitment. Really, the only way the city would achieve these aggressive goals is to shift dominant car travel to other modes like walking, biking, and transit. So what's not to like? If Toronto wants to become a true world-class city, then we must pay attention to creating dynamic, animated, and vital streets. Streets where people have equitable mobility choices and where they choose to visit and stay a while. Streets like the Young Complete Street. They'll spend more money and encourage more people to live here, while also making it inviting for other businesses to expand into the area. This is definitely my kind of city. I urge IEC members to vote in favor of making this stretch of Yonge a permanent complete street. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. We're going to go back to Kinchin Bryan, who is now online. Sorry, Robert. Okay, you're unmuted, Kinchin. We should be able to hear you if you go ahead and speak.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead. If you have
perfect,
any
okay.
other devices on, if you could mute those and just the one you're
Just
speaking
muted.
in. Okay, great, perfect, thank you. You have 3
Okay,
minutes.
sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Brian Lee, a resident of Ward 22 in Scarborough, a pediatrician and representing Doctors for Safe Cycling, a group of over 200 physicians advocating for safe cycling infrastructure in Toronto. We urge you to approve the Yonge Street pilot as a permanent installation as recommended by Transportation Services. As physicians, we are reminded every day of the dangers faced by people riding bicycles in Toronto. We see the impact firsthand in our ERs, trauma wards, and clinics. Our experiences is supported by injury data. Since 2016, when Vision Zero was introduced in this city, 101 cyclists were seriously injured and 17 were killed. Last year, 21 cyclists were seriously injured and 2 were killed, including 20-year-old Kartik Saini, who was killed at Yonge and St. Clair. This occurred in an unprotected bike lane, one that is marked with little more than paint. These stats betray the heartbreak and life-changing injuries of those who survive. Now, these tragic incidents are not only predictable, they are preventable. 2/3 of collisions in Toronto happen on roads with no cycling infrastructure. Separated bike lanes are the proven solution. Bike lanes in New York City have been shown to reduce collisions by 57% for cyclists and 29% for pedestrians. A 2012 study in Toronto and Vancouver found that cycle tracks reduce injury risk by 89% compared to those without. Bike lanes on other Toronto streets, such as College, Harbord, and Bloor, have been found to reduce both collisions and injuries. In addition, separated bike lanes improve the perception of safety, causing this safety in numbers effect to further reduce injuries and fatalities. The pilot has been a huge success, with over 8,600 having signed the Young for All petition and the transportation services having recommended it to be made permanent. And indeed, in the report, it highlighted that cycling trips went up by up to 250%. Pedestrians.
The deputant? Okay, seeing none, we will move to the next deputant. The next deputant is Robert Tchaikovsky. Please correct me if I said it wrong. That followed by Marjorie Nickel and then Allison Stewart. Go ahead, Robert.
Committee. I'm Robert Tchaikovsky, a founding member of the Toronto Community Bikeways Coalition and a resident of South Rosedale. Our coalition started early in the pandemic with a focus on 100 kilometers of bikeways along subway lines and busy suburban bus routes to help essential workers get around safely and practice physical distancing. Our focus has since shifted to hold the city accountable to their cycling, road safety, and climate goals, amplify community voices, and host fun events such as the annual Cycling Good Cheer Ride along Yonge Street. During the recent election, we issued 3 calls to action, which include lower speed limits, increased Vision Zero funding, and completing bikeways on Yonge and Bloor Danforth Kingston by 2026. These calls have been supported by over 40 candidates, including 12 elected councillors, some of which are in this room. Thank you. The Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot, making it permanent, is the first step to fulfilling these calls to action. It is one that's supported by increased cycling volumes, the popularity of ActiveTO patios, and minimal driver and first responder impacts. The Midtown Yonge Bikeway can be made even more successful by extending it north to Eglinton and south to College to connect with future bikeways planned there. A couple of years ago, my partner and I had found a new perspective with road safety when we got our miniature poodle named Mozzie. We brought Mozzie everywhere on our bikes using this bike basket, which he outgrew within a few months. Therefore, we ended up getting a cargo bike to transport him and our groceries. For those who haven't used cargo bikes, they really are a game changer, especially ESS ones that can replace cars. When the Yonge bike lanes went in, we ended up taking Mozzie up Yonge to the David Balfour Park to hike the Rosedale Ravine. This would not have been possible without that bikeway. Today, we are more likely to walk along Yonge Street, but even so, we feel a lot safer walking Mozzie along Yonge Street next to a bike lane than to a car sewer, though we will still take Mozzie along the bikes on that street. Yeah, so to wrap things up, we found that the Midtown Yonge Bikeway has been supported by data. There are lots of compelling personal stories, more of which you'll hear later today. And the Yonge Bikeway has been made safer for dogs and children. Therefore, I'm urging you to not just make the pilot permanent, but extend the Yonge Bikeway north and south as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thanks for joining us, Robert. Our next speaker is Marjorie Nicol, followed by Allison Stewart, followed by Gilles Punanoza.
I'm gonna have to climb up on this. Just a sec. I'm too small. Good morning, Deputy Mayor McKelvey and members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. My name is Marjorie Nicol, and I am here to urge you to make the Yonge Street Pilot Project a permanent part of life in Toronto. Although I live about 15 minutes by bike north of the pilot in Councillor Cole's ward, it has really enhanced my life and that of many of my neighbors. Many thank yous to all of the people who were involved in building it. Excuse my voice. For people who live in my part of North Toronto, Yonge is a major artery to get further into town. Also, it has some of our favorite stores, restaurants, and businesses. But for years, I and many others have been reluctant to travel on Yonge Street. I have ridden my bike on Yonge, and I am here to tell you that it is terrifying. Usually, when I wanted to go to any business on Yonge Street, I would find a side street that would take me right to my destination. I would do my business, and then I would leave. Today, when I'm doing business on the part of Yonge Street near where I live, I still do that. I am just too scared to ride my bike on Yonge Street near my own house. But as the saying goes, if you build it, they will come. And I don't want to say that's a movie about me, but it's a very true expression. For the past several months, I have been able to safely go shopping and dining in a neighborhood that I have avoided in the past. Now I'm a pretty regular visitor to restaurants like the Rebel House, the Midtown Gastropub, and Hot Black Coffee, to name just a few. I love the complete street on Yonge, and clearly I'm not alone. We now know that many more people are visiting, shopping, and dining in the area. Another thing, even when I'm not stopping to enjoy this improved stretch of Yonge Street, I can now safely go down south to Bloor and connect to the rest of the city in about 15 minutes less time than I used to take. I used to have to take the side streets over to the Russell Hill Road Hill and go down. My life is a lot better not having to do that. That was really one of the only safe routes down into the city before the Yonge bike lane was built. In the past, roads were pretty much designed so cars could travel quickly. It seemed like a good idea, but 50 years ago, we did not understand how many people would be killed or injured on those roads. We also knew almost nothing about climate change. But now that we do, we're in a position to begin to do better. If we want people to be safe, we need to build roads that are safe for everybody. Our twin goals of Vision Zero and our climate action strategy can be achieved if we embrace the new ideas that are embodied in this pilot project. Let's do it. Please adopt the city staff's recommendation to make the Yonge Street Pilot Project permanent. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Our next speaker is Allison Stewart. Hi, Allison, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, members of IEC. Thank you for your time. I'm here on behalf of Cycle Toronto as Co-Executive Director, Advocacy and Public Policy. I'm also a resident of Ward 13. A big part of our work is to help the city and its residents reimagine their views and perceptions of the public realm and to discover the affordability, practicality, and enjoyment of getting around by bike. I love my job because I get to collaborate with people and organizations who love our city and planet as much as I do and are consequently concerned for our collective future. You have already got to hear from a few of these people, and you'll get to hear from a long list of others throughout the day. I would like to thank the man who actually was handing out flyers in the back of the room, who reminded me that tout est possible, everything is possible. And we're here today to help convince you that everything is possible with community, collaborating with our civic and elected leaders like yourselves. Over the past 2 years, we've seen increases in cycling pedestrian trips, in part due to the success of the innovative city programs like ActiveTO, CafeTO, RapidTO, as well as the ever increasingly popular bike share, which I use this morning. Cycle Toronto was and continues to be an enthusiastic supporter of these programs. ActiveTO remains an important program that continues to support safe distancing and healthy public outcomes and is an integral part of the ongoing COVID recovery. We applaud the city's efforts in expanding the city's active transportation network through the ActiveTO program and urge the city to continue advancing this work by making both the Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot project and the ActiveTO Bayview Cycling Network expansion projects permanent, as well as expediting similar projects across our city, specifically in Scarborough, Etobicoke, and North York, where there is major gaps of transportation equity. Beyond Toronto's climate goals, having safe and accessible spaces to visit and travel is important for the vibrancy of our city. These projects are great examples of what Toronto can accomplish when we prioritize making our streets safer, more enjoyable to visit, and more accessible for people of all ages and abilities and all modes of transportation. This has also contributed to the economic vibrancy of areas with complete streets by supporting local businesses who benefit from an increase in foot and bike traffic, as demonstrated with the city's growing roster of successful complete street projects like Bloor Street West and Destination Danforth. City staff have done an exceptional job summarizing and reporting the data findings in their report, and community groups have done an equally exceptional job of speaking with local residents and demonstrating the overwhelming support from people who benefit from the Midtown Yonge Complete Street every day. In just 18 months of installation, the Midtown Yonge Street has seen increases in cycling trips between 57% and 250%, and increases in pedestrian trips between 59%.
Sorry, final thought.
Okay. Thank you for your consideration. Can we get your unanimous support today and your political capital at council meeting on February 7th?
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thanks for coming. Our next speaker is Gilles Penaloza, followed by James Young, followed by Samantha Keeves. Thank you. You can submit it to the clerk after, and they can put it on the online submission.
Yes, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, councilors, citizens, I'm here just to ask you to do what is right, not necessarily what is easy. I want you to evaluate the Yonge Complete Streets based on what's it done for mobility, for public health, mental, physical health, for the environment, for economic development, and in general, as AAA, for people of all ages and all abilities. Thank you. Yonge, it has to be for everyone. The reality, where is the clock? The reality is that City Hall has failed Torontonians as far as walking and cycling. Vision zero is really zero vision, because people continue to die, people continue to get injured, and by the way, we don't even have the statistics. I don't know why is it so hard to get statistics on injuries. This should be live, daily, as anything that is reported to the police, not saying who's at fault or who's not, just saying that either a car hit a pedestrian, a driver hit a pedestrian, or a driver hit a cyclist. I saw the discussions of City Council on the budget, and people said, city staff were saying that we are meeting the council's goals. No, we have not met the goals in the last 20 years, not only the Tories administration. Under Lastman, under Miller, under Ford, and under Tory, we have never never met the expectations. In the last 8 years, we've done on average 10 kilometers per year of protected bikeways, when the budget says 33. By the way, the environmental goal for 2050, can I see the clock to see what is the time? To go or gone? Oh, by the way, the environmental said by 2050, we are gonna have to do 40 kilometers per year. Now City Council says, oh no, it's not 2050, let's do it in 2030. Well, then instead of 40 per year, you're gonna have to do 120 per year. So if you wanna meet it. So I think this is really, really critical. I think that we need to make it safe. People are talking about walking. Of course, the pedestrian has to be our top priority, and then the cyclist, and then the transit user, and then the cars, because that is the order of vulnerability. I mean, talking about young, complete streets, there are so many people here that know even more than I do. It's so obvious that it has to be done by any of the indicators. I want to ask you also to stop talking about bike lanes and start talking about networks, because lanes do not connect, so we won't see the benefits of any...
Final thought.
Huh?
Final thought.
Final. Okay, it's just to say, this map clearly shows on blue is what's done. On orange is what the city has as planned, and on red, what we should be doing. By the way, we have failed terribly the suburbs. Nowhere as easy to build protected bike lanes as in the suburbs, because the streets are so gigantic that we can fit walking, cycling, and cars.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming. Our next speaker is James Young, followed by Samantha Keeves, followed by Lee Scott.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the IEC Committee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is James Young, and I represent not only myself, but the Midtown chapter of Cycle Toronto. I support the Transportation Services recommendations, and I hope you will too. I live in Midtown at Avenue and St. Clair, and I commute my bicycle to my small business of 25 years in the beaches on Queen Street. I now ride Yonge Street almost daily, and I really should say I ride it safely, which is quite significant given I've been here almost my full 60 years. My point today is I try to do the right thing. Our leaders, our mayor, our prime minister, and more importantly, every credible scientist in the world has asked us to use fewer hydrocarbons. And that is what I'm trying to do. And what we need is safe, connected bicycle infrastructure to continue to do this. Number one impediment to riding a bicycle through the city is lack of safe infrastructure. It's not the weather, it's not the hills, certainly not lack of bicycles. This is a wonderful opportunity. When I arrive at work, I'm happier, healthier, and certainly sharper. I request you adopt the Transportation Services recommendations. Yonge, and let's not forget Bayview, are exemplary examples of excellent bicycle infrastructure. Yonge in particular is even borderline beautiful in this section. And if I have visitors coming to town, I have no problem asking them to visit there. Big picture, if we are going to be world-class, let's look to world-class cities for their example. Paris, Milan, Barcelona, even New York City. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I also thank councilors for doing their job. I know it can be quite challenging. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming today. Our next speakers are Samantha Keeves, followed by Lee Scott, followed by Catherine Kerwin.
I'm just going to show the committee some videos.
Okay. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So I'm a resident. I live on one of the 18 streets that's dead end to the Yonge Street corridor. And a lot of people have come here today and they're talking about how in theory it's great. And truthfully, I love biking. In theory, I think it's great as well. However, it doesn't make practical sense where we are. Here's a video. I have like a ton of these videos. I have over probably close to 30 of them. And this is just from last week. This is me going from Summerhill onto, oh, it's not.
So it's not displaying. Can we put your time on hold? Can we just give her a little assistance?
Sorry, I'm not technical. I'm also usually not political, but I feel very passionate about this. Okay, great. I have Wi-Fi. No? Ah, okay, great. All right, good. I hope everyone likes video. I have lots of these, but I'm just going to show you a few. So this is me going from Summerhill onto Yonge Street yesterday. I literally cannot turn. You can see the green lights.
Yonge goes all the way back. All the way back. There you go. No movement. You can see the green lights. Oh, and yes, there's no cyclists.
So I have dozens of these videos. And so basically what happened here is, so then I decided to turn onto Woodlawn just to get off of the Yonge corridor. And then this is what happens when I turn onto Woodlawn to get off of the Yonge corridor. Because literally I have to drive my kids to school. So this is all I can do. This is Woodlawn once you turn off of Yonge, because everyone's trying to get off of Yonge.
As you can see here, there's a green light over there, but cars can't turn, so it's affecting all the side streets.
So you may think that that's an isolated incident, that only happened once. However, it didn't. Here's another video of me on, oh my goodness, I should have brought my glasses, sorry. Here's another video of me on Woodlawn from last year.
See, it's a green light, but
So-
these cars cannot move anywhere because there's only, and look at all the traffic it's causing. This is Farnham Avenue. And as you can see, there's no cars going up Yonge Street because it's only one lane now. So it's causing so much congestion everywhere else. You've probably been stuck here.
So basically, everyone's talking about all the congestion. I wanted to show everybody all the congestion. I will have another video here. This is me on a nice bright summer, I comment.
Sunday, just after 3.
So this is
the traffic on
this
Yonge
is a
Street.
Sunday. I'm just walking down the street. You can see the congestion going in both ways.
Bumper, tons of
This is Sunday afternoon. Cars can't move anywhere. And everyone talks about the environmental impact. Like you can see all the cars trying to go north, how deep it is. And then I think I show how deep it is going south as well. And I'm just wondering about all the environmental pollution that's being caused by all these idle cars.
Again, been on for a little bit. No cyclists.
And yeah, and the best part is in all these videos, there's no cyclists using any of these bike lanes. Again, I'm not against bike lanes, I'm just against bike lanes right here on this Yonge corridor. Because right now, we have these 18 streets with all this traffic, and now they're putting up 20 new condo buildings in the area as well.
Final thoughts, you're at 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm at 3 minutes. Oh, well, I have plenty more of these videos if anyone would like to see them. I have over 24 of them. So if anyone would like to see them, I'm more than happy to show you them. And so I ask you to please not make this permanent. Please remove them effective immediately and just move them possibly to Avenue or Mount Pleasant where there aren't 18 streets that are just have no choice but to take them.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Perruzza has a question for you. Sorry, if you just want to come back.
Yes.
Sorry, can you turn your mic on, Councillor Perruzza? And start?
What you're suggesting is that if you take out the bike lanes there, then all of a sudden the traffic situation is going to get better for people?
Yeah, well, I've lived there for 8 years, and I've never seen, this traffic only started once the bike lanes appeared.
So you said that you were driving, and I'm not against driving kids to school. I drive my kids to school too. How far away is the school from where you live?
Dufferin and Eglinton.
Dufferin and Eglinton.
And I'm on Summerhill because I want my kids to have a French education, and there is no public French school that's driving distance from my house.
Okay.
That's walking distance from my house.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay,
That's it.
yeah.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. The next deputations are from Lee Scott. We're not actually supposed to clap, so you can do jazz hands if you like. Our next speaker is Lee Scott, followed by Catherine Kerwin, followed by Kenneth Brown.
Who is she?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. I'll start your clock. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hello, Chair McKelvey and members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. My name is Lee Scott, and I'm here representing Walk Toronto, a grassroots organization advocating on behalf of the city's residents to improve pedestrian safety and walking conditions. Walk Toronto supports the installation of complete streets across Toronto, and today specifically, this pilot project along Yonge Street between Bloor and Davisville. We ask that the IEC members approve this item as recommended by staff. Data collected throughout the pilot installation consistently shows an increase in pedestrian use. At Walk Toronto, we believe the pilot project has proven itself to be a safe and sustainable design that is responsible for creating a vibrant community for both residents and visitors. We have found that the bike lanes, in addition to offering a protected area for cyclists, provide a buffer separating pedestrians from vehicles on the road in all seasons. Further, as vehicles make turns off or onto Yonge Street, drivers tend to slow down to bring more mindful attention to the complexity of navigating past protected bike lanes and the increased number of cyclists the bike lanes attract. We believe this improves safety for pedestrians, especially at unmanaged intersections where they are vulnerable to being hit by drivers rushing turns off Yonge Street. As the city staff have noted from data collection, there has been a small delay for vehicles in this corridor, approximately 1 minute depending on the time of day and the direction of travel. This small delay is a puny inconvenience in exchange for the increased safety to pedestrians and cyclists. The safe passage allowed by separated bike lanes tends to reduce the need for cyclists to be riding on sidewalks. Although statistically, bikes pose much less risk to the safety of pedestrians, it can be disconcerting and even alarming for pedestrians to have bicycles speeding by on a sidewalk. The ActiveTO installations of the complete street design further enhance the pedestrian experience. The sidewalk becomes a quieter and less frantic place for people, especially when these ActiveTO installations are curbside, with platforms to extend the space of the sidewalk and allow for greater accessibility. Pedestrians on the sidewalk feel safer and are better able to enjoy a more village-like retail experience. The Midtown Complete Street installation is complemented by the expanded bike share network in the neighborhood and the TTC Easier Access currently underway at Rosedale and Summerhill stations. Together, they have the potential to make multimodal transportation more fluid on the corridor. While we acknowledge the cars will remain a popular mode of travel, Walk Toronto emphasizes that trip, whether by car, public transit, or bicycle, begins and ends with walking, movement on a mobility device. This is especially true along the Midtown Yonge corridor that is home to vital local businesses. Thank you again for your leadership in taking this transformational step. We ask you to support the staff recommendation to make it permanent.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation. Our next speaker is Kenneth Brown, followed by Candice Seguino, followed by Peter Sepsky. Do we have Kenneth in the room? Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, hi. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Sorry, Catherine.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Kerwin. I was lucky enough to move into the heart of the pilot area just a few weeks before it was put in place. Oh.
Sorry, I'm just going to ask the room to quiet down a little bit, and can you just make sure your microphone's on? And I'll start the time. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Kerwin. I was lucky enough to move into the heart of the pilot area just a few weeks before it was put in place on one of those dead-end streets, a block away from one of the streets that was in the video you just saw. I'm speaking today as a pedestrian, cyclist, and a driver in roughly equal measure. And I just want to comment on those videos. If they were typical of what goes on in my neighborhood, then that would be reflected in the staff data and in the staff recommendations. As a local, I appreciate the time and effort staff put into community consultation during the 18 months of the pilot. In addition to all the data they collected, I felt they made a real effort to look at the day-to-day impact in the area and to respond to local concerns. They held a series of group walkabouts all over the area, small groups of 6 to 8 residents so that everybody had a chance to have their say. And they listened and they made improvements, adding dedicated turn lanes to improve traffic flow, adjusting signal timing, and improving visibility at intersections. I expect they're going to make more refinements once this pilot is made permanent. Obviously, not every suggestion could be acted upon. Who among us residents has the expertise that staff does? But I don't think any reasonable person could have expected more engagement from the city after the pilot was launched. The data proves that travel times have barely changed, and that is very much in line with my personal experience. Does it take me a few extra seconds in my very comfortable car, a whole minute or two, to get up to Davisville sometimes, or down to Bloor Street? Yes, it does. Do I have to be a little more vigilant when I turn into or exit my street in my car? For sure I do. I'd sum it up this way: a minor inconvenience, and some of us are taking a little bit longer to get used to it. But everyone will get used to this. In a city that's getting busier and is still working on reducing road-related injuries and deaths, this is just what we need. And it's not a moment too soon. With all the condo developments in the area, we will be welcoming thousands of new residents. Thankfully, they aren't coming with cars. As Stephen Job said earlier, most of the coming developments don't have car parking for every unit, and some of them don't offer any car parking at all. Anyone who rents or buys in these new buildings is choosing to be a pedestrian, a transit user, and/or a cyclist. The car culture will no longer dominate in this area. Yonge Street needs to evolve to meet this change, and the complete street is that evolution. I'll just close by making a brief comment about cyclists in the winter months. Obviously, cycling volumes drop during the coldest months, but our weather is no impediment to cycling year-round. We all know countries with similar climates do it. We just aren't in the habit. Once we have a network of permanent bike lanes in the city and we plow them, we will become a city of winter.
Final thoughts.
We just have to be a little patient. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. Sorry I had missed your name on the order. Thanks for catching that. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thank you again, Catherine. Our next speakers are Kenneth Brown, followed by Candace Seguino, followed by Piotr Sepski. Do we have Kenneth here? Hi, Kenneth, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ken Brown. I live on Cottingham Street, a 5-minute walk from the Summerhill subway station. I drive a car, I ride a bike, I walk, and I take the TTC. I use the car sparingly and do most of my errands within 5 or 6 kilometers by bike. I am 77 and I cycle all year round. So far in January, I've done about 130 kilometers. Now, before the pilot, I avoided Yonge, but now I walk and cycle along it almost every day. The ambience is better, it is much safer, and the air is cleaner. It is contributing to Toronto's goals of Vision Zero and Net Zero. Most of my shopping destinations are along the Yonge corridor. Now, Toronto is changing. Many young people are choosing to go car-free. No longer are they providing parking spaces for every unit in residential buildings, as previous speakers have mentioned. And there's approximately, just along the route of the pilot, 5,000 units that are going to be built that will not have access to a parking space. I'd also like to add that in addition to that, there's going to be mammoth development up at Eglinton and Yonge and beyond. there's more development. They will be funneling more cyclists and walkers and so on down and up Yonge Street. And when the Eglinton LRT is completed, if it ever is completed, there will be bike lanes on Eglinton, and they will funnel even more people onto Yonge Street. I predict that bike lanes are going to become very busy. Toronto's future prosperity as a livable city will be determined by how it handles the coming development and density. I urge you to not only continue improvements such as the Midtown Yonge Complete Street, but expand them so that people can confidently choose sustainable transportation, knowing that the city supports them with safe, efficient, and reliable transportation options beyond the car. Please make the pilot permanent. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of a deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Kenneth. Our next speaker is Candace Seguino. Hi, Candace, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I live in the Midtown area. I'm for cycling. I'm against the bike lanes on Yonge Street. I am a small woman, and I am scared in the bike lanes, not outside the bike lanes. And one of the reasons is it's not possible for people to pass. Those bike lanes are very narrow. I'm used to cycling, but I'm aging like other people, so I go slower because the route on Yonge Street goes up. And I need the protection of knowing that there aren't going to be electric scooters, especially those that are large, coming up behind me. That anxiety means that I take my bike across Yonge and I do my trip south on Avenue Road. I don't mind going on bike lanes on Bloor. I don't mind cycling on Danforth. I have a daughter-in-law who goes from the Danforth and teaches on St. Clair. She takes Mount Pleasant. I know for some people they feel safer with the bike lanes, but not on Yonge Street. And that's the case for both of us, and we're not the only ones. In terms of the goal to increase shopping locally, it's impossible to stop your bike in that Yonge Street corridor where we are. I'm not saying that it might be different south of us or north of us, but it's impossible because you don't know what's coming up behind you and who you're going to cause an accident to if you stop and try to get your bike outside. You can easily tell who is riding their bike to shop on any of Toronto's streets because people park their bikes by the side. I used to be able to go to the bank and park my bike outside. I don't do that. Now, I walk. That's not the issue. But my grandson and I were walking on Saturday down Yonge Street, down to Bloor. We saw 3 cars having issues turning. We saw 3 bikes in the bike lanes. We saw 2 people biking on the road, as we did actually coming down today. We also saw 2 of those electric scooters, the size of motorcycles, in the bike lanes. You saw on Saturday maybe over 100 people shopping in the area on foot. I think that there's possibilities that different areas require different solutions. And in the Midtown area, if I want to get out on my car and go south, thank you, I don't go south, I go north, and then I cross one of the streets to get over to Avenue Road to go south. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming. Our next speaker is Piotr Sepsky, followed by Tom Worrell, followed by Gideon Foreman. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Councillor McKelvey and members of the Infrastructure Committee. My name is Piotr Sepski and I live in an apartment building close to Davisville Station together with my partner. We live at the north end of the Midtown Complete Street pilot. Young is our neighborhood street. We buy most of our groceries there. We really enjoy all the new infrastructure. It gave us a safe space to ride our bikes. We would not do that without it. Walking on Young is also better. The new concrete barriers of the cycle track moved fast traffic away from the sidewalk and made walking a calmer and less smelly experience. My partner uses the Young bike lane to get to work. On my own, I mostly ride on trails, so making the Bayview project permanent is also important to me. When we get together, we often use the Young bike lane to get to places downtown. The ride is always one of the highlights of the day. If we get too tired to ride our bikes home, we use the subway instead. It is all very convenient. To me and to my partner, it is clear that Young biking infrastructure made Toronto a safer, healthier, and more inclusive city. Please make it permanent. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Hold on. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Worrell, followed by Gideon Foreman, followed by Tobias Whitfield. Do we have Tom? Tom's online. Tom, hi, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tom Worrell. I'm a retired businessman and a resident in the Midtown area. We started Young for All with a small group of local and neighboring residents 6 months ago to draw out support for the Midtown Complete Street pilot. Interest in the project grew exponentially as many people gravitated to Young for All as a way to express their encouragement and support. Young for All stands for far more than one particular mode of travel. It is inclusive for everyone. It is about a transformational change that will set Toronto up for a better future. Yonge Street is Toronto's geographical central spine and cultural main street. It's a key link and belongs to all of us, not just those like me who are privileged enough to live in its close proximity. We can't afford to protect the status quo in light of pressing citywide priorities, and this project supports those priorities. Number one, densification is here. With the influx of new residents, we need streets and sidewalks that encourage walking, cycling, and jumping on the subway, not more cars. And our city builders know it. People are not moving to Yonge Street to drive their cars. Our streets are unsafe. Thanks to Vision Zero, deaths and injuries to pedestrians and cyclists are trending downward, but very slowly. If we don't take measures to better protect our sidewalks and streets, this number will start climbing again. Since the pilot was installed, Yonge Street is safer, quieter, and the traffic is calmer. 3, Toronto's Transform TO commitment won't be achieved without the infrastructure to support it. Goals can only be attained with a plan, and the Yonge pilot is part of that plan. 4, Yonge Street in Midtown is the key north-south link. The city has acknowledged this with its commitment to both Yonge Tomorrow and Eglinton Connects. The Midtown Complete Street is the natural and obvious extension. Suggestions that this project be moved to Avenue Road are disconnected from the bigger picture. We need to look at the complete street, not in silos, but organically as part of the whole. But the Midtown pilot doesn't just meet these policy priorities. It also meets 2 additional important criteria. Number one, first, the data supports it. I think we should commend transportation staff for their expertise, their diligence, and the care they took with their community consultations, collecting and analyzing their data and making their recommendations. Second, the majority wants it. You've already heard from, or possibly you may have heard from Holly Reid about petition numbers from locals and not so locals. But you have also heard from organizations representing thousands of citywide wanting safer streets and safer traffic. Environment advocates, community associations, businesses, and city and leaders. They all want Young to be for all. On behalf of everyone at Young for All, we are asking you, the leaders of our city, to manage change and prepare us for the future, guided by the data and city policy. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thanks for joining us, Tom. Our next speaker is Gideon Foreman. Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear okay? Perfect, thank you. Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Much appreciated. I'll keep my remarks brief. I know the list is long of people who'd like to speak. I'm with the David Suzuki Foundation. I'm a policy analyst at the foundation. I'm here today, of course, to strongly support the General Manager's recommendation that the Yonge Street Cycling Network be made permanent. If a project as successful as this, Madam Chair, doesn't deserve to become a city fixture, I can't imagine any project does. The city's climate plan, as you know, says that just 7 years from now, in 2030, 75% of work-school trips under 5 kilometers need to be walked, biked, or on transit. So it's crucial that we get more folks cycling, and the Yonge Bikeway can be a big part of this, Madam Chair. Consider how well the Yonge pilot has performed. From 2021, before the pilot went in, to 2022, cycling volumes at Yonge and Bloor rose an impressive 57%, and at Yonge and Davenport, as you know, they rose an astounding 250%. Who knew? This is a massive increase, Madam Chair, in bike ridership, and I think cyclists, city staff, and councillors should be very proud of what they've achieved. It's also extremely encouraging, Madam Chair, to see that the project's been supportive of local business, and you've already heard from real estate developers who vouch for this as well. In 2020, there were 10 ActiveTO patios along the Yonge corridor. In 2022, that number jumped to 21 patios, and that's, of course, just one indicator. As you know, the research shows that cycling infrastructure is entirely consistent with business success. For example, 2 studies found that after establishment of the Bloor bike lane, you'll remember that one, I'm sure, after that went in, the average number of customers and customer spending increased along the Bloor corridor, and there's every reason to believe that these positive economic impacts will also be associated with the Yonge Bikeway. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I must say it feels odd that in the year 2023 there is even a debate about whether to make the Yonge Bike Lane permanent. Given all we know about the physical and mental health benefits of exercise, given the Yonge pilot's extraordinary record of success, and given the small matter of the climate emergency, this issue shouldn't even require discussion. In conclusion, I hope you'll vote to make this common-sense infrastructure, which has more than proven its worth, a permanent feature of our most famous street. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Our next speaker is Tobias Whitfield, followed by Avet Kachartrayan, followed by Patrick McMurrich. Do we have Tobias online or in the room? Okay, we'll go to the next deputant, and we'll check on Tobias again later. Abbott? Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, just a second.
Sorry, do you mind just pulling the mic a little bit closer to you? Some people have said they've had problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Deputy City Manager, councillors, and participants. I would like to ask you to make the Yonge Street Complete Street project permanent, and here is why I think that is crucial to our city. I live in Oakwood Village, and I cycle everywhere, almost every day, except when it's really, really cold, which is a few days per year, usually. I cycle to work, to buy groceries, to meet friends, so I often hear Toronto or other North American cities are not Amsterdam. But Amsterdam is mostly, if you think about it, it's the spirit of practicality and frugal rationality. So I'm already living like I'm in Amsterdam, in the sense. So the Dutch cycle, because it's healthy, practical, and it's also cheap. And that's why I do it too. So I do drive, but 95% of the time, the bike fulfills my needs completely. And I don't own a car and just use a rental car when the need arises. From my 25-year experience as an urban cyclist, I know that it is healthy, environmentally friendly, and cost efficient, which is not a trivial matter considering the cost of living increase. And overall, cycling helps maintain our communities. I must say the city has become a lot more cyclist friendly in the last several years, with new bike lanes on Bloor West, Danforth, Shaw University, and now Yonge. And my family uses all of these bike lanes regularly. And in fact, my spouse works in Leaside, and she uses the Yonge Street cycling infrastructure to get to work every day, 5 times a week. She loves her commute. She comes to work happy and energized. When I think about the future of our city, I would like to see it as an environment which is comfortable and safe for all, from pedestrians to cyclists to transit users and drivers. And the Yonge Street Complete Streets approach supports this vision. I was so impressed at it when last year I did a walking tour for neighborhood residents to see the different elements of a complete street. We were all very impressed with the vibrancy and charming character of that stretch of Yonge Street. This year I would like to do another walking tour of Yonge Street, and it would be great if I could tell people that it's now permanent and that the cycling and walking infrastructure won't be taken away from them. The city, as we heard today, commissioned research into that and has also showed marked improvements. So please support making the Yonge Street Complete Street project permanent to help our city fulfill its climate, public health, and community development goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, thank you for your presentation. Seeing no questions, the next speaker is Patrick McMurrich, followed by John Van Nostrand, followed by Audrey B., and then followed by Lynn Adamson. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
All right, good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Patrick McMurrick. I've been living at Summerhill for 22 or so years right now. And I quickly want to go over the results of the Midtown Bike Project. Obviously, I'm a part-time cyclist and driver as well. So there's currently, first, it's admirable to have a cycling network throughout the city. However, I really don't believe it works in this stretch of Yonge Street.
And let's quickly go through, because I got about 30 photos and some videos. So there's currently a project, there's a company called ActiveTO that presents some data. I believe it's some of the most misleading data I've ever seen in my career. So apparently cycling is up 57 to 250%. Just from visualizing, from living in the area, I would say it's more like 15%. Most of the bike traffic that is going up and down Yonge Street is no longer bikes, like pedaling bikes like you imagine and people being active. It's battery-powered two-wheel bicycles now. 90% of the traffic is not actual bikes. Pedestrians apparently are up 145%. I would actually say it's about zero. Vehicle travel time is presented as a less than 1 minute increase. And since I drive through it every single day, I would actually say the range is from 2 minutes to 10 minutes, which is anywhere from 50% to 300% increase. The travel speed of vehicles is apparently slower by 10%. I would say it's slower by 80%. We'll see that in a second. There's bike and pedestrian collisions here. I would say they're more than that. Emergency vehicle time getting around is critical. It's supposed to be 49 seconds increase. I would say it's 200%. The TTC shuts down on the weekends often on Yonge Street line. The trains shut down, so the only way is by buses there. The CO2 emissions are high. So here's a photo presented by an ideal photo presented by this group called ActiveTO. A great summer day, there's no traffic. There's people cycling on the right. There's a cafe open there on the right, nothing on the left. But if you take a look at the real world, here's December 7th, Yonge Street. Here's heading north. There's hundreds of vehicles. This photo, if you don't get to Yonge and Summerhill, this is at Yonge and, near the Yonge and Summerhill subway station, which would be on that block. It's backed up all the way past Bloor, all the way up to Davisville. This is like kilometers long. You can barely see, but if you zoom in, there's not a single bike. There's just traffic and gridlock endlessly.
And submit to clerks, and they can put it on the record as well for everybody to look at as well. Questions, Deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next...
Please remove.
Our next presenter is John Van Nostrand. Okay, I don't see John. We'll come back to him. Audrey B., followed by Lynn Adamson. Okay, thank you, Audrey. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Do you mind just trying to pull the microphone a little bit closer and your chair a little bit closer? And just speak loudly. Use your stage voice. Thank you. 3 minutes.
The opportunity to speak today. My name is Aubrey, and this is my little brother Nick. And we live in Midtown. We are here today to ask the City of Toronto to please support bike lanes in our city. We love riding our bikes. We ride to the park. We ride to school. We ride around the neighborhood. We love it because it gets us places faster than walking. Right now, we're little enough that we can still ride on the sidewalks. It makes my mom feel better because there aren't any bike lanes along our roads, but it's not the greatest. Most of the sidewalks in our neighborhood are really narrow, and we are sharing it with people that are walking, dogs that chase us, and don't even get me started on what a bike ride is like on garbage day. We wish there were more separated bike lanes in Toronto so that families like mine can go on bigger adventures and explore our city. Pretty soon, I will be graduating to a bigger bike, and I won't be able to ride on the sidewalks. I'm excited but also scared. I will be on the streets with cars and trucks. With only a helmet to protect me. I don't think that's a safe idea. So I'm asking you today to please support bike lanes in Midtown and all over Toronto. We need more bikes and less cars. Thank you for listening.
have a question for you if you are okay with a quick question. So I thank you for your submission today. Thank you for joining and for advocating. We've heard a lot on both sides of this issue, and I just wanted to ask you, what do you think about the cars who are currently being inconvenienced with more congestion while we work towards this change? Do you have any message for the drivers?
Maybe because there's too many cars on the streets, we should just try biking more.
Try biking more. I like it. Thank you so much, Audrey. Thanks for your submission.
Jazz hands reminder. Okay, thank you very much, Audrey. And no other questions for Audrey. We'll move to Lynn Adamson. Lynn, you have 3 minutes.
That's good. Okay, so I'm speaking today. My name is Lynn Adamson, and I'm co-chair of Climate Fast, grassroots organization of people working to achieve carbon reductions fast. And we've been going for 10 years, and we've always been supporting the transition that's required for Transform TO Net Zero by 2030 plan to be achieved. And that requires a very significant reduction in car traffic and the shift from car driving into biking, transit, and walking. And so this is exactly the kind of infrastructure that we need to see in our city. I'm also a person who's lived in the city for 45 years, and I have cycled for 45 years in the city, and I raised my 2 children here in the city. They're now 40 and 36 and don't live in Toronto anymore, but I remember when they were young, my daughter, when she was 9, spoke up at a debate of Jack Layton and June Rowlands asking for bike lanes on Beverly Street. And actually in 1993, that was 1991, 1993, we got them on Beverly Street. We have to speed up the pace, people. 30 years later, we can't be asking, do we really need bike lanes? Yes, we need bike lanes because we have vulnerable road users. You know, some people will ride their bikes no matter what, and I'm probably in that category, but we want to encourage many more people to get on the street. So I did submit some visuals. I'm not sure if they're available. I sent in a PowerPoint with 3 visuals with my submission.
Sorry, I'm just going to hold your time while they check for that.
Yeah. If I could show them here if I had the connection for this. Oh, maybe this is it.
So we've received it. Is it easy?
There's 3 slides. That's all.
It is posted online, so we have it available. If you have it there, you're also welcome to pull it up, but unless we can pull it up faster. Can we pull it up? No. Do you want to, you can pull it up, although I don't, if you have your connection.
I'm not sure this is the right connection for.
Okay. We can check for it. It's under your name, Lynn?
Slide
Okay.
was
Right.
a picture of this street, which is exactly the kind of street that we had wanted when my daughter was 9, and as I said, now she's 40 and doesn't live in Toronto anymore. The second slide is just showing how fast our planet is heating up. So, you know, despite all the talk about climate action, there's just not enough climate action. And so it's heating out of control. That is grossly unfair to those who are young now. This is their future. We have to create a city which is doing our part of reducing emissions in line with the science for a 1.5 degree rise. And the last slide that I had is our greenhouse gas emissions, how we're doing and reducing. And what it shows is that it took us from 1990 to 2011, so 21 years, to reduce about 43%. And since then, we're kind of stalled. If you look at the numbers from 2011 to 2020, there's a little dip in 2020, which is COVID. But then we have to reduce 45% between 2025 and 2030, 20% more. We'll have reduced 45% by 2025, and then we have to reach 65% reduction by 2030 in 5 years. And it's taken us, 25 years to get where we are. So it's really unrealistic to think that we can do that and still keep the car comfortable in our city.
I need your final thought.
In our city, if we're going to reach our climate targets, we have to create space for vulnerable road users and encourage walking, cycling, and transit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the clerk has confirmed that your submission's also online for people to have a look at. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Lynn. Our next deputant is Holly Reed, followed by Stuart Ellis, followed by Adam Barrel Wetstein. Do we have Holly here?
Just need help connecting the projector.
Going to be a bit technically challenged.
There's supposed to be another HDMI. Oh, I see what happened.
I don't want this up yet.
Yeah, so I guess you just plug it in when it's ready, right here. Yeah.
I hope it works. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Chair McKelvey and members of committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Holly Reed, and I am a volunteer with Young for All. I'm here to talk about Young for All's petition, why we created a petition, what our petition tells you and doesn't tell you about who supports this project, and to urge you to vote to make the pilot permanent. So why did we create a petition? We formed Young for All to rally the voices of people who liked the complete street on Young. We knew there was lots of support for making the pilot permanent. It just wasn't being heard. A petition was the easiest way to go, and our ask was simple. Please make the Midtown Young Complete Street permanent. Don't.
The slides aren't displaying. Are they supposed to display?
No, I'll.
Okay, great.
When I want it. So what does our petition tell you? First and foremost, there is tremendous local support. Our petition requires people to provide their postal codes so that we know where support is coming from. When we dropped a pin for every one of our petition signers on a map, this is the result. I hope you see it. Don't, there. And you see my grandchildren in the background, sorry. The circle on the map shows roughly a 5-kilometer radius from Yonge and St. Clair.
We're just going to hold your time. So we'll just recess until the bells are done, and then we'll resume. We'll resume again. We have quorum. Thank you so much, Holly. I know it wasn't how you wanted your deputation to go. Please do resume. Thank you. Oh, sorry, we need one moment for the online feed to turn back on. Sorry, we're just waiting for the online feed to turn back on. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Again, thank you, Holly. Apologies for disruption in the middle of your deputation. Please carry on, and if you need a little bit extra time, we understand. Thank you.
Great. Well, just to summarize, our petition requires people to provide their postal code so that we know where our support is coming from. We dropped a pin for every one of our petition signers on a map, and this was the result. Now, how come it isn't showing up? How, could I have some tech? There we go, thank you. And this is the result. The circle shows roughly a 5-kilometer radius from Yonge and St. Clair. 74% of Toronto residents live within 5 kilometers of the pilot area, and 40% live within just 3 kilometers. In addition, 4 of the top 5 postal codes of our petition signers are M4S, M4V, M4Y, and M4T, directly surrounding the pilot area. What our petition doesn't tell you is the diversity of support. About 1/3 of our signatures were gathered face-to-face by our volunteers canvassing on Yonge Street and at community events. We found support coming from all ages, from teens to seniors, from all walks of life, from newcomers as well as longtime residents. We spoke to pedestrians, cyclists, transit riders, and drivers. What they all had in common was that they wanted the complete street to stay. On Friday, I sent 2 documents to each of you. We also have a printout to leave with you today. These are the names, postal codes, and comments from our thousands of petition signers. I encourage you to have a look at the comments, as you will find an overwhelmingly positive view of this project, a collective vision for a more livable city, and strong support for Toronto's Transform TO and Vision Zero goals through projects like this. In closing, I ask that you listen to the people who signed our petition, know that there is widespread support for this project, both locally and right across the city, and vote to make the Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot permanent. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll resume the list. So we have Stuart Ellis next, followed by Adam Barrel Wetstein, followed by David Safran. Do we have Stuart? thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, I'll lean in. Hi. My name is Stuart Ellis, and I live right in the middle of this pilot project, and I'm a cyclist. I'm also a skateboarder, so you've ruined my skateboarding fun, but I will get to that another day. I'm going to show some pictures today. One of my concerns with this process is I don't think people realize, and I hope if it is approved, I'm against this being permanent, but if it is approved, it should, the city, I'd like to know, they really need to pay more attention of the design and what mess this has caused. I took 25 pictures on January 20th, and these are some of them, and none of this has even been repaired in the last month. These are broken reflectors, they're curbs. I have witnessed a car, I walk my dog every day at Yonge and Summerhill, and I've witnessed a car hitting one of these things and running over 2 reflectors, almost hitting a pedestrian. My wife, we've witnessed an ambulance being stuck and had to, they actually struck another car and had to stop and I guess exchange information, and that ambulance was on its way to a call. It's very narrow here for 2 bike lanes. I mean, that's just the fault of Yonge Street being a very narrow street, and that's why I'm very concerned of why this is the street that is going to be picked to be the permanent street if that happens. The second point I wanted to make was we don't live in Florida, and some people talk like this is just a magical place all the time. We know we have some winter, and this is a picture I've taken where this is a bike line right at the Rogers store on Yonge Street going southbound, and this pile of 2-foot snow has been there for a week. I took this picture on Wednesday. What's today? Sorry, it's been there 5 days and it hasn't been moved. And thus, this is right in the middle of the bike lane. So as a cyclist, I would challenge any cyclist to, they would have to clear this 2-foot clearance. And it just suggests to me that we need to go to reality that these bike lanes, and whether it's on Yonge Street or not, are not being used for 5 months. And if they are being used, they need to be safe. On the right side, this is more near Davisville. This is a place where 2 of the plant boxes have been crushed. I saw them on January 1st. This was taken last week. So they haven't been repaired for a month now. And they also are posing a danger both to cyclists and to the motorists that are trying to get by there. I do want to touch on the data. I spent a lot of my life in marketing. I spent a lot of money on marketing data. I just want everyone to be careful when they look at this data. There's talk of the 152% increase in the pilot data. If, for example, you take the next month, which is July 2021 to August 2022, the numbers suggest it was down by 5%. I'm not going to get into the minutia of the details, but it's scary that we are relying on data where if you pick one different month, it changes the results by magnitudes of hundreds of percentages. Let's be careful with that. The other point I want to make about the volume, and this is, if everybody wants to argue, this is the facts they say. At Davisville during July, you could stand there for 5 minutes and you would see 2 bikes going southbound on average and 2 bikes going
Final
northbound.
thoughts, you're at past 3 minutes.
So that is 4 bikes every 5 minutes. It has not proven to me that this had been busy at all in terms of the data. That's my warning. The data is fairly inaccurate, and I'm very worried about the safety here given that we have 5 months of winter, and I would like to see the city consider other options for the north-south route. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Barrell-Wetstein, followed by David Safran, followed by Christine Scobie. Do we have Adam? Okay, David Safran? Just confirming you're David?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you, David.
It's just, I need some AV set up here.
Thank you.
I tested it ahead of time, so I know it works. It's just not the ideal setup. I'm not sure that works yet, but. did test it, it did work.
Do you have an estimate on how much more time we need? Should we go to the next deputant?
I'll go with that.
You can send your slides and they can be displayed as well. Okay, so we can pull them up on our screens here. Everybody has a device in front of them, so go ahead, Adam, you have 3 minutes.
So I think today I'm in a unique position to see what's going on with this initiative because my office sits on Woodlawn. I'm a cyclist. I want this to happen, but it's not feasible today. And the reason why is that you saw earlier in a video, there's all kinds of traffic going up Woodlawn and Farnham. The traffic count is up actually 200% when you look at the data. And what's happening is that cars and trucks, school buses are driving on the sidewalks of all of the side streets. I've informed the police, I've informed the parking authorities, and every single day, weekday, this is happening. My son has been hit by a car on this side street on his bike. He's no longer allowed to ride his bicycle from our house. This is a liability for the city waiting to happen. I don't know which one of you understands and realizes what the liability exposure here is. It's dramatic, it's severe, and there are people daily, absolutely daily, driving on the sidewalks because Farnham and Woodlawn has space for 1 lane of traffic. There's a 200% increase in traffic, and all the traffic is going both ways on the side streets using the sidewalks. Until this issue is resolved, it's a no-brainer, and everybody here that supports this initiative has their head in the sand. Kids are getting hit on bicycles today, and there will be lawsuits until the city rectifies this problem. It's on each and every one of you here today that votes. If you do not knock down this initiative today until this problem is fixed, there is liability for each and every one of us as taxpayers. It's unacceptable. It cannot happen. And nobody has spoken about it. I've seen testimony from people that across the country pinpoints in every single direction, but nobody lives on the street. My office, literally, I have a window facing the street and I sit there all day long and I can count at least 20, 30 cars driving on the sidewalk in front of my house, and one of them hit my child. It's unacceptable. And if anybody approves this today, it will result in liability, and it's completely unacceptable. Thank you. I wish I could show you the video. I have this all on video.
Thank you. So you're welcome to submit it, and then they can put it into
Already
the
submitted,
submission. Great.
and it's clear as day.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Morley.
Thank you for your submission, and I'm sorry to hear about the accident with your son. You started your comments with stating that you're a cyclist and that you do want to see the infrastructure in the city built out. I appreciate the concerns and the challenges that you're raising around the infrastructure, and I just wondered if you had any solutions to offer this committee or staff who are all listening intently to you as we continue to move forward with our cycling network plan. Do you have some specific recommendations or thoughts about how we can make some improvements in this area?
I think the recommendations around the width of the cycling paths are already established, and they're there for a reason. And unless there's appropriate turn lanes off of Yonge Street to side streets and allowing people to go through Yonge Street unimpeded in a normal traffic flow and not backed up for miles, forcing people onto the side streets, you need a proper bike lane width so people can use it appropriately. You need a proper turning lanes off of Yonge Street, and that would allow the traffic to flow in a normal pattern. It's just gridlock today, and it's on the side street, impairing the safety of everybody that lives there. And I live it on a daily basis, and my son is unfortunately is no longer riding his bike, and he's afraid. And it's a shame for the entire city. And I think the most important issue that we haven't even heard of is really how long is it taking for the ambulance to get to take care of my child?
Thank you for that, and I'm actually going to ask that question to staff directly once we get to that portion. Thank you for your submission.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant is David Saffron, followed by Christine Scobie, and then we will probably... Sorry, I didn't cross you off. Christine Scobie, followed by Ingrid Boudet, and then we'll probably have to recess, so probably 2 more speakers.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Christine Scobie, and I'm the president of the Brentwood Towers Tenants Association. Our association consists of 200 members living near Davisville Station on LaSalle's Boulevard. Our executive board voted in favor of the Midtown Complete Street because of its improvement to safety and to our quality of life. Yonge Street is the main street for Brentwood Towers tenants, and they visit it multiple times a week to do their daily errands. Tenants use their vehicles, their bicycles, their feet, and their mobility devices to access Yonge Street, and many have felt safer doing so since the installation of this pilot program. One of the reasons Yonge Street was chosen for this pilot program over Avenue Road or Mount Pleasant was because of a demonstrated need for safety improvements based on collision trends. Earlier this month, just north of the pilot area, a pedestrian was killed when a truck driver reversed onto the sidewalk. The driver backed into a hydro pole, which fell on a woman. In November, a cyclist was hit and dragged under a truck at Yonge and St. Clair by a driver making an illegal right turn on red. There is a great need for physical separation between vehicular traffic and vulnerable road users like pedestrians and cyclists. Road violence, like we just heard from our last deputant, has no place in our community or our city, and we urge this committee to recommit to Vision Zero by making this complete street permanent. Although Yonge Street is considered a major artery for travel, it is very much a neighborhood street, and residents of this neighborhood deserve a safe, complete street. With the new pedestrian leading intervals, prioritizing pedestrian safety, and increasing their visibility, and cycle tracks making the crossing distance over vehicular lanes smaller, Yonge Street feels and is more accessible now. I also sometimes now ride a bike on Yonge to the grocery store, to work, or to meet my friends, something I had never done before this pilot program. Residents now have safe choices about our mobility, giving us more freedom and a better quality of life. With the increase in density coming to our neighborhood in the next few years, it is essential that more of our neighbors choose active transportation. The more of us who are able to walk or bike to our destinations, the fewer cars there will be creating traffic. ActiveTO's climate action strategy hopes to have 75% of trips under 5 kilometers to be with active transport or transit. In Midtown, this complete street will play a key role in continuing to shift modes of transportation.
Final thoughts.
We ask the committee members to vote in favor of making the Midtown complete street permanent. It's safe, it improves our quality of life, and it prepares us for the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation. Our next deputant is Ingrid Boudet. Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
I'm another one of these techie people. And I thought that would, pardon me, let me just see if I can connect on this side. Your HDMI cable is bigger than mine. Thank you. That should be easy. Should be. And I'm still connected. Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much for having me today. My presentation is called Safe and Healthy Transit. So my name is Ingrid, and I've lived in Ward 4 for over 10 years. A bike has been my transportation of choice for decades. I always get a seat, and I run on time. I'm here to support making the Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot and the Bayview multipath permanent. This matters to me because this decision will have a positive impact on the health of many Toronto residents. This image shows you transportation. Many people have talked about that today, and you can feel, smell, hear, and see it. Today I'm going to talk to you about 2 transit and health-related issues you cannot see. We've got environmental urban health hazards. Air and noise pollution are the number 1 and number 2 environmental health hazards, and they're caused by the very same thing. Air pollution. Vehicles create the number one problem for the planet and us, their emissions. This line graph, which hopefully shows up, I just lost my connection, pardon me. As my heart is beating, you might be able to hear that. Thank you. Okay. Well, there's a line graph here from 2018 Ontario Roadside Air Quality Pilot Study that shows tailpipe and non-tailpipe emissions. Non-tailpipe emissions are road wear, brake wear, and road surface wear. The graph shows that these have increased over time and will continue to as vehicles get heavier. The annual health impacts are severe, according to Toronto Public Health. In the chart there, 280 premature deaths on an annual basis due to traffic pollution. So the solution to that is reduce the number of cars on the road by reallocating road space, reallocating road space and providing safe and connected active transit choices. This would be achieved by fast-tracking the 2022-24 near-term cycling implementation plan. I'm going to try this one more time. Spend time on graphics for a reason. Urban noise is the number 2 urban health hazard, and we learned during COVID that cities can be a quieter place. This is a heat map of sound pressure levels from the 2017 Toronto Public Health Study, How Loud is Too Loud? And arterial roads are generally over 80 decibels on a 24-hour average. So that means Yonge is an arterial road. Those people do not have a good night's sleep. Health effects of noise start at 55 decibels, and Yonge being an arterial road, I have measured them, are always above 55 decibels. The same study found that 60% of noise variability is explained by road traffic. So the solution, according to Tor Oyamo of MetU, is slowing down vehicle speed is the fastest way to reduce noise in the city. Lane constriction reduces vehicle speeds, which supports Vision Zero and improves the quality of life of everyone in the area. My stance is reducing noise allows community to happen. By making the Yonge and Bayview installations permanent, you will positively affect the health and quality of many residents in Toronto. You are the committee who will determine whether the city will meet its Transform TO goals of 75% of trips under 5 kilometers to be taken by public or active transit in 7 years. That's a very short period of time. So please let yes be your vote to make sure that we achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, that will be it before the lunch break. I have a motion to shorten the lunch break with the concurrence of the committee. That the Infrastructure and Environment Committee recess the meeting at 12:30 and resume at 1 o'clock. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock, and
Madam Chair,
we still have quite a few deputants on this. I will let the deputants know. The next ones will be Stephen Fistel, John Lloyd, followed by James Andrews. If Tobias Whitfield or John Van Nostrand are back online, if they could just contact the clerks to get put back on the list. We already did call their names. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, is there any way to sort of go through the list and see who's still here and who we can cross off, and that might not be...
Not really, because they could dial back in, right? So none of them have written in to cancel.
But was the list closed at some point or no?
The list was closed. There's only one more that was added from this morning. So there was one deputant added after Jessica Speaker.
Okay, so there will be no new people added.
Correct.
And we don't know who of the folks that have registered here are still here to be able to make deputations, right?
Correct.
And no way to confirm that.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next deputant is Stephen Fistel. Do we have Stephen in the room or online? Okay, John Lloyd. Hi, thank you, John. You have 3 minutes. We have quorum.
Good morning. My name is John Lloyd. I'm a resident at on Roxborough Street West, which is between Yonge Street and Avenue Road. I'm here to support the concern of the staff report and the failings of the staff report, and the fact that it hasn't taken into account traffic through the city. There's been a lot of talk today about how many minutes it takes to drive up and down Yonge Street, and certainly valid concerns of time and safety for bicycles. But I feel that the report, looking solely at Yonge Street, is quite short-sighted and one-dimensional. Early on in the report, they suggested that they dealt with a lot of the snarling of traffic on Yonge Street by throwing in a whole bunch of left turn lanes, and they've increased the traffic time by so many seconds to get up Yonge Street. But because of this, by putting in all these turn lanes, they're throwing all this extra traffic onto the residential streets. I happen to live on Roxborough, which is one of the widest and most direct thoroughfare from Yonge Street over to Avenue Road. So all these disgruntled drivers are now in this beautiful left turn lane, piling onto our street and clogging up our street, particularly at the end at Avenue Road. And I don't know, I only know what I see. I can sit on my front porch and I can see the traffic. I don't think staff knows anything about it. I don't think staff knows anything about what's happened to the traffic on Avenue Road. The focus has solely been on Yonge Street itself. But we really need to look at the neighborhood traffic system as a whole. And please note that I am a bike lane supporter. I just think we need to have well thought out and therefore ultimately successful bike lanes. And for many reasons you've seen today, I don't believe that the Yonge Street bike lanes could ever be successful. One of the things I'd like you to know is that I am actually, although I ride a bike, I drive a car as well, and I drive a car to work, and I'm actually one of these people who uses the residential streets to cut through. I used to drive Roxborough and up Roxborough and then up Yonge to St. Clair and work to my office in Leaside. But because of all of the traffic jams and the chaos on Yonge, I now cut my way through Rosedale over to Mount Pleasant and then up Mount Pleasant and on to Leaside. So I'm a culprit clogging the streets of Chestnut Park and Crescent Road, all those streets through Rosedale. So I think we need to take a more holistic view before we decide whether to integrate these bike lanes as a whole.
Final thought, please.
That's it. That's my point today. I thank you for your
Are there
time.
questions of the deputant? Councilor Burnside.
Thank you. So if we went with the premise that we need a north-south bicycle route, where would you suggest it goes?
Well, I
Go.
don't know. I'm not an urban and regional planner, but there's been a lot of suggestion today that we look at Avenue Road. Avenue Road is a 6-lane road, so again, I think staff needs to look at the traffic system on Avenue as well. Not to mention Mount Pleasant, but if we're looking at those 3 arteries, it seems that the first place to look would be Avenue Road, really because of the sheer size of it to accommodate. We're already talking about bike lane. I mean, even bikers are saying that these bike lanes are not safe because they don't meet bike lane standards. So, I think all of these things are starting to prove that this just simply isn't the right place for the bike lanes. And, and so, yeah, to answer your question, I think I would first look at Avenue Road, and my sole rationale is that the breadth of
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, it's wide at that point, but then it narrows at St. Clair. But, so, sorry, are you in between Avenue and Yonge?
Yeah, Roxborough West.
So if we put bike lanes on there, wouldn't traffic then as you pinch traffic there, wouldn't it then just go the other way over to Yonge Street?
If you pinch traffic.
So you're basically pinching traffic on Yonge Street, right, down to one lane. You're going to be pinching, if you put and everyone's going west over to Avenue Road, I think is what you're saying, right?
Because of the left turn lane. And it's not just, they put them on Woodlawn, and I'm sure that there are situations up there. Roxborough, I think, happens to be, the city had the smarts to put in a traffic light there some years ago.
Yeah.
That increased traffic. They also stopped traffic from going onto Belmont. There are no left turns. That, added to the traffic. And now these, the bike lanes have just made it ridiculous.
Right, but I guess I'll just leave it at this because I know time is short supply. But if you were to then put the bike lanes over on Avenue Road, you're necessarily pinching from 3 lanes in each direction to 2, right? So you're
You need to do traffic studies.
Well, no, I recognize that, but then wouldn't traffic migrate from Avenue Road over to Yonge Street? As you make it, like, you're kind of, either way, you don't win, is kind of what I'm saying.
We don't know that until we do traffic studies. When I go up Avenue Road, even when there's a traffic jam, I stay in the right-hand or third lane, and I get up that hill while everybody else is stopped. People don't tend to drive in that right-hand lane. So, I think it needs to be investigated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, the deputant? No, seeing none. I have been informed that Tobias Whitfield is now online, so we'll go with Tobias, followed by James Andrew. Tobias, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, sorry, I'm just joining now. Thank you very much. I want to speak in support of the bike lanes. I live near Blue Orange Spadina, but I travel around Midtown and part of the city, and it's been amazing to be able to use those bike lanes to not only to go to businesses that are along Yonge Street, but also my children go to camp up at near Forest Hill Arena in the summer, and before that we weren't able to bike there with those. There's no other reasonably safe north-south route, and so that allowed us the freedom to be able to do that, take cars off the road, and access those parts of town. So I think it's really important. And I know there's been a lot of other discussion about the economic impacts and everything, so I won't belabor those, but yeah, having the freedom to be able to bring my children through the city safely on a bike is something that we weren't able to do before. And so I think it's really important, again, being able to stop and shop at those businesses along the way. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to James Andrews. Do we have James in the room or online? James, if you're online, which it sounds like you are, can you please unmute?
Online.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's James Andrews. I live on a dead-end street 200 meters from Yonge. I grew up in Midtown Toronto. I am not pro-cars nor against bike lanes, but I am against them when they create far more problems than they solve, as is the case on Yonge Street. By far the most important issue you are facing is the obstacle these bike lanes create for emergency services getting in and out of the 18 dead-end streets, home to some 5,000 residents. You've effectively walled off with traffic. Our only egress is Yonge Street. Therefore, the difficulties we face getting out of our neighborhood are the same difficulties emergency services will have getting in and are having. Despite what officials will tell you, EMS response times to our landlocked dead-end streets have been compromised. They are unable to prove otherwise. But the general traffic data provided conceals what's wrong. What we need is specific data for EMS response times between St. Clair and Roxborough, but there is none. No specific study, no deeper analysis for the directly affected area was done. We filed no fewer than 3 separate Freedom of Information requests to the city and found that the granular analysis of the data does not exist. Without that granular analysis, one can't know what is really going on. I have a Master's of Science and understand statistics. I can see how these numbers are being used to justify a predetermined agenda. The data people are referencing here today is flawed because it has been provided by a stakeholder, ActiveTO. The sample size given is large enough to bury any outliers. The fact of the matter is, the outliers in response times are what we should be looking at, not the pooled data. Extremely biased cycling advocates who do not live in the immediate area, as well as ActiveTO and city officials, are completely wrong in saying EMS response times are not affected. There is ample anecdotal evidence of emergency vehicles stuck in Yonge Street traffic. We have dozens and dozens of photos and videos. What if the Shaftesbury Avenue house fire of March 2021 happened at 8 a.m. on a Monday? What do you think the impact would be on Balmoral and Yorkville firehouses' response times? It's a terrifying thought. Every time police, fire, and paramedics face gridlock trying to get into our landlocked streets is a potential tragedy. There is no precedent anywhere that I could find in the world like this. The city is gambling with our safety and our lives. A Toronto firefighter I know personally said, eventually someone's going to die. A Toronto police officer I spoke to on the street, off the record, said, it's insanity, we absolutely hate it. Once again, I urge you to throw out average travel times and study individual EMS runs on a case-by-case basis. Only then will you get the whole picture. Average travel times in this case are meaningless. Final thought. If you vote to make these bicycle lanes permanent, you are gambling with our safety, a gamble that you will ultimately lose. Because when, not if, a tragedy occurs because EMS could not respond in as timely a manner as before these bike lanes, it will be the responsibility of all in favor, and we will be watching.
Thank you. Thank you for calling out your final thought yourself. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to the list. We have Kevin Rupesing next, followed by Debbie Briggs, followed by Simon Berger. Kevin, are you online?
Able to hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Kevin Rupesing. I'm here to speak in support of the Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot and making it permanent. I'm speaking to this both from a professional standpoint. My background's in city engineering. I work on issues around transportation and land use and sustainability, resilience. It's amazing because the Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot manages to touch on all of these. But I'm also here as a resident of the city. I've lost track, actually, of how many times I've come up to Yonge Street with friends or to visit friends, to shop or to dine on the patios. It has turned into an incredible streetscape. I have not been over to Mount Pleasant or Avenue since the pandemic because their streetscapes just don't hold a candle to what's happened on Midtown Yonge. It's an incredible transformation, and the staff report and all of the metrics that they've collected suggest it is just as much as a success as I've witnessed myself. You've heard from a lot of folks today about why they're supporting the project, and I want to add just a perspective around how cost-effective some of these quick build projects have been. In Toronto, we have a strong history of demonstrating these projects work, and they work well. Our staff have been able to deliver projects like the King Street Transit Priority Project. That was a very little investment for an enormous benefit. On Danforth Avenue, the complete street, the ActiveTO patios, once again, very little investment for the benefit that we actually got. And once again, on Midtown Yonge here, it's amazing that staff have been able to deliver these kinds of projects for pennies in comparison to what a traditional sort of project might cost. I mean, consider this project, Midtown Yonge, costs a few $1 million, like single-digit millions, and it's 3 kilometers long. If you were to take a traditional road or transit project with the same budget, it would be measured in meters. So it is incredible that this sort of initiative is orders of magnitude more cost-effective in achieving our goals. And I know that right now, all of you on this committee understand how important that is. As you're trying to get through the 2023 budget, you know how tight the city's finances are right now. We need to be clever about how we invest our money. And as the Deputy City Manager pointed out earlier today, all of these council-approved projects and initiatives, around road safety, around climate action, congestion management, local economic recovery. These kinds of projects, like what we did on Midtown Yonge here, check off nearly all of these boxes, and it costs almost nothing. And I think that is exactly the indication you need right now, in addition to all the other reasons you've heard about today, that right now it is imperative that this project become permanent. And going forward, we need to be continuing to invest in these cost-effective, quick-build projects, extending this north and south, and replicating this success on corridors all across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the next deputant, Debbie Briggs. Thank you, Debbie. You have 3 minutes.
Hill area for more than 40 years and have never seen such chaos and congestion and pollution on Yonge Street as witnessed in the last year and a half, courtesy of ActiveTO Midtown. I'm Debbie Briggs, President of the Residents Association. Our members were kept informed through newsletters, the website, and the AGM. While a few members do like the bicycle lanes, the SRE has not been copied on any single letter disagreeing with our opposition to the bike lanes on Yonge Street. Council extended the pilot to see if additional data and activities could resolve issues raised. The new data largely enforces our original contentions, which were and are. Yonge Street is simply too narrow. A 12.8 meter pavement to hold bike lanes plus 4 travel lanes of traffic needed for priority transit called for by Transform TO. Up from 17 1 year ago, there are now 28 planned developments between Bloor and Heath Street with 10,000 residential units and associated construction, traffic, and travel demands. The current travel times reported fail to account for the low traffic volumes since downtown work mobility remains at 54% of pre-COVID levels. Segmented travel times show a huge increases between Rowan and Wood and St. Clair, which remained hidden since the city presented Bloor to Davisville averages, which decreases in the other segments due to the slow recovery. The segmented travel times also suggest that granular emergency response times for this middle segment would be vastly different from pilot-wide averages. Of the 18 landlocked streets, 7 are in our area, with 469 residential units that must rely on single, unsignalized egress to Yonge Street due to the closure of Shaftesbury. The results of the city's own study done with U of T, including Professor Shoshana Sachs, Councillor Sachs' daughter, was never presented, show that the Avenue Road outperforms Yonge Street in low traffic stress accessibility. Yonge Street must accommodate regular bus service plus shuttle buses during planned and unplanned Line 1 subway closures, of which already 15 full weekend closures are being planned for TTC for 2023. Regular gridlock with the elevated GHG emissions from idling cars between Roxborough and St. Clair with 8 signalized intersections causes major traffic diversions through the adjacent neighborhoods. A 2-year water main construction project at Rowan Wood and Yonge has never been mentioned or considered. In conclusion, no data has been presented to support making the bike lanes permanent on Yonge Street. Please move them to Avenue Road where there's not only space but considerable public support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our next speaker, Spencer Berger. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes, Spencer.
Sure, no problem. My name is Spencer Berger. I'm a local resident of the neighborhood. I'm also an avid public transit user. I like biking on occasion. And I'm here really, unlike I think a number of the pro-bike lane side, which seems to be exclusively lobbyists for various special interests, whether it's business owners or what have you. I'm here just as a local resident, and I'd like council, in kind of assessing my comments, to think big and think of the city of Toronto. Think of a city that's well over 6 million people, huge numbers of whom drive to get to work, to take their kids to sporting events, to take loved ones to the hospital, to take loved ones to doctors. This is a huge, huge city, and we need to start thinking big. And this initiative is all about thinking small. It's about thinking zero sum. It's about, as many bicycle proponents have said, it's about driving cars out of the city. Now, I'm going to give you reasons for why none of those objections are actually going to be achieved in a way that the proponents think. We're not going to see a reduction in emissions. All we've seen is throttling of traffic, which means longer commutes, which means more gas being pumped into the air, okay? We are not seeing people biking. That's the most interesting thing, and I think the staff report is deliberately, as many speakers have noted, is deliberately set up to ignore apparently half the year. And why? That's because, and I take public transit every day, there is no one biking on the Yonge Pilot stream right now. It is perhaps a subsidy to Uber Eats, which loves to use it for their motorcycled drivers and delivery drivers, and God bless those people, they work really hard. But if that's what the city is about, is this is about a big subsidy for multinational corporations for 6 months a year, then by all means continue. But if you're thinking about residents, please think of the vast majority of the population of the city who cannot take advantage of these bike lanes. They can't take advantage because the elderly do not enjoy biking. Young families cannot make use of biking. Young people like myself in general don't really use that as a primary means to get to work. The reality is anyone who's disabled is going to be using a car or Wheel-Trans or the bus. You are shafting all those people by throttling traffic across the city and making it harder to live here. And I want to say this, really from the depths of my heart. I have a lot of friends and colleagues in my generation. We feel this city, and this council in particular, does not represent us. It consistently seems to look at ways to make living in the city of Toronto harder, not easier. And that is exactly what is being done by this initiative today. It's about driving people out without actually doing much to make this an easier place to live. The final thought is this. At the end of the day, the numbers in the city report actually speak for themselves. Even after all these inducements and and pressure points, at the end of the day, these bike lanes are not used 6 months of the year. Even when they are used, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 times more people use cars on just those roads to get around this city. So please think of everyone, okay? Not just an extremely tiny, very privileged minority that lives well enough that they can bike to work. Not everyone can do that in this city. Please think of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker, oh, sorry, did you have a question? No? Okay. Our next deputant is Sam Novak, followed by Sharon Bider, followed by Andrea Alexander. Do we have Sam? Sam is online. Sam, do you want to go ahead and please unmute and start?
So good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Sam Novak. I'm a resident of Toronto St. Paul, along with my wife and 3-year-old son. So I'd just like to share my perspective as a parent who walks, cycles, and drives around Yonge Street in Midtown, and really why I support making this bike lane change permanent. So prior to the bike lane expansion on Yonge, my experience walking as a young family was something basically I avoided wherever possible on Yonge Street. And that was really because of the excessive traffic noise, the pollution, overall just made it a really unpleasant place to be for any long stretch of time. But more than that, I felt generally unsafe walking with my toddler when there was basically high-speed traffic so close relative to the narrow sidewalk. With multiple lanes, what I notice is that in each direction is that the speed of cars inevitably creeps up as they try to outpace one another or pass each other around intersections. And I've personally experienced cars attempting to turn across multiple lanes onto Rose Hill, only to have them kind of slam on the brakes as they see me cross the intersection with my toddler in hand. So it's a pretty jarring experience when you have to go through it. So rather than walk, I would take back streets, as a few other deputies had mentioned, to get as close to my destination as possible without actually walking on Yonge. Or I would drive, even though I only live 15 minutes walk away. So ultimately, I really felt that as a family, our safety and comfort was being sacrificed for the convenience of people driving that were mostly using Yonge Street to pass through and not necessarily to patronize businesses. And if you still want that experience today, all you have to do is walk north from Davisville to Eglinton and see how unpleasant it is to have 4 traffic lanes kind of whizzing by you with a young child. And now contrast that experience with the current street that is in place right now with the bike lanes. And it's much more pleasant. I feel like it's calmer overall, and that buffer that the bike lane provides gives me a greater sense of safety. There's less noise. I feel like fewer idling cars, especially where there was previously parking before. And it's just kind of pleasant to stroll down and spend a morning or afternoon, and I don't feel like I'm being punished for choosing to walk. I also use the bike lane myself to run errands. Often I tow my child in a trailer behind me, and I do that traveling along Yonge Street now. Before the program, I would have, again, used back streets and detours.
Final thoughts.
So I no longer feel like I'm no longer being punished for choosing to cycle. So in summary, I'm just asking you today to approve the continuation of the bike lane program. It's opened up more options for getting around safely and transformed the street into a destination that's human scaled and welcoming to people of all ages.
Great, thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Sam, for joining us. Our next speaker is Sharon Bider. Hi, Sharon, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, committee. My name is Sharon Bider. I'm a resident of Ward 11, and I'm speaking as a longtime commuter cyclist. I've lived in Toronto for most of my life, and I've been cycling the downtown core for over 45 years. I was a founding member of the City Cycling Committee, which was initially a citizens committee authorized to advocate for cycling in the absence of any staff addressing this issue and opportunity. We promoted cycling by advocating for the original bicycle lanes on Russell Hill Road and Poplar Plains Road, and by producing the first map of cycling routes with the support of the city. From a virtually impossible invisible population, cyclists have grown to represent a significant population that votes with their feet on their pedals. And every day, we cyclists help this city, this country, and I actually feel this planet, to reduce its carbon footprint. And to continue to do so safely, we need the support of this council. The Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot has revitalized Yonge Street, and it's a tribute to the distance this city has come in recognizing that the future lies in a walkable and rideable city with vastly reduced personal vehicle use. This pilot is a success, and your own staff data confirms that more people are walking and more people are cycling, and that commerce has bloomed along this route. This committee and council needs to continue the good work that established the Russell Hill Road Poplar Plains route and that introduced lanes on Danforth Avenue and Bloor Street. The world is facing a huge challenge in climate change, and this council can and really must take the initiative if we're to maintain a livable city for current and future generations. Approving this makeover is another critical step in support of the low-carbon modes of travel and the achievement of Toronto's climate goals. As the longest road on this planet, well, it was once said to be, and arguably the longest street in our province, giving bicycles a permanent place on Yonge Street will be recognized beyond the boundaries of this city as a real commitment to a greener future. I urge you not to turn away from this opportunity to make your contribution to a livable city, and so please do make the Midtown Complete Street pilot permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councilor Morley.
I just wanted to say a quick note of thank you for your leadership in the early days and paving the way for this important work, and for your presentation and submission here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are any additional questions? Our next speaker is Andrea Alexander. Andrea, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to the meeting. My name, for the record, is Andrea Alexander, and I have lived on Birch Avenue for 37 years. I dearly love my neighborhood. Out of the many concerns I have re the bike lanes, I am going to speak to 2 of them. I am asking First off, I'm asking this committee to seriously consider the letter from the Rosedale BIA that clearly states the ways in which the bike lanes and the infrastructure on Yonge is having a negative impact on their businesses. The local residents have been informed all along that the main objective of this pilot project and the reason that Yonge Street was chosen was to assist the Yonge Street businesses during the pandemic. This has obviously been a failure. Now, secondly, I speak here as an active, healthy senior. And many of my neighbors are not quite so lucky. And as a resident and a taxpayer in the area that we are discussing here, and one who has observed the imposition of the bike lane infrastructure from day one in 2021, I want to emphasize that the people who live on Yonge and the streets that enter and exit onto Yonge, this whole pilot project is a real public safety issue. No matter how you slice and dice the data, the ability of emergency vehicles to move along this narrow stretch of Yonge is restricted at many times each day. There's little or no space for the general traffic to get out of the way to allow emergency vehicles through. You've been provided with 27 pages of data that ends up recommending this infrastructure be made permanent. However, the pandemic is passing. The city is opening up again, and busy construction season is now heating up. This present installed infrastructure is a failure for businesses and residents. Please consider that you have an option. The bike lanes could be sited on Avenue Road, and this could be safer for everyone. Please be a committee of thoughtful, independent action and make the option of Avenue Road your decision. There are 6 lanes there.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We'll move to our next deputant, Hamish Wilson, followed by Linda Brett, followed by Stephanie Rickard-Chatta. Hamish, go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you all for being here, everybody, and the remote is actually very helpful too for enabling other people to drop in. We are in a climate emergency now. It used to be an urgency. Now it's an emergency. Greatest crime ever committed was a great column by Heather Malik, and if I'm not sure how to, are we able to get this on screen? What do I have to press? That? There we are. I think that's coming up. An old map from when the Toronto target was resulting from the 1989 Changing Atmosphere Conference. This is a 1992 report with 11 routes for bike lane consideration. Yonge Street was one of them as well. Russell Hill, Poplar Plains, University Avenue, Queen's Park, also Bloor Danforth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Very important to look at. It's taking so long to get very, very, very little done, even though in the last 5 years, 10 years, it's improved markedly. So there's a lot of liability, I think, for being so slow. On both Yonge and Bloor Danforth, we have a subway underneath, and that's great when it's working. I agree it's all complex and complicated, but you know, sometimes an option is to take the subway. Margaret Lawson, she was only paralyzed on Yonge. Peter Cram, on one of the routes down here, he was killed. He couldn't go back to his family. Notice of hazard about Queen Street West. I really, really hope that we can actually tag on something that's really important to do right now. to stop a TDC contract, to finally give a bit of safe access to Parkdale, which is a neighborhood improvement area. So a motion that council requests the TDC to suspend any track work contract and related works on Queen Street West for at least a year, pending an open and thorough exploration and consultation about a relocation of a portion of these tracks to the north side for a westbound cycling lane. Parkdale really needs safe cycling access, and it's kind of criminal that we're not actually providing it after 20 years. So notice of hazard about that. ARC gave a whole bunch of notice of hazard about the lower west core, and notice of hazard as well on some portions of the the Yonge Street project. And it's complicated. Some stuff you can manage, it's okay. Even when we have a good, a pretty good installation, the infrastructure isn't good enough, or the attention to detail of the infrastructure. And that's a very sunken and dangerous grate. That gives a sense of how the proportion of it, it's about 3 inches or so. So notice of hazard about consistent disrepair in every part of the city where we are supposed to be riding. Notice of hazard about reducing speed and lack of enforcement, which is also a very systemic problem throughout the city. So generally, please try and keep these bike lanes. Don't take them away until you've got something else in place. Avenue Road does have potential, but in the meanwhile, we need the safety on Yonge. Thank you.
Are any questions of the deputant? Councillor Morley?
Thank you for your submission and some of the highlights around the climate emergency. I think that's really important and something we need to all keep in our minds and top of mind. I just wanted to be clear, you raised a number of hazards, and thank you for bringing those to our attention, but you are in favor of making this permanent on Yonge Street, or could you clarify your position on this particular item in front of us?
Well, it is, thank you. It's really, this one's actually complicated because it is, relatively speaking, a tight street like Queen, but it doesn't have the streetcar tracks, so it is possible to rearrange the lanes pretty easily. Until there's actually something in place on Avenue Road, like a real plan that you can switch from one to the next, no. Maybe a 2-year extension, or maybe a 2-year permanency or a 2-year ongoing thing, because it might take that long. Personally, I like using Yonge more than Avenue Road. It's a gentler hill, and it feels a little bit better. Avenue Road is a highway, and it's nasty. And there's a subway underneath. Now, how you manage to do and this is having the TDC needing to use Yonge for the emergency services that they have to ride sometimes, that's why Councillor Robinson wasn't in favor of this.
Right, that's helpful.
So it's complicated unless you have like a simple paint only of bike lane, travel lane, parking, and then clear off the parking in the middle of the street for an emergency busway when things are down. And that's a whole other to like somehow clear, but it's a real issue.
Yeah,
there's a set of issues.
That. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Hamish. Our next presenter is Linda Brett, followed by Stephanie Rickard-Chatta, followed by Ian Dara. Do we have Linda online or in? Do we have Linda online? Hi, Linda.
I'm online.
Yeah, we can hear you. 3 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Linda Brett, and I'm president of the Bloor Street East Neighborhood Association, acronym BINA. BINA's footprint runs along Bloor Street from Yonge to Parliament. Our Bloor Street addition to the cycling network went from pilot to permanent recently, and we thank you for that. I'm here today to support the staff recommendation to make the Yonge Street Complete Street pilot permanent and share some of our experience. BINA has been an advocate for cycling lanes on Bloor Street long before the pilot, as we believe all forms of transportation should have a way to safely travel along our streets. Our experience with respect to the installation of the cycling lanes had its challenges, lots of them, challenges that should be considered just that, challenges that need solutions. Challenges should be considered solution-based, not rejections. We believe we need further work on education of everyone, and we need increased enforcement of bad and or illegal behavior. All of that needs to be addressed and not used as a reason to reject this pilot permanent. We have been extremely pleased with the responsiveness of Transportation, Cycling and Pedestrian Projects team with Becky Katz as manager to all of those challenges. We would also like to share with you that the responsiveness has not stopped with our lanes becoming permanent. We have every reason to believe that this ongoing support will continue with Yonge Street. The letter from ABCRA speaks to the continuing dialogue, and we expect that they will not be disappointed if you make this permanent. We would also like to see the implementation of the greater safety measures for cyclists during construction activity. This was addressed in December 20th, 2001 update on Vision Zero speed management strategy and related initiatives on page 13. It speaks to transportation services updating the 2017 guiding principles for CMPs to clarify and strengthen the requirements. This needs to be addressed. This needs to be accelerated and addressed immediately. With the potential number of development applications along this stretch of Yonge Street, we believe better controls, including inspections, are needed to ensure safety for all near and around construction sites, with a side on the streets with cycling infrastructure. This comes from our personal very bad experience. We support Councillor Sack's motion on at the December 14th, 2022 council meeting improving safety on Bloor bike lanes during construction. And we are pleased that it was passed and look for results from that motion and its impact on streets with cycling infrastructure. Please pass the report and consider our other recommendations to make it safer for all. Thank you for allowing me to speak and go over my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next deputant is Stephanie Rickard-Chatta, followed by Ian Dara, followed by John Van Nostrand. Thank you, Stephanie. You have 3 minutes.
Stephanie Rickard-Chatta, and I'm one of the co-founders of Midtown Hub, a not-for-profit created 7 years ago to develop community spaces in Midtown Toronto. We engaged the community and worked with key stakeholders, much like Yonge for All is now with the Midtown Yonge Complete Street. I'd like to thank the members of Yonge for All that, as I know that it takes a lot of energy to advocate for your community. With the Davisville Aquatics and Community Center breaking ground this spring, I believe it's imperative that we maintain the complete street, including the protected bike lanes for the community to gain greater access to this new facility and continue to invest in the development of a stronger and more connected community. As an engaged member of the community and a parent of children who went to Davisville Public School, I can tell you that Davisville is diverse in socioeconomic status and cultural heritage. Previous multicultural night events were attended at the school with hundreds of countries of origin represented. Much of the school's population comes from the apartment buildings along the south side of Davisville, highly populated with new immigrants just establishing themselves in Toronto. The school qualifies for a snack program because of the presence of families who are struggling to afford living in Toronto. Maintaining and investing in a safe and protected bikeway would give the community easier and safer access to an affordable mode of transportation. Through our work, we learned that the majority of schools on the Yonge subway line are over capacity. New condo developments have signs saying that families inhabiting the building will not have their kids attend local schools, which I believe is a failure of our various levels of government, but that's for another day. The area has a high number of young families, and the Davisville Public School has 7 kindergarten classes. The population of this community and school will only continue to grow with development. We need safe spaces for these young families to get around. When the Davisville Aquatic and Community Center is built, there'll be an influx of people traveling to use the space. There are a limited number of parking spaces which will be shared by the school and the center. And the current adjacent parking lot is owned by the Times Group, who are pushing for massive condo towers, and Yonge Street has been selected as a high-density building area.
Final thoughts, and just, I didn't reset your timer, so you're about 3 minutes.
Okay. So making this growing area more accessible to walking and cycling just makes common sense. If you think that traffic is bad now with bike lanes. Just wait till all the development goes in. Ideally, I think parts of Yonge should be completely car-free, but I do believe that the city has chosen the right location for making our community more livable and our streets complete. Please continue to protect the lanes and keep them permanent.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Ian Dara, followed by John Van Nostrand, followed by Ilya Krenin. You have 3 minutes.
Councillors, could you hear me? My name is Ian Dara. I'm a former editor of Canadian Geographic magazine and have published features in National Geographic and Spacing magazines. I've been writing about environmental issues since the 1980s. I support making Toronto a more pedestrian-friendly city and support investments in public transit. I live on Jakes Avenue, one of the landlocked streets off Yonge Street, south of St. Clair, so I'm right in the middle of the study area. I think you're seeing very different views of what's going on Yonge Street, and I wouldn't be surprised if you're surprised. I think what explains this is that some of us, like me, live right in the middle of the study area. And the videos you were shown this morning of long lines of traffic on Yonge Street show the reality. It is not a quiet, bucolic street to walk on, unfortunately, now. And I've lived in the area since 2007, and I've seen the changes since the bike lanes were instituted. I do not believe that bike lanes on Yonge Street in the St. Clair neighborhood are working for the following reasons. On weekdays and even weekends, I see gridlock on Yonge Street. There are long lines of cars and trucks idling and unable to move. This was very rare before bike lanes were installed, but it's only a 4-lane road and 2 lanes were taken away. Now traffic often comes to a standstill because of the many choke points where Yonge is narrowed to 2 lanes by bike lanes and on-street parking. If one vehicle wants to make a left-hand turn, this results in a long lineup of traffic. The result is an actual increase in greenhouse gas emissions compared to 2019 before the bike lanes were installed. So we're not achieving our goals. I have personally seen fire trucks trapped on Yonge Street because vehicles have nowhere to go when they try to pull out of the way of the fire trucks. I've personally seen what happens to Yonge Street south of St. Clair when shuttle buses have to be deployed due to a shutdown in the Line 1 subway. A line of shuttle buses completely fills the available 2 lanes, blocking access for emergency vehicles. I've also seen how any construction on Yonge Street in Midtown causes traffic gridlock. My neighbor, planner Matthias Schepfler, has provided to this committee a detailed analysis of the gaps and distortions in the data and statistics used to support the decision to install bike lanes on Yonge. He has undertaken a solid piece of research. I urge every committee member to read his report dated January the 24th, 2023. As Mr. Schepfler
Final
notes,
thoughts.
My final point is I believe that the city planners have not taken into account the intense development that is planned for Midtown Toronto. There are 28 proposed condo and apartment towers to be constructed in the area between Bloor North to Heath Street. This construction will add 10,000 residential units. My recommendation would be that you look at the University of Toronto study that the City commissioned and look at the feasibility of locating bike lanes onto Avenue Road, which has 6 lanes. I'm very much in favor of making Toronto a more friendly cycle city.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is John Van Nostrand, followed by Ilya Krenin, followed by Stephen Fistel. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm John Van Nostrand. I've been an architect and planner and had a firm in Toronto, doing so since 1978. And I just mentioned, which I think is relevant here, is we were the designers of the first street of this nature in Toronto, which was St. George Street through the University of Toronto, which combined tree planting, bicycle movement, parking, and all the other same kind of combination of elements as we're talking about on Yonge Street. So, and I think it's very much a respected street in Toronto. In fact, the study that was done by the city of it 5 years afterwards to say, what did people think about it? It was getting a bit crowded with cars, and people said, well, actually people driving to work like to use this street because it calms them down before they get to work. Unlike this street, which is very upsetting and not a good way to get to work. I'm writing, though, at this point, in full support of Matthias Schlapfer's submission as well. I think it's comprehensive and really, really thoughtful, and takes many of the issues that are in play here, and puts them clearly in a paper that I'm sure a lot of other people must have by this time said you should read as well. I considered a comprehensive reasoning for why the city's temporary complete street installation on Yonge between St. Clair and Heath simply do not meet the objectives set for it. And that's before the construction of all the residential towers that everybody's alluding to here and the traffic that will come from them. But all of this, those towers and the people entering and exiting and the cars entering and exiting will happen in front of the buildings on this stretch of Yonge Street. It's already become a danger zone for pedestrians, cyclists, motorized scooter drivers, baby carriages, delivery vehicles, truck drivers, and bus drivers. In addition, given a slowly moving traffic line, those dining and drinking are exposed to excessive noise and increased exhaust fumes. I agree with Matthias, especially when he notes that the entire Complete Street pilot project is driven by misleading data and statistics, starting with the Midtown Corridor analysis, the street intercept survey, the before and after study, and now the additional rate of the new dashboards. I work on Yonge Street, which was hailed as a symbol of a new, more accessible corridor for visitors, pedestrians, cyclists, and streetcars. It's now a dead urban corridor within downtown and Yonge Street, and a dead corridor in downtown, and this corridor will become a similar thing in Uptown if we do not change the situation there, redesign it or undesign it, I think is what really is needed. I simply, in all my experience, my simple statement is you cannot fit that level of activity in a 20-meter wide road allowance. I'm not aware of any other allowance other than St. George Street where it was accomplished.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councilor Burnside has a question.
Come back. Thank you. So what would you do?
Well, I said in my first letter about the last time there were hearings that one would look at balancing. So what we did at St. George Street was actually, before we started, we did traffic counts, but they also counted cyclists and people. So we built up not just the number of drivers, but who was actually walking here and cycling here. And it turned out that if you looked at the road, it was, and of course it is a university, so there was lots of, but about 70% of the road, about 40% of the road was, 70% of the load was traffic, but it only occupied, 40% of the load was traffic, but it was allocated 70% of the right-of-way. And we simply said, well, we're just going to rebalance it. And I don't think, and people said, well, we've done the studies of this and of Jarvis and of Avenue Road, which I think the three have to be considered. Of those three, I would say that the bike lanes should be, that portion of it should be on Avenue Road or being considered on Avenue Road, just given the width we have there. And I know the work that's happening south of College Street on Avenue Road, or essentially University Avenue at that point, is traffic redirecting or traffic eliminating, and so it's going to, people are going to have to go through that at some point, and this should be an extension of that and lead from the tower at UCC right down to the waterfront at the bottom. It's a very logical street to work with.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Ilya Kranin, followed by Stephen Fistel, followed by John Hallerman. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ilya. I have been in downtown since I was 12 years old. I've lived downtown since I was 2014, and I'm now living by Bloor and Yonge. Thank you for hearing me out as I urge you to give the Yonge Street pilot permanent wings. I'm an engineer, I'm a fan of data, but you have all seen the data and don't need to speak more to it. I instead seek to put a face and maybe some words to my experience and the experience of those who are close to me. I grew up biking everywhere in Richmond Hill, also actually near Yonge Street, but never considered biking downtown until the recent investments in both bike lanes and the Toronto bike share. It felt unsafe and inaccessible. But it has since become my main form of transportation around the city and a joyous part of my everyday. At $100 a year, bike share, and therefore biking, has been by far my most affordable and effective transportation option. Before that, I used to run everywhere, so you can imagine, even the hygienic issues with that. In my days as a student and living with a low budget for years after university, this has been a difference maker in allowing me to still engage with the city I grew up in, want to stay in, and love deeply. I live near Bloor Yonge now, and since this pilot, though, Midtown has become a new and wonderful part of the city for me, opening up whole new communities and businesses to engage with and enrich my life and the life of those close to me. I've discovered comedy clubs and things like Snakes and Lattes, great restaurants, Eglinton Park with a public skating rink, but also, I think more importantly, I've got 3 friends and more besides who are now moving there and living there who can feel connected to the rest of the city because we can spend time with them and they can spend time with us. In this way, Toronto has become bigger by virtue of this pilot without actually adding a square inch. And because I and my friends have discovered these areas, we've told others about them, and those people now frequent Midtown as well. There's a snowball effect being started here of our city becoming a connected community. Midtown, and indeed none of the city, should just be an obstacle to be passed under or through, or passively glimpsed through the window of a car. It's part of our city. It's not just to be moved through, it's to be engaged with and lived in. And bike arteries, like Bloor, like University, and now like Midtown Yonge, transform what's possible. They allow us to move through the city safely, reliably, and enjoyably in a way that we simply couldn't before. Every time I've gotten my friends onto bikes through well-built bike lanes, including Yonge, the response is always, wow, this is how you get around all the time? This is fun and so much better than what I am doing right now. These are when my friends who have grown up here but have since moved to other cities come back to visit. This is what they marvel at. They marvel at new bike infrastructure. They marvel at the way we now get to live in this city. To a person, they want to live in a city they grew up in without having to own a car. A walkable, mixed-use, community-oriented city convinces them to ultimately return and make this their permanent home. This is something that I, my community, and I think ultimately everybody in this city would deeply love to happen. The last thing I'll say is that behavior change is hard and it takes time. But as a human factors researcher, there's a very simple and intuitive concept here. The more you lower the friction on a behavior, the more likely it is to happen. Safer bike lanes and accessibility to bikes via things like bike share is the lowering of said friction. There's an adoption curve here and we are about to be entering the mainstream if you, members of City Council and our community, continue investing in bikes and bike infrastructure and make this the present and the future of our city. I think for a safer, more vibrant, more connected, and more environmentally ethical, ultimately more human city, please do the right thing. Please make this pilot permanent.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Our next deputant is Stephen Fistel, followed by John Hallerman, followed by Christopher Kusinioris. Do we have Stephen online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I've been waiting a long time because there was a technical problem, but I have a very modest congratulations to the city for passing its current improvements to bike infrastructure. And yes, there is a but. As a daily committed bike rider myself, there's much room for improvement. I'm motivated to speak here not to discuss details of various bike extension proposals, but rather to say that it's about time to implement an overall plan which automatically includes a total matrix of safe and connected bike lanes without having to go back to square one each and every time there is an addition, with time and money wasted on pilot projects. The obvious thing to do is to change the existing systemic bureaucratic procedure from a paradigm of incremental change to one of visionary proof of concept adaptations that other more progressive and workable cities have already embraced. Yes, there have been improvements to bike infrastructure, but it's always too slow, and when finally done, mediocre in execution. In spite of ActiveTO claiming in its very own literature that safety is its first priority, it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious. I have complained to the city many times about the Cafe TO patios where the pylons reach even further out into the street, right next to streetcar tracks, while bicyclists still have a very narrow path to ride, including the potholes. It is an often terrifying ordeal to do the most basic short trip runs, having to deal with streetcar tracks, potholes, and crazy drivers. Don't get me wrong, there are crazy, dangerous bike riders as well, and I don't like them either. It should be a joy to ride in a city while doing errands, traveling to work, or simply for recreation. The reasons for the car-bike war is that there is no way yet that can adequately accommodate both bike riders and car riders with a kind of well-planned infrastructure that works for both. This is a very car culture city with an out-of-date bottom-line mentality that impedes progress, the kind of progress other major cities have achieved through more visionary thinking. Toronto is a no-can-do city much of the time, whining about being hamstrung by federal and provincial clawbacks rather than using the bully pulpit of the mayor's office to champion city planning that works for everyone, not just for the self-interest of limited-term politicians. Stalling tactics by commissioning studies and reports means that the decision makers are more interested in generating frustrating delays than relying on process rather than action. When it comes to finances, there is a distinct lack of vision when the budget for the Gardiner Expressway maintenance takes up 30% of what is spent on roads. What a waste, squandering money on something that is a money pit, occupying valuable space that can be used for better purposes.
Thank you for your deputation. Your
Can
past
I just say one more thing?
No, we've been cutting other people off too. Thank you. Are there any additional questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you for your patience. I know you tried to get on earlier. We had problems connecting you. Okay, our next speaker is John Hillerman, followed by Christopher Kusianorris, followed by Sarah Fastulo. So do we have John Hallerman? Okay, John, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Hi, John. We're having problems hearing you.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you now. I'll start your time, please. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I am not anti-bike lanes, but let's use them on streets where they can be installed without interfering with traffic flow. I am one of the 5,000 residents living on landlocked streets between Davenport and St. Clair, specifically Jakes Avenue. Let me start with an issue here. The current measure of travel times have all been done when the city was in COVID. The latest statistics from Strategic Regional Research Alliance, the TTC, and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce Business Data Lab indicate that downtown work-related mobility is only back to about 54% pre-COVID. TTC boarding, only 68% pre-COVID. Toronto office occupancy, 32% pre-COVID. i.e., traffic will significantly increase as the continued the city continues to return to normal. Currently, there are 28 approved or proposed development or construction projects between Bloor and Heath that will majorly impact Yonge Street traffic for the next decade and probably beyond. There's also the 2-year water main project at Rowanwood, and as well the subway station remodeling going on at Summerhill and Rosedale. So, where do all the construction supply vehicles go? How do they turn? Yonge Street is a major artery, but is too narrow with 2 lanes for all of these large trucks and traffic and back lanes. Importantly, there are 18 landlocked streets between Devonport and St. Clair, with the only exit being 5 for 5,000 residents. Large and small trucks and cars have and are already being diverted down residential streets, bringing pollution, congestion, and safety concerns to these neighborhoods. Buses must use Yonge Street for subway breakdowns and closures, and these are frequent and diabolical. And as the previous speaker mentioned, there are already some 14 proposed complete weekend for this year. 2 extensive cycling assessments by independent transportation consultants were done for other parts of Yonge Street, but not done this narrow part. Fortunately, there is an alternative. Remove bike lanes on Yonge Street immediately, move them to Avenue Road, where there are not the number of construction projects involved in Yonge Street. Importantly, Avenue Road would be an extension to the university bike lanes. The city is growing. The TTC is expected to be over capacity by 2026. But how can a bus relief line run down a congested, narrow Yonge Street? Bottom line, bikes aren't a solution to climate change.
Final thought.
It is. Bike lanes really used only partly of the year. Importantly, Ian Darrow and James Andrews were both 100% correct. And I urge you to go back and listen to and look again for what they've said.
Thank you.
City Hall to put safety ahead of ideology.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Other questions of the deputant? Okay, our next deputant is Christopher Kusunoris, followed by Sarah Fasulu, followed by Chris Robinson. And I would like to tell people in the room the time is displayed on the screen, and if you're online, you should also be able to see that on screen. So just everybody could be mindful of 3 minutes. We do still have quite a few deputants left. Go ahead, Christopher, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you to everyone who's come out to speak. This is my first time being down here. It's really cool to see democracy in action, and I think this is very exciting. My name is Christopher Kusunoris. I have lived in the Yonge Street area my whole life, and I'm speaking to you today to ask you to make the pilot program permanent. In my 24 years here, I've never seen the street more alive than since the pilot has been implemented. To be fair, I wasn't exactly collecting data right off the bat. I was just a child, more concerned with, jumping over the cracks on the sidewalk on the way to school, where I attended the York School at Yonge and Farnham. And at the time, I had no concept of how the urban design decisions made by our civic leaders would dictate how safe that walk to school was. And as I started to get older, I realized it maybe wasn't as safe as I thought, seeing the high-speed traffic moving by as I was walking to school. And later, when I learned of a teacher who was injured nearby while cycling, I knew something needed to change. So the street needed a change. Toronto's Main Street needed a reimagination. And implementing this complete street pilot was an incredible first step in getting us there, taken by our city. Even with just this temporary program, the sidewalks feel safer. I see more of my neighbors out and about, enjoying a bike ride or having a meal on a patio. I personally took my first bike ride down Yonge, despite living in the neighborhood my whole life, because I finally felt safe to do so. I've patronized more businesses, and it's brought me closer to the community. This is seriously what a street designed for people looks like. I drive, I walk, I bike, and I take transit along Yonge, and I feel seriously respected by council that they have thought to design for each of those choices. So thank you for your leadership on this important issue. And now I know that when I walk down that street and I see that next kid hopping over the cracks on the sidewalk to school, I know they have a safer walk on their way to school. So thank you very much for your attentive listening and your support today, and I hope that you make the Midtown Yonge Complete Street Pilot permanent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Morley?
Thank you for attending and for your submission. I'm glad to have you engaging in the process. It's always wonderful to see. You spoke about how this pilot has increased your sense of safety, and we have heard from residents, unfortunately, on the other side of that experience, specifically the gentleman earlier whose son had been hit in and around the neighborhood. I just wanted to ask if you could elaborate a little bit on why you feel safer with this pilot and why that's important to you.
Streets are a public space that belong to all of us. And as we've heard today, we all want to see our modes protected. We want to see everyone moving through comfortably and respected. And that's always going to be a challenge. And there will be conflicts and there will be trade-offs. But personally, I see that when we create space for everyone, the bike lanes provide a bit of a separation between the fast-moving traffic. They shorten the crossing distances. And this is just a temporary program. I know you're all very passionate about seeing what the city and the amazing staff can do if we make it permanent and continue to increase the safety there. So yes, there are trade-offs. I was very sorry to hear about that gentleman before. But I think the right direction to go in is calming traffic and treating our streets again as a place to belong, as a place to be, and for all of us in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputants are Sarah Fasulo, followed by Chris Robinson, followed by Bob Guilfoyle. Do we have Sarah? Sarah online. Sarah, go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I use the Yonge Street bike lane to get to my office every single day. I come from Davenport and Ossington. So it's about an 8-kilometer ride, and my Davenport dedicated bike lane connects directly to the Yonge line now. And I take the Yonge line all the way up to Davisville and cross over to Mount Pleasant. So I use that Yonge Street bike lane on a daily basis. And I can tell you, since I started using it in 2021, it has made my commute a lot safer. Especially because I cycle 365 days a year. So I'm out there in the winter, when it's snowing, when it's icy, when it's raining, and to know that I'm protected by the curbs, the posts, the various planter boxes makes me feel so much safer and protected. Because at the end of the day, the cars, I don't believe, want to run me over. But the reality is there are everyday distractions. And if something goes wrong and they can't stop because of the ice or they're distracted, I will lose that battle every single day because I'm on a bike. So having a protected bike lane allows me to get to and from work safely. It gives me peace of mind that I don't have to keep checking over my shoulder to make sure everybody's giving me the right amount of space. If you take that lane away, I'm still going to take Yonge Street, but I can tell you I'm going to take that lane and it's going to piss drivers off even more. So I really need that bike lane to stay safe. I think what this comes down to, similar to the previous speaker, this is a conversation about how we can all live together as a community safely. This is not about making a priority for cars or a priority for bikes. Putting one vehicle over the other as a priority, to me, that becomes a conversation about entitlement. And I think we have to, as a city and a community, move the conversation away from that. The conversation should be, how can we all live together and use Yonge Street safely? And so I would really appreciate if you guys kept the Yonge Street bike lane. It really keeps me safe to and from my office every single day, 365 days a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Chris Robinson, followed by Bob Guilfoyle, followed by Sam Baez. Do we have do we have Chris Robinson online?
Yes. Hello.
Hi,
Hey.
thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks for hearing me. I am Chris Robinson, Professor Emeritus of Finance and Senior Scholar, York University. I live at Yonge and Lawrence. I have been cycling and cycle commuting in Toronto for over 50 years. I urge you to support making Yonge and the Bayview experiments permanent. Bayview isn't getting mentioned much today. I use both. The congestion on Yonge Street arose not because of the pandemic, not because of the bike lanes, but because of the pandemic. Just take a look at the timing. there's a coincidence here, and this is a failure to make sense of the data. The remedy for the problems such as the gentleman whose son was unfortunately hit is to enforce traffic laws, not to ban bicycles. We don't have 6 months of winter. I mean, your Southerners have no idea what winter really is like. I don't bike when there's snow and ice, but there's not much of that. We brought up our kids for 26 years with no car. I'm now 72 and I have multiple disabilities, and I'm still cycling. The economic benefits don't extend just to cyclists. Taking cars off the street for bikes reduces wear on the roads and leaves room for those who must drive. Fewer cars means less of the pollution that overloads our hospitals with asthma and heart attacks during the warm weather. More cycling means healthier people. All of us, cyclists and non-cyclists alike, benefit from more safe cycle routes. Thanks for making my cycling, our cycling, safer. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Bob Guilfoyle, followed by Sam Vise, followed by Colin Kelleher. Bob, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Robert Guilfoyle. I've been a resident of Elkhorn Avenue in the Summerhill neighborhood for 15 years. I've seen a great deal of development on Yonge Corridor in that time, and as we know, a massive amount of residential development is expected over the next several years. Because of this and my experience with a complete street pilot that exists now, I'm here to voice my disappointment and opposition to the plan as it now stands. My opposition primarily because the current plan is unsafe for all those using Yonge Street, whether it be by bikes, on foot, or in cars. My disappointment because I think the City of Toronto should be capable of doing a much better plan. Let me make one point absolutely clear. I am not opposed to dedicated bike lanes, and I'm probably going to annoy a lot of my friends in this room. I am not even opposed to dedicated bike lanes on Yonge Street. What I am is opposed to a program that currently tries to jam every conceivable program the city has to offer into a street that is already overstressed long before bike lanes were considered or ActiveTO was even conceived of. We are now faced with this stressed artery also accommodating 21 ActiveTO patios, on-street parking, delivery areas, bike lanes, to go with a major TTC line that we all know has to be supplemented with buses, often at street level. The corridor also has an added stress of 18 landlocked streets, of which I live on one of them, that are populated with children, elderly, schools, daycares, and they have no other access to Yonge Street except to get to their homes. Let me give you some examples why this is a serious safety concern. The city's own estimation travel time during rush hour from Bloor to Davisville is 12 minutes. That is approximately 15 kilometers an hour. That's half the Ontario speed limit for a school zone. What happens is frustrated drivers who are trying to get up Yonge Street inevitably fly down Elkhorn, fly down Burke.
Final thoughts.
Try to get off of, get to Avenue Road, and when they find out they cannot, they come back even faster, even more frustrated. My question is this to the committee. Why do we have to have bicycles and ActiveTO and every other conceivable accompaniment on this street and make it impossible to traverse for the people who live there, the people on these streets who apparently have not been considered in this plan?
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming today. Our next speaker is Sam Vise. Do we have Sam online? Sam, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just going to share my screen. Oh. I'm just going to share my screen. Can someone allow me to share my screen, please?
Yeah, they're working on it.
Okay.
There you are. Go ahead.
Please let me know if you can. Great. I live on Roxborough, and I want to address one of the issues that I see is happening is understanding the flow of traffic. Bayview, Mount Pleasant, Yonge Street, and Avenue Road are northwest corridors. When we constrict the flow of traffic on Yonge Street, what inevitably happens is we see that traffic has to move somewhere. So from Mount Pleasant, they use Roxborough Street East, Roxborough Street West, Woodlawn, Farmham, and Beloyal. I live on Roxborough, and I want to address the issues that we're seeing on Roxborough, which we've been trying to raise with the city since 2017. If you look at, we have asked since 2017 to get data for the traffic area. The city finally shared it with us on December 6th of 2022. If you look at the bottom right-hand side, if I look at the pre-COVID traffic traveling, turning on to Roxborough, so traveling north on Yonge, turning left onto Roxborough, was 484 cars. If I look at pre-ActiveTO, which is in May of 21, it was 989 cars. If I look at May of 2022, it went up to 3,000 cars that are being turned on to Roxborough. This is unacceptable. We raised this with the city, and when they came back to us, they told us they're going to put a dedicated left turn lane on Yonge Street to drive more traffic onto Roxborough. And the rationale or trade-off was this will eliminate load spaces when cafe is not present. There's no consideration for the impact of our street. I'm going to show you a video here, and this is starting halfway down Roxborough towards Avenue Road. I'm going to speed it up due to time, but I'm walking here. This happens every single day for 3 hours. There's queues of cars. And as my previous person presented, this creates aggression and angry drivers. And this is not fair for us who live on the street. Roxborough is a beautiful street. We have lots of festivals. You see here on the right is a Hare Krishna festival that takes place every summer. We try to use our street. We have a beautiful park. We have a women's shelter on our street. We used to have a preschool. We have lots of activities. And with the introduction of these bike lanes, you're making our street and all other streets that run east and west off Yonge Street unusable.
You have 5 seconds.
And so thank you. Our recommendation is 2 things. One, we feel that the pilot should remain a pilot until the city comes up with a resolution that addresses what's happening by diverting traffic off Yonge Street onto ours. We also need turn restrictions off Yonge Street. We also want to make sure that there's no traffic light at Avenue Road and Roxborough Street West to accommodate more traffic. And we also want to make sure that Roxborough Street West remains a local road. And the last is that we have regular counts to take place on our street. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Colin Kelleher, followed by Evan Perlman, followed by Lorraine Delson. Do we have Colin? Go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, my screen isn't connecting here. I have here we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Colin Kelleher. I live partway down the block between Yonge's on Roxborough West, between Yonge and Avenue Road. I would like to speak today about 3 things: the impact of the pilot on the side streets, on traffic on the side streets, the data presented by the city, and engagement with the city over the past 2 years. So my analysis of the data presented by the city paints a very different picture to what's you know, what the conclusions that the city has come to. And I'd like to make 3 points about the volume increase, and then and one final point. The 3 points are that southbound, there are 3 different years of data: 2022, 2021, and 2017. 2021 is actually quite similar to 2017. So for the purposes of this, and it's also in the middle of COVID, so I took the 2017 data and compared it to the 2022 data. Very, very similar, so that comparison was possible. The southbound cars that are turning right from Yonge onto Roxborough have increased from 1,000 to 2,400 daily cars, and the northbound turning left have increased from 1,000 to 3,000 daily cars. 3,500 cars turn southbound off Roxborough onto Yonge Street, and 1,000 of those cars proceed along Roxborough East, which is showing a clear throughway of cars trying to get off of Yonge Street because, in my view, because of the pilot. The last point, which is a key point, is 17,000 cars going northbound on Yonge Street. 3,000 of them turn on Roxborough. So 20% of the traffic that is on northbound Yonge Street turns on Roxborough to avoid on its way westward. It's a huge, major statistic. The next slides I have there are, in the interest of time, I'm just going to go straight through them. You
have 10 seconds.
The increase, there's a massive increase. Roxborough is a local road with primary function to provide access to property. The Davenport and the other streets should be sharing this responsibility. I drove northbound, and the left turn lane at Davenport, which we spoke to the city about extensively, is not active. We had engagement with the city, and I have some letters I've submitted here, but they said that one key in one of the letters is they said that they would deal with the safety. I quote, "The goal is to provide safer movements on all road users and relieve the congestion." It has not relieved the congestion from on Roxborough.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming in today. Our next speaker is Evan Perlman, followed by Lorraine Dallison, followed by David Tickle. Do we have Evan in the room or online? Online. Evan, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Evan Perlman. I'm a registered professional planner and senior development manager at 10 Block. I'm speaking to provide our strong support for the Midtown Yonge Complete Street pilot to be made permanent between Bloor and Davisville. 10 Block is a long-standing housing developer and owner of apartment buildings throughout Toronto. We are striving to be a trailblazer among developers in the city in the design, provision, and promotion of bike-friendly facilities. For our developments, this will include, at a minimum, the inclusion of best-in-class design bicycle parking areas, amenities that support cycling use, and dedicated bike elevators and/or access ramps. In addition, our proposals incorporate Toronto bike share stations to further support the network's fast expansion throughout the city. We're aware of the clear goals of the city and the local community on the importance of sustainability, and we're cognizant of the environmental impacts of development and transportation. 10 Block's largest project at 25 St. Mary Street is located just south, about 200 meters of the major intersection of Yonge and Bloor. The project is designed to comprehensively support multimodal transportation, given its location in the heart of downtown. It will prioritize cycling supportive infrastructure for residents who select cycling as part of their lifestyles, and despite including 1,283 new and rental replacement homes, it is not proposed to include any resident car parking. The retail space that is also involved as part of our mixed-use proposal is envisioned, at least in part, as a bike cafe, which would function as a hybrid retail space with a cafe and bike shop. Developments like ours depend on complete streets with expanded cycling infrastructure. We believe it's also important to recognize that for Yonge Street to truly be a complete street, cycling infrastructure needs to connect further south of Bloor Street into the downtown core. If this pilot is made permanent, there will still be a gap between this project area, which ends roughly at Charles Street, just south of Bloor, and the area covered by the Young Tomorrow project, which starts only at College Street further south. We therefore ask you to recognize the necessity for Young Complete Street to be expanded further south to cover the gap between Charles and College Streets in the downtown core. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Lorraine Delson, followed by David Tickle, followed by August Puranouth. Do we have Lorraine on video? Hi, Lorraine, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Please confirm I can be heard.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Like many others, I've lived in the area a long time, since the 90s, and I traverse the area on foot, by car, on bike, and by transit. And I'm going to keep this short, but I really want to say that this is about vision, and it's about actually encouraging less cars on Yonge Street, not returning to 4 lanes, and the induced demand for more cars that would bring. But I realize change is not easy, and this is really a work in progress. And I really hope that we can turn our attention to collaboratively and constructively making this better. You know, we do need to look more about safety and what's happening at the intersections and the side street impacts, as well as the construction zones. I know elsewhere in the city, making sure there are protections for access and safety in construction zones, particularly with so much that's coming to Yonge Street. One thing I haven't heard mentioned in terms of access, it's also slated to add a community center into Ramsden Park. And I'd really, I can imagine that people will want to walk and wheel there, and having the bike lane accessible to reach that destination will be very important. So I'm very supportive, but I think we still have work to do, and hope we can set ourselves in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thanks for joining us. Our next speaker is David Tickle, followed by August Puranouth, followed by Steve Clayman. David, are you online?
I'm
Hi.
here.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors. I'm president of the Quantum Owners and Residents Association, which encompasses the residents of 900 homes just at 2181 and 2191 Yonge Street. We're on the east side of Yonge between Eglinton and Sudan. Including other buildings completed in construction and planned, there will soon be around 7,000 residents on this small part of Yonge Street alone. I'm here to ask you to make the Yonge Complete Street permanent. Also, to take immediate action to extend Yonge Complete Street north to Broadway Avenue, which is 2 blocks north of Eglinton. I'll focus on this extension in my remarks. My condo neighbors and I have noticed a silver lining in the road traffic restrictions caused by the LRT construction along Eglinton. Somehow, the vehicular traffic has survived. Meanwhile, the restrictions have made the Yonge-Eglinton intersection safer for pedestrians and cyclists, including those with mobility limitations. This has taught us that we need permanent traffic calming on these main arteries. Let's assume the Yonge Complete Street is approved. Once the Crosstown LRT is built, Metrolinx will pay for street remediation at the Yonge-Eglinton intersection. I suggest that the city work with Metrolinx to bring the Yonge Complete Street up to Broadway, which is 2 blocks north of Eglinton. This will connect the Yonge Complete Street with the Eglinton Connects Complete Street that's also envisaged. I suggest the committee ask city staff to initiate discussions with Metrolinx about this concept and report back as soon as possible. Here are 3 reasons for considering this. First, the Yonge-Eglinton area of Midtown is one of the most densely populated areas of the city, and that density continues to increase. This includes the 2 main arteries with the tallest condo towers, Yonge Street and Eglinton Avenues. These 2, now intensely residential streets, need to be complete and have traffic calming. We heard a lot of speakers who live in residential neighborhoods complain about the traffic. Well, we have those issues too. Second, the new and coming residential towers are bringing many thousands of bike walkers to the young Eglinton Center, far more than the number of indoor car parking spots. They need direct access to the Toronto cycling network. And third, hooking up the Young Bike and Complete Street route with the Eglinton route, Bike and Complete Street route makes obvious sense. We're at a moment in time when the city can and should take advantage of this opportunity that coincides with completion of the crosstown to work with Metrolinx to seize the opportunity and make this
10 seconds.
as soon as 2024. This is your historic opportunity to nail down the complete streets infrastructure at the center of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. August Pernath is our next speaker. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Hello, councillors. My name is August Penticlan Pernot, and I'm a student here in this city, and I'm here speaking on behalf of TTC riders. I depend on walking and transit to get everywhere, so I'm not exactly a cyclist, but I stand in strong support of the permanent pilot. Toronto is a city that is hostile to people like me, people who are on foot or on transit, or they use mobility devices or bicycles. The Midtown Yonge pilot has improved safety on Yonge Street for all users and has transformed this section of Yonge from a noisy thoroughfare for cars to a space for the community and a space for people to just simply be. There has been up to a 162% increase in cycling and up to a 142% increase in pedestrian trips on this part of Yonge. So I would like to thank council, advocates like Yonge for All and Cycle Toronto, and of course city staff who worked hard to make this all possible. As our climate crisis further deteriorates, it is critical that the city invests in infrastructure that encourages walking, cycling, and taking transit. Transit and active transportation goes hand in hand. Transit users also walk and use the bike. That's what they do when they get off the bus or they get off the subway. So investments in complete streets improve the quality of life for people who take transit as well, and actually expand the catchment area of transit stations. When people have more safe ways to access transit, they will use transit more often. The Midtown Yonge pilot does just that. Notable is while travel times for Line 1 shuttle buses, which I am quite familiar with, had initially increased when the pilot was first implemented, now the travel time is quite the same as before. The issue was traffic congestion. As people are opting to drive and instead opting to use sustainable modes, now that the street has been designed and the space has been reallocated for that. So it's working. This pilot is an improvement for transit riders. I do want to highlight that travel times increases for auto drivers are merely seconds. Dozens of people in this city who are walking or cycling are killed every year. The opposition here might want you to believe that the lives of these people are not worth the tiny increase in travel times, and I think that is simply wrong. Hard data shows that the largest average increase in trips have been by 69 seconds. So I do want to ask, is 69 seconds worth the lives of people who walk and bike on Yonge Street? I don't think so. Our city should be safe for all. The Midtown Yonge project should be made permanent. Protecting the lives of people in this city, that should be the #1 priority in the street design. We also must be proactive with bike lane expansion and streetscape improvements across the city. We cannot afford to wait for people to die on our streets before we make these kinds of improvements. We cannot afford to sit back and let cars choke our city as the climate crisis accelerates. We need to achieve our transformed TO goals of 50% of trips under 5 kilometers taken on sustainable modes by 2030. So I encourage you to please make this pilot permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you for coming in today. Our next deputant is Steve Clayman, followed by Brian Parker, followed by Claire McDonald. Steve? Do we have Steve online? No? Okay. Next speaker is Brian Parker. Thank you, Brian. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. If I need an extra minute, may I have it? I'm a registered planner. I live at 133 Marlborough with my family. We've lived at Ground Zero for the last 30 years, and I'll give you a planning lens on this. I'm a registered planner. Map 3 of the official plan specifies minimum cross-section widths for its main streets. This is all towards being able to deliver growth management objectives at the city. You could take, one note to take would be look at map 3. Another note to take would be look at section 2.25 of the official plan. It's entitled Integrating Land Use and Transportation, and it speaks to why we need minimum cross-section widths. And it's to deal with the overall objectives in the context of complete streets, to create a well-functioning street network that is planned and designed to provide safe access, efficient operation for all street activities, guidelines for applying complete streets, to assist in resolving and balancing the competing demands placed upon our rights of way. The operative words are balancing, well-functioning, safe access, and efficient operation. It's all about map 3 and having our major streets obtain minimum cross-sections to support growth management objectives of the city, okay? I would put to this committee that on a properly operating major street that does meet the minimums, you can meet the competing objectives of complete streets, not on a right-of-way as we have on Yonge Street here in this precinct, which is 57% existing below the city's minimum target of 20 meters. John Van Nosteren made sort of an incorrect reference that 20 meters is not wide enough. 20 meters is not the current, 20 meters is planned for Yonge. Currently, it's 12.8 meters. It's 57% below the minimum. The cross-section width is 42 feet. And essentially, what is happening here is the shoehorning in of complete streets into a deficient cross-section, okay? And then when you add to that, I would just say about the other structural anomaly here in this precinct is St. Clair, Summerhill, Rosedale. Those three stations are located within 1.25 meters of each other, and the 1.25 kilometers of each other. About 6,000 new residential units coming on in the next 5 years that are in the pipeline. And when you take a deficient cross-section with this level of development coming, you have a structural deficiency.
Thank you.
Okay, bottom line, complete streets should be shifted to a road that does meet the minimum cross-section of 20 meters, Avenue Road.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our next deputants, Claire McDonald, followed by Colleen Dempsey, followed by Brian Burchell. Claire McDonald? Claire, you're online. Hi, thank you, Claire. Can you, unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Claire McDonald, and I've lived in Midtown Toronto for most of my life, over 20 years in Davisville Village, and now in Leaside. I want to say today that I've benefited so much from the Yonge Street bike lane pilot over the last few years, and I ask that the city keep the pilot in place. I appreciate the pilot as a cyclist, as a pedestrian, as a user of the TTC, and even as a driver. Growing up in Midtown, I would often bike around Mount Pleasant Cemetery with my parents. As I got older and able to cycle farther, it became apparent to me that the sense of safety I experienced there did not exist on city streets near me, especially any of the routes that would take me downtown or beyond my neighborhood. During my time at U of T's downtown campus, later in life, I began to work, and after I began to work downtown upon graduating, I often thought how nice it would be to be able to bike to get where I was going downhill on the way to work or to school, and taking a more challenging route back home. But until 2021, this never felt safe or possible. The addition of bike lanes to Yonge Street has opened up my access to the downtown in new ways. I'm so grateful to now have a much safer way to get where I'm going, whether it's going to work, to see friends, to visit a new park, or to access other bike trails like the one at the waterfront. I live right off of Eglinton, and also look very forward to seeing complete streets implemented there for safer east-west options that will ideally connect to Yonge Street in future. I want to mention as well that I'm a car owner and I drive in the city as well. I do have sympathy for the local residents who've been impacted by changes to traffic around the pilot area. We've heard a lot from them today. I live on a side street myself, just off of Eglinton Avenue, and the Midtown Crosstown construction has led to a lot of traffic on my side street day in and day out. I know it's frustrating, but I want to emphasize that bike lanes are not the issue at my home. The issue is really people's attachment to their cars. I realize some people do need cars to get around, but I really do believe that the problem in many of these neighborhoods is a failure to realize that you are living in the middle of a very dense city. Many people can look beyond cars and should be trying to make other decisions. Throughout the day, I've also heard opponents of the Midtown Complete Street pilot complain that bike lanes are the cause of driver road rage. But I really don't believe that people's inability to control this road rage should count against bike lanes. In fact, it demonstrates that vulnerable road users do really need to continue to be protected on Yonge Street and on side streets in the area. As someone who loves to walk on Mount Pleasant and Yonge Streets,
10
I
seconds.
also just want to add that I really believe the complete street projects have improved our streetscapes for pedestrians and local businesses. I thank you for your time and urge you to maintain this pilot project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Colleen Dempsey, followed by Brian Birchall, followed by Miriam Siddiqui. We have Colleen online.
Hello, thank you very much.
Thank you, Colleen. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I live on Roxborough Street West, and I have a brief slideshow of photographs of what's going on. I'd like to say I don't drive. I drive possibly once a month. I walk my children to school every day. I pick them up from school. I take the TTC to get to my office. So this isn't about a love of cars at all. And this is also not about the people on Roxborough and their cars, because the 3,000 people zipping back and forth on Roxborough don't live there. So I'm not sure how, okay, so sharing, open system preference. Okay. Okay, so I'm not sure how this is going to work because it doesn't. Okay.
You should have the ability to share.
Okay. I'm trying to share my screen. I don't think you can see it. However, I will, in the interest of time, I will just read to you and I will send you the photographs. So I live on Roxborough Street West with my husband and my children. I'm a mediator, an arbitrator, and I teach workplace law, including human rights and collective bargaining at Queen's Law in Kingston. This is our neighborhood and is a true community comprised of families with children, elderly people, intergenerational families, young people, and dogs. As residents of the neighborhood, we care about each other and the air our children breathe, the environment, and we care about safety. And I am deeply concerned about the addition of 3,000 new cars to this area of Yonge Street in general, but with the presence of bike lanes on Yonge Street, and it just is going to be a disaster. You can have bike lanes, or you can have all these developments with cars, but you can't have it both ways. Asking residents, to be calm is great, and we want more density because we recognize there's a housing crisis in our city. But this process where you are taking a tiny stretch, a narrow stretch of Yonge Street, and squishing in everything under the sun is dangerous. And a holistic view of this process should be acknowledged. Our family walks and uses the TTC. And according to my Fitbit, I walk on average nearly 14,000 steps a day. I walk my kids to school, I go to my appointments, and I use the TTC. When cars cause accidents, we can tell you who they are because we take their licenses. But when cyclists cause accidents, we can't because there's no way to identify them. This is about congestion, increased emissions due to idling and safety. I have photographs, which I can send to you, of cyclists riding on the streets, on the sidewalks. And when I asked a woman why she wasn't in the bike lane, she said, as a previous deputant said, the lanes are too narrow. The other cyclists, motorized bikes and mopeds whip past her. I have photographs of fire trucks just trapped in traffic on September 14th, and then later in the afternoon, ambulances trapped on the street.
10 seconds.
I would like bike lanes on Avenue Road because I would like bike lanes, but I would also like to know that if someone's hurt, the emergency vehicles can get to them. And as a final thought, to Mr. Kurionis, who said that he was sorry that the man's child was hit, but there have to be trade-offs, I will tell you that as a parent, harm to my child is not an acceptable trade-off. And I have a legally blind child who I have had to pull out of the way of cyclists on the red.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Brian Birchall. Do we have Brian online? Hi, Brian, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to appear before the committee. Bloor Annex BIA is a mid-sized downtown core city agency representing 237 member businesses, offering a wide range of restaurants, products, and services. I'm the general manager of that BIA. I'm here today because I think we have some insight to offer the committee on the bike lane proposed to be made permanent on Yonge Street. Like Yonge, Bloor is a Main Street business corridor and a major subway route. Yonge, like Bloor, has a venerable business matrix that struggles to keep brick and mortar enterprises alive in the midst of all things Amazon. We found that with bike lanes, our sales went up on average, and we have the point of sale terminal data to prove it. Many business owners see bike lanes as just another nail in their coffin. That was the attitude in Bloor Annex in 2015 when the city proposed a pilot bike lane for Bloor. The sky will fall, many merchants predicted. BIAs across the city have widely varying views about the desirability of installing bike lanes on their main streets. Many feel that a customer arriving by car and occupying a fair chunk of roadway to park it is their prime demographic, but they really don't know for sure. And perhaps that's what BIAs had in common when it comes to bike lanes. None of us know precisely how our customers get to our shops, restaurants, and theaters. It's mostly anecdotal evidence which inform these widely disparate yet passionately held views. This is why the Bloor Annex BIA, together with Koreatown and with the generous support of the Metcalf Foundation, commissioned a study, a survey of patrons and merchants to determine how customers got to our district and what merchants perceive about their customers' needs for bike lanes versus car parking. An organization called TCAT, with researchers based at the UT, sent a team into the annex in Koreatown in October of 2015. This is pre-pilot. They did 3,000 interviews with customers and merchants before the pilot and during, on Bloor and on a control site on the Danforth, where at the time there were no bike lanes. The BI needed to determine will it be a death knell for our members, or is it actually good for business? The empirical data derived from this research helped our BIAs make an informed choice about the desirability of permanent bike lanes for Bloor, which should help other downtown BIAs make informed choices of their own. For us, this is not ideological. The pilot was a necessary step in testing a model for a city that works better, businesses included. The results: the number of businesses that reported 100 customers or more per day increased in the study area. That increase was similar on the Danforth. Vacancy rates held steady at 6% in Bloor Annex and Koreatown. The majority of merchants believe that at least half of their customers are driving to Bloor. However, fewer than 10% of the customers agree with them. Merchants on Bloor prefer to drive, 49% of them, and that did not change.
At time.
But it remained the least preferred travel choice of their customers. After the installation of the bike lane, the proportion of visitors who perceive Bloor as safe tripled, while perceptions of safety on Danforth dropped from 10%. The majority of women who reported now feel safe cycling on Bloor.
Thank you. You're at time. Okay, thank you, Brian. Questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, our next speaker is Miriam Siddiqui, followed by Trevor Townsend, followed by Valerie Endicott. And just a reminder, the timer, if you're in the room, is at the front of the room, and if you're online, it should be one of the windows that are available for you. Miriam? Hi, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Miriam Siddiqui. I grew up at Yonge and Davisville. I've worked at Yonge and St. Clair and currently a resident of Ward 13. And I'm here to ask the committee to make the Midtown Yonge Complete Street a permanent fixture in Toronto. For over a decade, I lived near Bloor and Church. Traffic is chaotic at that intersection, to say the least, especially during rush hours. Drivers don't respect the lights, and so people crossing the street have to weave between cars that are blocking the crosswalks. You have to be on high alert to ensure you don't get hit. As a pedestrian, it's scary. 2 years ago, I moved to Yonge and Bloor. This intersection is less than 350 meters away from Bloor and Church. It has the same traffic, the same drivers, but it's a completely different experience. Why? Because of how it's designed. There's a zebra crossing, prolonged lights, and a light cycle exclusively for pedestrians. These two side-by-side intersections prove that design matters and can make the city safer. We need to rely on how our streets are designed because our other means of doing so are not working. 3 years ago, the Toronto Police released data that showed tickets issued for speeding, distracted driving, running through a stop sign or stoplight had plummeted. In 2018, police issued fewer tickets related to traffic than they had in any year in the previous decade. In that same time frame, collisions rose by 48%. The city itself is also struggling to keep up with its automated speed enforcement. In 2021, data was shared that showed 89,000 tickets for speeding were not issued because they could not get them out within the provincially mandated timeframe of 23 days. If we cannot rely on traffic enforcement, we have to figure out other ways to make our streets safer, and the Midtown Yonge pilot is a perfect example of how to do this. Yonge Street between Bloor and St. Clair has been one of my pandemic mental health walks. I've literally walked that stretch almost 1,000 times in the past 3 years. Since the pilot was installed, traffic still flows, there are still places to park, but at the same time, this redesigned street is calmer, it feels safer, and it's much more enjoyable to travel on however you get around. People gather on patios, they take their dogs for walks to neighborhood parks, they run errands at small independent businesses. Yonge Street is not just a thoroughfare, it's a meeting place. How we design our streets, crossings, and sidewalks will have a massive impact on helping the city achieve its Vision Zero goal, but we still have a long way to go. Today is January 30th, and already this year, 18 people have been hit by drivers, as reported by the Toronto Police. 18 people, that's more than one every other day. 2 of them have died. You have the opportunity to make this part of the city safer for all residents, however they get around. I'm asking you, please vote to adopt the city staff recommendation to make this pilot permanent.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Trevor Townsend. Trevor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to be very clear that Be Rational TO, we're a community-based organization almost exclusively being represented by people who live in the immediate area that this pilot has had enormous impact on. But I also want to make it very clear today that our organization are certainly not anti-bike. Many of the people who are supporting us, in fact, are active bikers in the community. And so when I come here today and speak, I think I speak from a voice of reason, a voice that is of the belief that we all need to coexist together. And so you as a committee have such an important responsibility because you have the opportunity to set the example. And the example that you have to set is that you as a committee need to look at how we can incorporate bikers into our roadways. You clearly, there's a contingent out there in the population that want it and support it. And I don't think, from what I've heard today, there's a lot of opposition to making sure we have bikes available. The issue today isn't about that in my mind. Today, the issue is about public safety. Okay? When somebody goes defib and they've got minutes to get help, when a child's throat closes in because they've had unfortunate access to a peanut when they have allergies, this is about getting people medical care. And we all know people who fall in that category. So my concern and my challenge to those of you today who are supporting this bike lane proposal is step back, think about it for a second. You've got a city that you want to convince that you're reasonable, and you want a city to buy into changing their roadways to accommodate you, okay? And accommodate what is important to you. To do that, you also need to set the example. And the example that you need to set is that you can be reasonable. And so when you hear people telling you that they're afraid for their personal safety, and that they're afraid that ambulances and fire trucks can't get to them on time, I think you really got to listen. And I think we got to take this out of a political realm and put it into the realm that all of us can identify with as human beings who are in stress and in need when they have a medical problem. I want to say to you that the fire department in 2019 produced a report, and the report was called Toronto Fire Services Transformation Plan Update on August 19th. On page 6 of this report, that they indicated that they could now provide analytical data on a just-in-time basis. We have been asking the Toronto Fire Department since March of last year to provide us with the data.
You have 10 seconds.
Thank you. But we've been asking them to provide us with data from St. Clair down to Rosedale subway station, and we've not gotten that data. I'm very concerned that the data is being suppressed and that the leadership of our fire department, and if I could just finish, and our fire department and our EMS are not allowed to tell the truth, because we're hearing people who are telling us that, in fact, they're not allowed to speak.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Valerie Endcott. Do you have Valerie online?
Thanks for the opportunity to depute.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to ask staff to change the screen for us here.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I thank you for the opportunity. I'm a longtime resident of Ward 12, and I'm asking you to support making the Yonge Street Midtown bike lane a permanent feature. I have tried to ride my bicycle safely in the city for 40 years, and I am haunted by the white ghost bicycles that mark the spot where a cyclist has been killed. For a world-class city, we aren't keeping up with the times. Reportedly, many other major cities like London and Paris are successfully implementing hundreds of kilometers of bike lanes. The Yonge Street pilot can now take me safely, for example, to my doctor's office at Davisville, along what was once a very dangerous stretch of Yonge. Many studies show that lanes like these do not significantly increase travel time for cars. In the case of Yonge Street, car travel is less than 1 minute slower than the previous COVID baseline. These lanes are being well used, and while they will be even better used when there are more east-west lanes added, there's been a significant growth in cycling along Yonge Street since the lanes were established. I understand there's been a 57% increase at Bloor and a 250% increase at Davenport. Finally, our Transform TO net zero emission strategy requires 75% of trips under 5 kilometers be made using public transport or walking or biking as soon as 2030. The Yonge Street pilot is a major step in the right direction here. It's a breakthrough project. It's the first arterial north-south street to become a complete street, and it's breaking down the barriers for more in the future, the very, very near future. By making the Midtown Yonge Complete Street permanent, you'll be making a significant contribution to a livable city, where the city's own guidelines will become a reality. These guidelines include promoting public health, contributing to Vision Zero road safety plans, reducing emissions, encouraging people of all ages and abilities to ride, and recognizing streets as inviting destinations and not merely transport routes. So I ask you again to vote in favor of the staff recommendations to make the Midtown Yonge Complete Street a permanent fixture. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Curie, followed by Ben Wedge, followed by Arushi Nath. Do we have Ann in the room or online? Online? Hi, Ann, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Ann Keary. I'm a resident of Ward 11. I'm a cyclist, a parent, and I currently serve as community co-chair of the TDSB's Environment and Sustainability Community Advisory Committee. Like many others, I'm here today to ask you to make the Midtown Yonge Complete Street project permanent. These projects are critical to the ongoing expansion of safe cycling infrastructure in Toronto. This expansion is necessary if we are to achieve our Vision Zero road safety goal and our net zero climate goals. And it is integral to building a safe, sustainable, healthy city in which all kids can thrive and move. I'm just going to start my video. First, on the matter of road safety, People are far more confident about cycling and far more confident about their kids cycling when they know there are connected and protected routes to use. Certainly I am, and I'm obviously not the only one. The numbers show that when you build the infrastructure and people feel safer, they get on their bikes and ride. And people not only feel safer, they are safer. Like too many in this city, I have friends who have been seriously injured or worse, lost their lives when biking on Toronto roads. The more protected lanes we have, the more people we protect. Let's keep them. Second, the expansion of safe cycling infrastructure is critical to achieving our climate goals. We have an ambitious target to reach net zero by 2040 across all sectors, and we have this significant interim transportation target of having 75% of trips under 5 kilometres walked, biked, or by transit by 2030. If we are to achieve that target, we absolutely need to make these bike lanes permanent, continue the good work of expanding our cycling infrastructure. And lastly, this cycling infrastructure is so important for our school students. The TDSB knows this. The Toronto District School Board is committed to supporting safe, active, sustainable transportation because the research shows that students who use these modes of transport benefit from improved mental and physical health, they are better prepared to learn, and are more connected to their communities. The TDSB also provides teachers with curriculum-linked lesson plans about these benefits to the students and the benefits to our communities as a whole. Less pollution, less noise, more livability. But the TDSB cannot foster active transportation alone. We need the city to build and maintain the infrastructure to enable our students to walk or bike to school. This is an investment in the future, in the city we need. Students who walk or ride to school are far more likely to continue walking and biking to get around the city for the rest of their lives. We need to build that city for them. I therefore very much hope that you will send a strong signal of support for these bike lane projects by voting unanimously to make them permanent. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Ben Wedge, followed by Rushi Nath, followed by Zoe Curie-Metzner. Ben, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ben Wedge, and I'm a Toronto resident, a climate reality leader, and I have been advocating for safer streets for nearly 2 decades. Like 2/3 of the speakers who have spoken so far today, I want you to make the bike lanes on Yonge and Bayview permanent. ActiveTO is a great opportunity for the city to prove that pilots work. Tactical urbanism initiatives can be done quickly and cheaply. We can test them, we can change them on the fly, and make them better to address local concerns. I personally regularly walk, bike, and run along Yonge and Bayview to visit friends and run errands, and these bike lanes have greatly improved my feeling of safety when getting around town. This morning, I biked on Yonge and several other lanes, which are sorely lacking in protection and winter maintenance across this city. And I did this despite several deputants' claims that no one uses these lanes in the winter months. I would certainly appreciate more thorough snow clearing efforts, which would attract more people in all seasons. While I want you to make these changes for the bike lanes permanent, I am speaking today because I am concerned that despite the city declaring a climate emergency, adopting Vision Zero, and adopting a cycling network plan, every time the city considers a tiny stretch of bike lane, my friends, colleagues, and neighbors must courageously step forward to recount their traumatic experiences of biking around Toronto. This re-traumatization is unnecessary, and this process is incongruous with the city's official policy that by 2030, 75% of school and work trips under 5 kilometers should be done by walking, biking, and transit. When I first read the staff report for Yonge Street, I could have sworn that this report was written by ChatGPT, because it was nearly identical to the one written a few years ago about Bloor Street. In fact, it looked like several of the reports written in New York City over a decade ago when Mike Bloomberg and Polly Trottenberg undertook what was then the most ambitious bike lane build-out in North America. Those reports all found rapid increases in retail sales along the bike routes, improved safety for all road users, and soaring cycling rates. As of 2021, there had been 23 studies into the impact of bike lanes across North America. The themes were consistent. Retail sales increase dramatically when bike lanes are built. There were steep declines in collisions and hospitalizations for all road users. There was minimal impact on driving times for those who continue to drive. And there were significant increases in cycling. There is nothing left to research. There is no need to have this same debate every single time a bike lane is proposed. It is high time for the City of Toronto to stop lane-by-lane consultations. We have a network plan. Let's reframe this conversation about how quickly construction can be brought back on track to achieve our goals. We can empower staff to quickly try tactical changes to fix problem spots as they roll out the cycling network plan. Please move forward with the cycling network plan, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Arushi Nath. Do we have Arushi online? Okay, Zoe Curie Matzner, followed by Mary Helen Spence, followed by Mary Blake Rose. Do we have Zoe in the room? No, online? Thank you, Zoe. You have 3 minutes. Sorry, you're not unmuted. Nope, still can't hear you. It looks like you're unmuted, but we still can't hear you. There may be another technical problem.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you. I'll start your time. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Zoe Curie Matzner, and I am a grade 11 student from Bloor Collegiate Institute. And so I'm here today to ask you to make the Midtown Yonge Complete Street project permanent. I've been a cyclist in Toronto for most of my life, and I enjoy riding my bike, but I am also aware of the dangers, and having protected bike lanes makes all the difference to me. When the protected bike lanes were installed along Bloor Street, that meant I could bike to school safely, and it also meant my classmates could do the same, and now more students can do the same along Yonge. I'm also a climate activist, and I'm aware that expanding our cycling infrastructure is critical to Toronto's net zero strategy and our chances of reaching the city's target of net zero by 2040. As previously stated, one of the key interim targets for that strategy is that by 2030, which is just 7 years from now, 75% of our trips will be walked, biked, or taken by transit. And it is crystal clear to me that if we are to have any chance of reaching that 2030 target, the city has to make these pilot projects permanent. We need to be expanding our safe cycling infrastructure so that more people will ride bikes and more people will feel safe riding bikes. Why would you remove them? It takes a lot longer to get bike lanes built, and all we have to do here is just leave them be. It's such a simple, easy step to take, and if we don't have the wherewithal to do this, I'm not sure how we'll ever meet our targets. Sometimes I ride my bike to the Toronto Reference Library on Yonge Street, and in 2031 I hope to ride my bike to that library and borrow a book which tells the story of how Toronto achieved its 2030 climate targets and how the decision to make the Yonge bike lanes permanent was at least one of the decisions that helped get us there. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you for joining us today. Our next speaker is Mary Helen Spence, followed by Mary Blake Rose, followed by Kathy McDonald. Do we have Mary Helen in the room? Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you and good day. I'm a local resident living for almost 40 years on the so-called landlocked main streets. I've lived on 2 of them, one in the Summerhill area and now on the west side of Yonge. I raised my family here and I regularly walk, shop, dine, and take public transit along the pilot area. I do not ride a bike, and this is not just about bikes. It is about public safety, the environment, and complete streets. I am now an octogenarian, one of the vulnerable groups most likely to face death by car, and I may even need an ambulance any second. Luckily, I live in an area where there are 2 close-by fire stations and 1 ambulance station, and has better access to response for emergencies than most of the city. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a friend and neighbor of others who use this street regularly, and I want all of us to be safe. I want my community to remain livable and adjust to the massive new density that is heading our way. I want those new neighbors to be safe too, and statistics show they will be less likely to drive cars. I get it that change is difficult for us who have enjoyed our stable neighborhood for many years, but we need to adapt to the new realities of increased density and accommodate the increasing number of pedestrians and cyclists. Drivers like me need to move over and learn to share the public road allowance more equitably. We need to do so that we and those who are not protected by steel cages can be safe. And we need to do it for a pleasant and livable neighborhood, and we need to do our part to counter climate change. I hear the exaggerated complaints and dismissal of the data that don't support feelings of being inconvenienced. But despite the perception of some in the neighborhood, the facts show that impact on car traffic has been minimal and that more people are walking and wheeling. I hope you look at the facts that have been gathered and reported by competent city staff who have been very patient, transparent, and thorough. They have openly provided data and shared it transparently. They have walked the route with many who have asked. They have listened and responded to concerns. They have implemented video monitoring at intersections to better understand vehicle turning movements and conflicts between people driving, cycling, and walking. They have responded with design changes and offered to continue to monitor and improve the corridor.
Final thoughts.
I'm here and hope you will vote unanimously to make Yonge a complete street and to show leadership to the rest of council so that you can also improve the environment and your Vision Zero goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant, aside from how to find the fountain of youth? Thank you for your deputation. Any other questions? Seeing none. Mary Blake Rose. Do you have Mary Blake Rose present? Online? Thank you, Mary Blake. You can unmute. We have Mary Blake online. Trying again. Do you see her? Hi, Mary Blake. If you can hear us, we need you to unmute. Okay, we'll go to the next deputy, Kathy McDonald, followed by Joshua Klein, followed by Pippa Dempsey Hall. Kathy McDonald. Do we have Kathy online? Hi, Kathy.
So Yonge Street is the center of our
Sorry, do you want to start again? Because I think you just unmuted.
Oh, I can have a video too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you came on and back off. Hold on. There you go. Go ahead. Please start. I'll restart your time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yonge Street is at the center of our neighborhood, Deer Park, from Woodlawn to Jake's, and Jake's to the south and to the north to the Beltline. The Deer Park Residents Group supports the recommendations of the report to make ActiveTO permanent. We note the support shown in the Young for All petition from our area, but we also know that there are many who do have objections. So our submission focuses on how to proceed to help ensure that the issues will be addressed in the implementation plan. First, there must be public involvement in detailed development of the implementation plan and in the ongoing monitoring and improvements that are made. We suggest there could be neighborhood advisory committees, which would include the BIAs and such for the Deer Park area, to work with City Hall on making the implementation work for everybody. We also note that new measures must be introduced to address outstanding safety issues. such as to reduce the speed of bikes and increase enforcement, and also to continue to address the issues of the impacts on local streets, including speeding and driving on sidewalks. We also note that due to the recent death of a cyclist at the Yonge St. Clair intersection, the Deer Park Residents Group is proposing a special study of that area to increase safety and also to make the area more attractive. This study will provide important input into the implementation plan. So thirdly, we had a traffic study approved in 2020 for the intersection area to help address the issues of the many development applications in our area, and that will also help inform the implementation plan. The implementation plan also must allow for flexibility of patio locations. If the number of patios are to be reduced due to the city's proposal to start charging rent for patio space. Finally, I want to note that some changes have already been made to help reduce concerns about the implementation. First, the
10 seconds, Kathy.
TTC subwork. The TTC subway work has been completed, so no more bus jams, and Councillor Matlow has secured a construction manager for our area, which was successful at Yonge and Eglinton. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Joshua Klein, and then we're going to go back to Mary Blake Rose, who's now online. Go ahead, Joshua. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am a biker, first and foremost. I've worked at the first bike shop, Cyclogic, back on Mount Pleasant when I was 15. I worked on Queen Street at Duke Cycle many years ago. And I build trails in the city. I ride bikes. I love riding bikes. I've been hit by cars on my bike on Yonge Street. And I still want to say that Yonge is not the place for this bike lane. And I think that part of the conversation that's happened here today is that there's clearly a bottleneck between St. Clair and Bloor, where there's a lot of streets that don't see value in having this bike lane there. And there is a coalition on Avenue Road that desperately has been asking for reduced speed and implementing something like a bike lane on Avenue Road on the stretch between Bloor and St. Clair. And Madam Chair, I'm asking you, is there a reason that the information that's been gathered is done in separate silos between the Yonge Street project and the Avenue Road Street project in terms of what are the best ways to have traffic flow be organized through there? Because holistically, when I call the city and ask who is running these programs, there is a silo for Avenue Road on that stretch, and there is a silo for Yonge Street on that stretch. And they don't seem to be cohesive in terms of what the objectives are. And the objectives are to be able to have commuters on bikes run between Bloor and Davisville or Yonge, or along Yonge all the way up to Bayview, and not slow down traffic. We have 10 lanes of traffic between Avenue Road and Yonge Street, between St. Clair and Bloor. I agree that 1 or 2 of those lanes should be used for bike commuter traffic. It is obvious from the people speaking here today between St. Clair and Bloor that that is not on Yonge because of the bottleneck, and we are begging for it on Avenue Road. I'm not saying that this should not be implemented. What I'm asking for is that the city looks at alternatives to what's been presented, because today is whether or not it should go firm as an implementation, and I'm asking you, rather than looking at them individually, to look at them cohesively. If you approve this plan on Yonge Street, we will not be able to get this approved on Avenue Road. It will increase density and traffic on Avenue Road, and it will put more pressure on somebody who now lives on the west side of Avenue Road. I lived at on Jake's Avenue at the corner of Jake's, which we've heard a ton of my neighbors speak about today, before this was implemented and while this was implemented, this bike lane was implemented. I work on Yonge Street at Woodlawn, and I currently live in the Republic of Rathnally. This is my home, and I think it's a great idea. It just needs to be rethought out to make sure we're hitting the marks for everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next speaker is Pippa Dempsey Hall, followed by Stephanie Yan, followed by Calistri Vase. Do we have Pippa in the room or online? Oh, sorry, we were going to go back to Mary Blake Rose. My apologies. Mary Blake Rose, are you online?
Yes, can you hear
Thank
me?
you, sorry. Okay, so it'll be Mary Blake, followed by Pippa Dempsey Hall, followed by Stephanie Yan.
Yes, thank you for your patience. Just as you were saying, Mary, WebEx crashed and everything went away, but I'm here now. So hi, my name is Mary Blake, and I'm here to speak in favor of making the cycle lanes on Yonge Street in Midtown permanent. Focus my comments on two areas, climate change and the kinds of places we want to create in our city. I'll start with climate change. We are in a climate emergency. I was proud to see our city set the target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. Unfortunately, we are not on track to hit that target, and some of the changes we need to make, like building retrofits, are not easy. Necessary, but not easy. In contrast, we're talking here about making temporary cycle lanes permanent. I see that as low-hanging fruit by comparison, so I think we should do it. I'll focus the rest of my comments on the kinds of spaces we want to create in the city. One of the goals of the Midtown Complete Street pilot was to make Yonge Street in Midtown a more safe, welcoming, vibrant, and flourishing place. Now, I haven't always lived in Toronto. I moved here 4 years ago. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to speak to the importance of Yonge Street as a complete street by drawing on some of my experiences living elsewhere. Before I moved here, I lived in London, Ontario for 7 years. Fans of YouTube channel, Not Just Bikes, I actually love London and I think it has a lot of potential. But one thing can't be ignored, and that is that the downtown is struggling. Now, I bring up London's downtown because I think it serves as an example of what happens when you don't embrace complete streets, or you do in principle, but you don't fully commit. London's downtown is full of parking, several multi-lane roads, and until recently, conversations about revitalizing it have focused a lot on making it so people want to drive there. The thing is, though, they don't. They just drive through. And that's consistent with a lot of other cities and towns' experiences. Downtowns and main streets that are designed largely around the idea that people will drive there and spend money simply don't do well long-term. And I think we need to keep that in mind when we're talking about Yonge Street. Now I'd like to take you back to the place I lived before moving to London, and that's Moncton, New Brunswick. When I lived there, the province's slogan was "Be ellipsis in this place." And my friend Brunswicker, with a healthy sense of self-deprecating humor, liked to replace "be in this place" with "drive through this place." All he had to do to brutally roast his province was change "be in" to "drive through." I bring this up not because provincial slogans are a really easy target for ridicule, but because I think it very nicely demonstrates the choice to be made with Yonge Street in Midtown. If you build a place that's designed for people to drive through, they will do just that. As you're making your decision today, I'd encourage you to ask yourself, what do we want to do with this stretch of Yonge Street? Be in this place or drive through this place? Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Our next deputant is Pippa Dempsey Hall. Do you have Pippa online?
Hi.
Hi, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want to make sure everyone can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay. All right. All right. So, hello. My name is Pippa, and I'm 16 years old and a grade 11 student. I'm an environmentalist, and previous to their implementation, I was an advocate for bike lanes on Yonge Street. However, after observing the suitability of these bike lanes, I now see that on Yonge Street, bike lanes are a counterproductive environmental toll and a threat to safety. I did not want this to be the outcome of this project, and I would rather be here speaking to the success of the bike lanes on Yonge. But if I am to step back and objectively evaluate these bike lanes, I know that I cannot call myself an environmentalist and advocate for bike lanes to remain on Yonge. I'm first going to speak on the point of the environmental impact, and then I'm going to move on to safety. So starting with the environment. Cars, trucks, wheel trans, and TTC vehicles barely make it through one light before they must stop again, leading them to idle, releasing more CO2 emissions while not moving. There are times when the bike lanes are empty, with cars trapped in gridlock and only a few vehicles making it through each light. I suspect that perhaps the inconvenience that the bike lanes cause drivers may have been invented as an incentive to drive less. However, from what From what I have seen and from what I have heard, few people have stopped driving and most still use their cars, taking more time and more CO2 emissions to get to their destination, having much larger an impact than just a minor inconvenience. How is this good for the environment? Now moving on to safety. So the safety of pedestrians, the community, and even cyclists has diminished since these bike lanes were introduced. Due to the bike lanes, vehicles are unable to move out of the way for emergency vehicles, leaving emergency vehicles trapped in gridlock while trying to respond to time-sensitive emergencies. There have been many almost collisions between emergency vehicles and cars who simply have nowhere on the road to go because of the bike lanes. There have been instances where pedestrians have been struck or almost struck due to cyclists running lights or making illegal turns. Furthermore, due to the number of restaurants along Yonge, the bike lanes have become overrun with delivery people on e-bikes. E-bikes can travel up to 30 kilometers an hour. Few are able to maintain the speed on a traditional pedal bicycle. I have seen pedal bicycles almost get hit by e-bikes in the bike lanes or shoved onto the sidewalks, making it an inhospitable and unsafe environment for even traditional pedal bicycles. This project was supposed to make our community a calm, eco-friendly dream, but it has turned into a fear-filled nightmare, making our community of senior citizens, young children, disabled people, and typical citizens whose daily lives are impacted by these bike lanes less safe. I'm not completely anti-bike lane, and I believe that bike lanes are much more suited to Avenue Road, which currently has 6 lanes, where there are fewer intersections, restaurants, and businesses, and thus would cause less of an environmental toll and less of a threat to everyone's safety. I live on Roxborough Street West, in between Yonge and Avenue, so I'm impacted on
10
both
seconds.
sides. I see the bike lanes at all times of the day, not just the busy times. I'm not here just to prevent bike lanes in my area. I'm simply stating that on Yonge, bike lanes are an unnecessary, counterproductive environmental toll and a threat to safety. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Stephanie Yan, followed by Kalashri Vase, followed by Carmen Jones. Do we have Stephanie? We have Stephanie in the room. Hi, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Youth. Youth represent our future. Youth is one of society's main agents of change and progress. So today, as a youth, I voice the importance of permanent bike lanes along Yonge Street as it promotes safety and accessibility. My name is Stephanie Yan. I live in Scarborough, and I'm a grade 12 student attending Dr. Norm Bethune Collegiate Institute. As a president of the Toronto Youth Environmental Council, our organization is a youth-led nonprofit founded in 2013 that strives to empower youth to become environmental leaders in their own lives. Coming from a suburban community in Scarborough, I travel to downtown by either driving along the DVP or taking the subway. In my experience, parking downtown is often tricky to find and can be costly, making public transit the preferred option. However, with recent attacks on the TTC, I do live with a slight fear of commuting downtown Toronto. Therefore, bike lanes that reflect the Yonge Line 1 would be extremely beneficial to those cases like mine, as it provides another cost-friendly and sustainable solution. Jess Speaker, she had an accident in 2015 while riding her bike in Toronto as she was hit by a driving SUV. Now, she lives with chronic pain, neurological issues, depression, and anxiety. Stories like Jess's indicate that life-threatening injuries, depression, emotional trauma all stem from the lack of bike protection while biking. With no lane dedicated to bikers on these bustling streets, they are left vulnerable and at risk to accidents and death. Yet, I do believe there is hope for Toronto. If we look at places around the world, the Netherlands has built an incredible biking culture. Montreal, another urban city, plans to expand by adding 200 kilometers more by 2027. This serves as a reminder that is key to implement sustainable transportation to drastically cut down our greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. Yes, change is difficult. The traffic congestion that many go through is very valid, but there are other ways to solve this, and is not through sticking to our old habits. We are living in a climate crisis where our future is being threatened as we now speak. Therefore, we must seek to use our resources and think long-term, which means making bike lanes along Yonge Street permanent for citizens. A question we should all be asking is, how will we accomplish these ambitious goals of net zero by 2040 plan if we are encouraging drivers and scaring off cyclists? We need all of you to collectively decide and steer our beloved city in a positive direction. And again, as youth, we are urgently demanding a future that is filled with promises and, more importantly, results of sustainable transit. Thus, bike lanes along Yonge Street will play a significant role in meeting local, national, global goals while providing people with a safe and happier way of commuting. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Kalashri Vase, followed by Carmen Jones, followed by Patricia Best. Do we have Kalashri? Hi. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kalashri Vase Vyas, and I am a grade 10 student at Etobicoke School of the Arts. I'm speaking today as part of the Toronto Youth Environmental Council, of which I am the current Director of Research and Development. We aim to give young people across the GTA a voice regarding environmental issues, especially since the future will soon be in our hands. Today, I'm advocating for the continued existence of bike lanes on Yonge Street between Bloor and Davisville. I have lived in downtown Toronto for most of my life, and although I'm only 15 years old, I have seen the city evolve. But no matter how many high-rise buildings go up, our carbon emissions won't seem to come down. My family does not own a car, and so I get to most places by walking or public transit. I enjoy riding my bike, but I'm not allowed to bike downtown on my own because it's not safe. It's quite unfortunate that a method of transportation that should be thought of as accessible, especially for young people, is still so far from accessible. On top of its convenience for youth like myself, especially for those without a driver's license or automobile, biking is an emission-free mode of transportation. The bike lanes on Yonge Street that stretch from Davisville Avenue past Bloor Street are new yet valuable additions to the neighborhood. Keeping said bike lanes is a necessary step on our pathway to help Torontonians fight the climate crisis. According to Toronto's accelerated net zero plans, it is crucial to expand biking infrastructure and increase its access in order to reduce GHG emissions. If we plan for 75% of Toronto's trips under 5 kilometers to be taken by walking, bicycling, or public transit by 2030, why would we erase steps we've already taken and go backwards now? Especially in an area where there are several alternatives to driving, it is time to start transitioning away from carbon-polluting vehicles. Yonge Street is much more welcoming when everyone, including bikers, can enjoy it. My classmate Rachel, who lives in the area, spoke to me about how beneficial the bike lanes in Midtown Toronto are. She said, and I quote, "Everyone in my neighborhood bikes, all the teenager bike, and I can't imagine life without the bike lanes." Rachel spoke of how she used to bike before these bike lanes were introduced, but would often almost get run over because drivers who were unfamiliar with the area did not expect there to be so many bikers on the road. Rachel said, "I don't think as many parents would let their kids go biking or let them go place to place on a bike if it weren't for the bike lanes." She also mentioned that because of the popularity of biking within her community, many people, including her brother, don't feel the need to get their driver's license because they can bike most places. Community members like Rachel and her brother have been so positively impacted by these bike lanes that it pushed them to lead more environmentally friendly lifestyles. If we can make these bike lanes permanent, think of all the positive change we can spark. We can better the lives of youth and families in Toronto, move towards a cleaner future, and stay on track to reach net zero.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you for coming in. Our next speaker is Carmen Jones, followed by Patricia Best, followed by David Townley. Do you have Carmen online? Hi, thank you. We can hear you. You have 3 minutes. Hi, Carmen. We can hear you. Sorry, Carmen, we can't hear you now. Carmen, if you have 2 devices on, if you can mute one of them. Hi, Carmen. Carmen, do you want to try again? We can't hear you very well. I don't know if it's possible to maybe go closer to the microphone.
What do you take for your diabetes?
No, I don't think so. I think she's unmuted. She's on another call. Okay, why don't we hold her down and we'll switch over? Okay. Hi. Okay, Patricia Best. Do we have Patricia? Okay. David Townley? Didn't we hear from you already?
Yeah, David had a personal situation, and I was asked earlier to step in and read the feedback from the Rosedale Association. Which we were confirmed earlier was fine to Mr. Townley.
We weren't given the name change or notified. I just emailed it in? Okay, so you're reading his submission instead? And sorry, so you're reading for David Townley? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I was asked to, there's a detailed letter from the Rosedale Association. Unfortunately, the individual who was supposed to be here was not able to join us at the last minute. I'm going to just kind of summarize the points, which I think is the takeaway is most important. And so they start off by identifying that many of their residents have concerns in the neighborhood, specifically concerns with the emergency vehicle response times because of the elderly demographic in their area of the city. The traffic flow, the blocked intersections. They then touch on, they had a meeting with a member of the ActiveTO organization back in October of 2022 for an hour. During that meeting where they walked Yonge Street, they had actually witnessed a emergency response vehicle that had trouble getting up Yonge Street. So all of them watched it, which was somewhat traumatizing. They also met with the fire department in Yorkville, who advised them that the 50% of their calls have been negatively impacted as far as the timeliness of getting out because of the heavy traffic on Yonge Street. One experienced fireman, it's quoted in the letter, said, "It is going to take someone dying for this to be changed." And so that's a member, a direct responder, who made this comment to the representative from the Rosedale Association, which to me is horrifying to think that that's what people have resigned themselves to. They also touched in their letter on the fact that the traffic that is idling along Yonge Street is not good for the environment with the emissions, issues with the emissions that are coming out. There are they then touched on the fact there are 4 large developments that have been touched on by other people, and it's going to create enormous gridlock between Roxborough and Price Street over a 3-block area. They also touched on the water main project that will also create further gridlock and work being done on Rosedale and Summerhill subway stations. Finally, a couple other areas they touched on. Wheel trans for an elderly demographic to get access to the Rosedale shops is difficult. And so they have found that a lot of their members simply feel that they can't go out to that area because they can't be let off with these bicycle lanes blocking between the stores and the street. It's very difficult for them to get access on a timely basis. And so they're recommending, obviously, that the bike lanes be moved over to Avenue Road where they think it would be much more efficient. And that's the spirit of what they indicated through their letter. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputants are Mary Wood, Sam Coster, and then Alicia M. Do we have Mary online? Hi, Mary? Hi, Mary. We see you've unmuted, but we don't hear you. Try Mary again, and then we'll go to the next deputant and come back. Mary? Okay, we'll go to Sam Coster.
Hey, thank you for having me. My name's Sam. I've recently moved to Toronto from Australia. And one of the first things I did was start walking around the city and get a bike. because it's a cheap, affordable, green way of getting to know a place. And I'm here today because I was riding my bike and someone told me that you might be ripping it up. So I thought I'd come and speak because I get to enjoy it quite often. Yet on my first week I was here, I was riding around. We drive on the other side of the road, and I almost got hit by a car. So I was actually kind of lost a little bit of my confidence bike riding. I was like, maybe Toronto is actually not a safe enough city to bike ride. I bike ride a lot in Melbourne. And then I was at a bike shop, and I got one of those little maps. Maybe the city actually provides them that shows all of the bike lanes through Toronto. And I live on Charles Street West, right near Yonge. And I found out I could just ride down the Bloor Street bike lane to get to work. About 80% of my bike trip daily is on the bike lanes. So yeah, I feel confident now to bike ride enough so that I rode here today, which is saying a lot for an Australian to ride in minus five degrees. I've lived in a few cities around the world, and I've also heard a lot of the discussion throughout the day around traffic and how the project might be leading to some more traffic. I think it is important to say that the strategy of having more bike lanes is to have less traffic. The bike lanes and bikes are not causing the traffic, the cars are, and I think that the city staff can work through some of the traffic flow issues, which I can understand could be difficult. But if you look at other cities, I've been to Jakarta, I've been to Lagos. If you go to cities that don't have public transit and that don't have bike lanes, they have much worse traffic. And that's also much worse traffic for things like emergency vehicles that we've heard a lot about today. So yeah, I'm just wanting to say I hope you vote in support of the bike lane, not just this one, but many more. Livability is really important for someone like me who might want to stay around because it's greener, it's healthier, it's more affordable, and it's just a generally better option. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. We'll go to Alicia M., and then we're going to go back and try and connect with Mary again. Hi, Alicia. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My story today is a different one, and I'm pausing because it's a human one. And my name is Alicia Mitchell. I have been a resident of Summerhill for 10 beautiful years. I live right on Yonge Street. And an event happened to me on May 5th, 2022, that most people don't want to have happen. And not about getting into the medical aspects of it, but I had a suspected stroke. And I managed to make it to a commercial outlet downstairs and to be observed, and then I collapsed. And as I collapsed, we called the ambulance, the first time in my life. And if anybody's experienced this, and we all are human, we all have organs, we all have a heart, it can happen to you. I can tell you that time both speeds up and slows down at the same time, and it becomes very tunnel. And in those precious moments, you really need to rely on emergency services to be in place to help you get through the incident. And so the ambulance came, and as I lay on the floor of a commercial outlet on Yonge Street, right in Summerhill opposite Wiley's, I saw it across the street, across 2 lanes of car traffic and 2 lanes of bike traffic, and also just beyond where there would be the cafe for Wiley's, something that I've enjoyed, but in those moments, they couldn't get to me. And what I can say is, sorry, it's still traumatizing, is that something came over me and I knew I had to get to them. And I don't know how, I hoisted myself up and I put my hand out like this and I just pointed, me ambulance, me ambulance. It's weird that this has to happen in Midtown Toronto, but it happened. And so I just want to be a voice that this happens. I'm all for cycling and riding and enjoying and the environment. I'm all for all of that. But at what cost? I've listened to cost savings, cost measures. I've listened to all of those things. If this were, and I'm not even a technical planner, but if this really were in place, there would have been room for that ambulance to do the pointed turn to get to me. It physically couldn't do it. So I had two. So two miracles happened. One, I don't know how I got to it, and two, I was okay. But I am here to be a voice for the person who may not make it the next time, or maybe it's already happened to since this project started. I applaud advancement. I applaud the work that goes into it. I'm a supporter of it, but please just make this about health and safety and human rights, like human needs. We just need to make sure that the ambulance or police or fire service can get to us. So whatever you do, if you sign off or on or whatever, I encourage you to look at Avenue. There seems to be more space to do it. Please just make it safe for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your deputation. Again, jazz hand reminder. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carmen Jones, who we were trying to get to earlier online. Carmen?
I'm just going to do this. Hi, sorry.
We can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry. I'm actually a nurse. This is so important to me that I'm literally managing patients and taking a couple minutes away to speak. And I'm just looking. I had a patient react to their treatment, and they're stable now. So here we go. I'm a frequent biker in Toronto, and I fully support the bike lanes on Yonge. I use the lanes to get to work, to go out to dinner, to shop, and to get downtown. I think we need many more separated bike lanes. They're good for everyone. Drivers have their own space, bikers have a lane, and pedestrians have the sidewalk. With infrastructure changes, we can make the city so much safer. Right now, we have speed limits that are not being followed. Drivers are on their phones and turning and changing lanes quickly without looking. Every day there are crashes. Last time I was here, I talked about being threatened for riding my bike. Today I'm going to talk about all the close calls that I see that could so easily result in death. Last week, I was riding my bike on McRae near the library in Leaside. Lots of people would consider this a safe street because there's only 2 lanes. But this can be the most dangerous part of my ride. It's hard for drivers to pass, and they get agitated. It's where Georgia Walsh, a grade 2 student, was killed by a driver several years ago. Not much has changed. There are signs, but drivers still speed and take unnecessary risk. Last week, when I was biking, 2 children were crossing at the crosswalk. I stopped to let them pass. A driver who was following closely and tried to urgently pass me. The driver passed at full speed right through the crosswalk, not seeing the kids, never even slowed down. Luckily, no one was injured. This is not an isolated incident. I often think about quitting biking. It can be really scary. I worry about leaving my son without a mom. I worry about my dog that's home alone. I've nearly been hit so many times. There's also a lot of anger directed at me for being on the road. I know a lot of people who bike. Whenever I hear that someone has been injured or killed, I wonder if I know them. It hits really hard when someone's run over. I've worked for over 20 years as a cancer nurse. I've witnessed kids and adults die. I've gone to a lot of funerals. The pain of losing someone never goes away. We need to learn from the near crashes that are constantly happening and change how we design our streets. The young bike lanes are a good start. To take them away would be devastating. In hospitals, we try to make changes to protect the public. We need to do this on our roads. We have such a great city. There are wonderful restaurants, cultural events, parks, theater. Bike lanes and wide sidewalks add beauty and life to the city. I hope you will vote to keep the young bike lanes. I did bring some pictures to show, and I'm not sure if I have time to do that.
You're at time
I haven't
right
even
now.
figured it.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're at time
so
right
anyways,
now.
I did bring some pictures, and I'm not even sure how to share it.
You can send them to the clerk, and they can be displayed on the online record for us. Okay. Any questions?
The most important.
The deputant.
The main thing I wanted to say about the bike lanes was just about the pictures was that people don't even realize when they're passing closely. I have one person who passed me like within inches and didn't even realize it.
Okay. Yeah, if you send that, they will be added to the online record, and we'll be able to see them there. Questions of the deputant?
Thanks.
Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Jake Pendergrast, followed by Jessica Speaker. Do you have Jacob? Sorry, just a correction. We'll do Jacob, and then we'll do Mary Wood, and then Jessica Speaker. Go ahead, Jacob.
Thanks so much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Jacob Pendergrast. I am a physician working at the University Health Network, where I serve as a clinical hematologist and the medical director of the blood bank. I'd like to discuss the public health consequences of these bike lanes. I think it was demonstrated clearly from the before and after study that the installation of the protected bike lanes dramatically increased the number of cyclists. There was no assessment of the public health effects of this project. Aside, I'll remind you from noting that there was no impact on transit time by ambulances or other emergency services. I would like to emphasize the salutary effects of increased transportation, active transportation on the medical system. This has been demonstrated by numerous other studies. There are clear benefits, obviously, to the cyclists themselves as a result of increased physical activity, benefits that have been shown to outweigh the increased exposure to emissions from the cars around them. But as other studies have also shown, even a small shift from car-based to active transportation, a shift which the installation of protected bike lanes clearly facilitates, dramatically reduces emissions to everyone's benefit. A study from New Zealand, for example, found that if the proportion of trips less than 7 kilometers in an urban setting taken by bike increased just from 1% to 5%, the resulting reduction in traffic pollution would result in measurable reductions in population rates of acute respiratory and cardiac events in adults, as well as cancer diagnoses. In fact, for every 1,000 individuals in the 20 to 64 age range who take up cycling as their usual means of commuting, overall population mortality decreases by 17.5%. The benefits of decreased air pollution are even more dramatic in children. In a birth cohort study, every interquartile range increase in traffic-related air pollution is associated with a 30% increase in the diagnosis of asthma, a 20% increase in ear, nose, and throat infections in the first 4 years of life. Prenatal and postnatal exposure to various air pollutants has been associated with reduced cognition, attention problems, ADHD, and autistic traits. Pooled estimates from a meta-analysis estimated a 12% greater risk of preterm birth per 10 microgram increase in particulate matter per cubic millimeter of ambient air. Even setting aside the well-established financial benefits of bike lanes to the businesses that they run beside, the public health benefits of shifting away from vehicular traffic and towards active transportation are worth many millions of dollars. That same study from New Zealand estimated that even setting aside the costs of vehicular collisions, every 1,000 kilometers driven by cars incurs $25 in healthcare costs. So I'd like to emphasize that there are public health ramifications from decisions that encourage people to continue driving and discourage the use of bikes. And I would therefore argue strongly in favor of keeping these bike lanes, which have been shown to be very effective at increasing bicycle use. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We'll go online to Mary Wood. Do you have Mary? Hi, Mary. Can you unmute? Hi, we can't hear you, Mary. Okay, we'll have, maybe you can connect with each other and we can try you again. Okay, Jessica Speaker, followed by Paul Didula, followed by Alexandra McClellan. Do we have Jessica online? Hi, Jessica, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jessica Speaker, and I'm here on behalf of Friends and Families for Safe Streets. We are a group of people whose loved ones were killed on Toronto's deadly streets, and people like me who survived a crash with severe life-ruining injuries. Props to Stephanie Yan for getting my story out here already. In case you haven't heard it, in 2015, a reckless driver slammed her SUV into me when she made a left turn without looking. I was hit on Bathurst, which looked just like Yonge used to look. It's an incomplete street designed for speeding cars instead of safety. So I was hit with the full kinetic force of a 5,000-pound SUV. This driver broke my spine, inflicted a significant brain injury, and so much severe damage to my body that I nearly died a second time of a massive bilateral pulmonary embolism, a huge blood clot across both of my lungs, which Dr. Prendergast, who just deputed, will understand how serious that is. Toronto's streets took away my formerly strong and resilient body, my sense of safety and belonging, and my emotional well-being. Now I live with chronic pain, stiffness, and weakness, and I trudge through a thick stew of clinically severe depression and anxiety every day, which is exhausting, and I was thrust into a devastatingly stressful and harmful 7-year-long battle against a hateful and hostile insurance company. Toronto has filled me with grief, not only mourning the person that I used to be, but also mourning for the unending anguish of all of the families that I've come to know whose loved ones were senselessly killed in road violence. But now to say something good. When the Midtown Yonge pilot was installed, it changed my life to an extent that I just didn't anticipate. I work with a client several times a week near Yonge and St. Clair, and I can now ride my bike to see him in relative safety because a significant network gap was filled in. I was able to start doing these trips with active transportation, and I built back some of all the muscle that I lost in my former fitness level, and I regained a little bit of my former sense of self-sufficiency. So I want you to know that for every person complaining about a 70-second travel delay, there are people whose lives and health have been greatly improved by this complete street, and that matters too. I also want to highlight 2 more crashes and explain how they could have been prevented. On January 6th, a 71-year-old woman was killed at Yonge and Hillsdale Street. A truck driver hit a light pole, knocking it onto her and ultimately killing her. On most areas of the complete street, that would have been impossible because the barrier of the cycle track would have forced that driver to stay off of the sidewalk and away from the light poles. Second, a pickup truck driver was able to kill Kartik Saini on November 23rd last year by dragging him to death at Yonge and St. Clair. This doesn't mean that complete streets are ineffective. It means we have a lot further to go to build safe intersections that are safe for people outside of cars. We need raised crosswalks, curb extensions, sharp turning radiuses, and for the physical protection of the active transportation
10
lanes
seconds.
to meet the intersection. Friends and Families for Safe Street members are the unwilling experts on road violence, so you can take it from us. It is easier and less costly in every possible way to build safe streets than it is to lose your family member or have your life destroyed. You have a binary choice here. Build safe streets or watch people be killed. Your job as leaders in a Vision Zero city is to choose safety ahead of perceived driving convenience. Please make this complete street permanent. That's what Vision Zero is all about.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Paul Daidula. Do we have Paul online?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Paul Daidula, representing the Rosedale BIA. I'll keep it brief as it's been a long day with great feedback from the whole community. The Rosedale BIA compiled feedback from merchants along Yonge Street related to the bike lane pilot project. While businesses were pro-bike, many believed Yonge Street may not be the most suitable street for it. 3 of the primary concerns raised from merchants included the severe traffic congestion, as we've heard about today, which may not seem to align with the traffic report numbers from the study. And idling cars were also seen to diminish the village and community feel on Yonge Street in Rosedale, even diminishing the experience for people sitting on a patio when there's, a truck idling beside them. The second concern, which has been raised today, was particularly emergency service response times, as well as the inherent risks of adding bike lanes to very narrow right-of-way, which is Yonge Street. And the third concern was ease of access. Some businesses, there's simply no suitable locations nearby for them to receive deliveries. For elderly residents to be dropped off to access shops or services, and for customers to quickly stop by for curbside pickups. One can be pro-cycling, but also concerned that not every thoroughfare, particularly one as narrow as Yonge Street with many dead-end streets, is the most appropriate location for it. Overall, the BIA's feedback from merchants is that perhaps the city should trial the pilot project on Avenue Road and gauge those results before committing to any significant permanent infrastructure on Yonge Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay. Okay, seeing none, our next debutant is Alexandra McClellan. Alexandra, go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
I'm here today to ask you to please vote in favor of making the ActiveTO Young Street Complete Street Pilot permanent. I used these bike lanes 3 times today using bike share. My name is Allie McClellan, and I'm speaking today as a concerned citizen, resident of this corridor, and a survivor of a preventable collision. I was purposely hit by a driver while riding my bike to run errands, just minutes from where this pilot was. This collision and my resulting need for surgery and effects that I still feel today could have been avoided if our streets were designed for and had appropriate infrastructure for all users. Complete streets, like the one that has been implemented on Yonge Street as a pilot, not only makes our streets safer for road users, including cyclists, pedestrians, and transit users, but they also benefit our environment and economy. According to the data released by city staff last week, this pilot project in Midtown has resulted in an increase in the number of people using bike lanes and walking, and there's been positive feedback from the community, including by myself and many neighbors I have spoken with. 95% of the near-miss incidents recorded during the pilot had a driver involved, and only 5%, or 2 incidents, involved a cyclist and a pedestrian. I am unfortunately someone who has encountered not a near miss, but a hit from a driver. The data released by city staff showed that car travel time was minimally affected and emergency vehicles are still able to reach people when needed in times below the city average. Complete streets support the goal of Transform TO by reducing emissions, promoting active transportation, and increasing foot traffic and sales for local businesses. A study from the Bloor Street bike lanes found that stores in the area saw a 49% increase in sales, and I think the same would hold true if we had that data for the Midtown Yonge corridor. Complete streets are for all members of our community, whether they're drivers, delivery vehicles for businesses, cyclists, transit users, pedestrians, and the local businesses themselves. Complete streets help everyone feel welcome and safe. I live along the Midtown Yonge corridor, and I use the bike lanes and sidewalks daily for commuting, visiting family and friends, and supporting local businesses. My quality of life has improved since the pilot was implemented due to enhanced safety measures, and I feel more confident and safe biking. This type of infrastructure creates a more livable, sustainable, and equitable city for everyone. It's a step forward. So I'm asking you today to make our city a safer and more sustainable place for all. I ask you to please ensure that this complete street pilot is made permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we will try Mary Wood one more time online.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. I am speaking as Mary Wood. I work at the York School at 1320 Yonge Street between Summerhill and St. Clair as a teacher. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but also as an educator. I've been teaching for over 23 years. I've been commuting via bicycle for the last 13 years to the York School, and I have only just finally started feeling safer because of the Yonge Street bike lanes. And so I'm able to take a route that is safe for me to get to work, as well as many of my colleagues, and also many students who take their bikes to work. The point I want to make, and I do not need to repeat what so many amazing speakers have made about the importance of having this type of infrastructure so close to our subway line and on a major street for the environment and for our health, is that every day I work with young people. Every day they learn about the world around them. They are acutely aware of the climate crisis. They are acutely aware that we all depend on their future generation to make the world a better place. What they need to do, what we need to do for them is not just tell them about it, but we need to role model these changes and give them pathways into alternate ways of being and cycling to work and making healthy choices. We cannot just tell them what to do. We have to provide them with that infrastructure so they can see it and they can feel safe taking their bikes to school. They need to be able to do that. The science is there. Kids need to be active. I need them in the classroom to be active before they come to school, not just driven, so that their minds and their bodies are alert for learning. Children learn from what we do, not just what we say, and we need to adapt and change for their future, not just what has been convenient for ours. I have spent many times cycling down Yonge Street and on occasion taking a communauto. And yes, there is some traffic under the rails there by Summerhill South, by the LCBO, but it is just that particular spot and it never lasts long. The bike lanes also make me feel much safer as a pedestrian because it provides a barrier from cars and trucks that are often going by very quickly. And it makes me feel safer as a parent when my child walks down a street to know that there is also a bike barrier. For all these reasons, I really would like the bike lane on Yonge Street to be made permanent for so many citizens of Toronto.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, our last deputant on this item is Steve Kleeman. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate the time. And I'm 80 years old. I've been cycling forever. And a couple of provinces, a couple of states. I've been to Holland, most of Ontario, all of Toronto. I've come to realize what is safe, what is comfortable, and what isn't. If you ever can imagine an 18-wheeler passing you about 18 inches on your left, you'd understand what unsafe feels like. I'm a strong advocate for bike lanes. I use them in Toronto and elsewhere. I've tried going on Yonge Street. And for me, that is an unsafe place, certainly from St. Clair south. And it's unsafe because it isn't wide enough. And if I'm pedaling, which I do at 20, 25 kilometers an hour, well, there's somebody behind me, particularly if they're delivering food on an e-bike going 30, 40, and there's no space to pass. There's no space to cut out of the bike lane. And so there's that level of congestion. I can tell you that some of these delivery people, some other cyclists have tried to pass, and it just creates a huge problem. The block lengths are short, and when you have cars turning right or left through the bike lane, there's another potential hazard because some people do go along very quickly. I avoid Yonge Street. There are other options, and I take them. Poplar Plains, Sherbourne. Sherbourne is a good example of decent bike lanes, and for the life of me, I cannot understand why the project went ahead on that part of Yonge Street. Nevertheless, it's there. I personally don't think it should remain, and the option of Avenue Road that you've heard several times, I think is a very valuable way to conduct north-south traffic on bike. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We'll now move to questions of staff from councillors. So again, we've limited to 3 minutes, but we can go to a second round of questions if needed. So questions of staff. Councillor Morley.
Thank you. We heard a lot today from deputants, specifically residents in the nearby area, about concerns related to emergency services response time and access specifically to some of the landlocked streets in the area. So I was just hoping if staff could please elaborate on what the anticipated impact to response time will be, and if there are any plans to mitigate to ensure that it's in line with our city standards.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, we have representatives from both Toronto Paramedic Services and Toronto Fire Services that can respond to the questions about emergency access.
Madam Chair, I'll start on behalf of Fire Services. So we, as is noted in the report, our analytics team undertook a review of a study area that was defined as Avenue Road to Mount Pleasant Road and Bloor Street to Davisville Avenue. And we ran a response time performance analysis in that study area in 2022, actually from January 1st through the end of October 2022, comparing the same location through the same period of time to 2019. We chose 2019 so as to intentionally avoid the anomalies that were as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. I can tell you that in the response times, our Toronto Fire Service response times in the study area increased by 49 seconds in 2022 as compared to 2019. And outside the study area, meaning the rest of the city, increased by 41 seconds. So that means that response times in the study area increased by 8 seconds more than we experienced in the rest of the city. The primary, I would say the primary rationale or the primary background or reason for that is because our call volumes are increasing exponentially. I can tell you emergency call volume increased 32% in 2022 versus 2019 within the study area, and the rest of the city at 25% in 2022 versus 2019. So the single biggest contributing factor is call volume. I'll go to my colleague in paramedics.
Hi, through the chair. So for paramedic services across the city, similarly, we did an analysis of pre-pandemic to 2022. We found that there was an increase in response times across the city of 2 minutes, and in the study area, the increase was only about a minute and a half. To be specific, it was around 36 seconds of an increase less than the citywide response time.
That's helpful, thank you. And I'm just going to try to slide in one last question before my time's up. And just for staff from Transportation Services related to future plans for Avenue Road. It was raised many times today as a wider area. I'm just curious if it's already reflected in our cycling network plan for future, and if someone could elaborate a little bit on the plans for that particular road.
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, Yonge Street was chosen following a council-directed analysis of 3 corridors, Avenue, Mount Pleasant, and Yonge Street. And I can get into the answers in perhaps another question. But there is also a parallel study being undertaken for safety improvements along Avenue. We've had some public engagement, and we'll be having further public engagement and reports to council in the coming months around safety improvements that could be done along Avenue. They are being considered in parallel in a comprehensive way.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hayward. Toronto is a very expensive city. How do complete streets affect the cost of living, especially for lower income Torontonians?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, cost of living is influenced by several complex factors, but we do find that complete streets support people being able to walk safely and bike to destinations in their neighborhood, enabling them to reduce their transportation costs as a component of the cost of living. And in terms of equity, we find that streets should serve everyone in a community, regardless of their age, mobility status, or preferred mode of transportation or economic status. And as such, complete streets support accessibility and equity.
Thank you. I know small businesses suffered terribly in the last 3 years. How do complete streets affect small businesses based on the data?
So research from several major cities, including Toronto, has shown that people who walk and bike in their neighborhood tend to frequent more often and spend more money in local businesses than people who drive to those areas. And we heard from Brian Burchell from the Bloor Annex BIA about his experience from the Bloor Annex area about point of sale data that demonstrated that.
Thank you. Now, there's been a big increase in vehicle traffic right across the city since the early days of the pandemic. Have the residential streets in the immediate vicinity of the Midtown pilot experienced a disproportionate increase in traffic congestion compared to the rest of the city?
So based on our monitoring, vehicle traffic citywide is 80 to 90% of what it was pre-pandemic levels. We don't see a disproportionate increase in this area.
Okay, thank you. Is the medical officer of health available? She was supposed to be available.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Oh, excellent. Dr. Davila, what are the health benefits of having a complete street on Yonge Street, please?
So in general, whether it's on Yonge Street or other streets, complete streets have a number of public health benefits. Certainly, we know that these are associated with reduced rates of chronic disease, lower rates of obesity, higher rates of physical activity, and certainly improvement in respect of well-being as people are out and about and socializing, as it were, in their community. As well, there are, by reducing the amount of vehicular traffic, notably cars and trucks, you do get some air quality improvements as well.
Thank you. Speaking of air quality, what does transportation-related air pollution, that is pollution from the tailpipes of cars and trucks, how does that affect Torontonians, and what does it cost us?
So through the chair, I'm not actually an expert on the costs of air pollution in an economic sense, but certainly from a health perspective, we know that air pollution has a significant impact on Torontonians. And when we talk about air pollution, motor vehicle traffic is certainly the largest source of air pollution emitted in Toronto, and therefore has an impact on the public's health in the city.
Councillor James Nolan from Environment and Climate. We did a study a few years back looking at air quality impacts and costs from vehicle emissions, and they were estimated at about $700 million, a little less than $700 million a year. Most of those savings associated with avoided costs from premature deaths.
Okay.
Avoided costs.
Thank you. And again, we can go to a second round as needed. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, let's just want to have this clarified. One of the deputations said that Roxborough, for instance, saw a dramatic increase in traffic, up to 3,000 vehicles a day. Yet, I don't know, it was Jessica or whoever said just that there was no notable increase in traffic volumes in the study area.
Thanks for the opportunity to clarify that, Councillor. So we have been monitoring the traffic patterns on Roxborough. And this actually was an issue that prior to the pilot, even prior to the pandemic, residents in the community on Roxborough, west of Yonge Street, are concerned about the increase in vehicular traffic on their roadway. East of Yonge Street, Roxborough is collector, and west of Yonge Street, it's actually a local. And it previously was under the threshold of the 2,500 vehicles per day that would categorize it as a collector, but it started to inch up and it is higher than that now. So we do see a higher number of vehicles on Roxborough, but that trend started prior to the pandemic and prior to the pilot.
What's the margin of increase, though?
So to give you a sense of the range, in 2021, before the pilot was, in 2017, before the pilot was installed, we had 60 to 70 vehicles in the peak hour turning at Roxborough. And in the current period, the latest data has between 80 and 130 in a peak hour. So there is an increase, certainly, of vehicles turning onto Roxborough, but it's trended up over time.
Okay, thank you. Just one question of Doctor, but Commissioner Nolan, on the air quality, what's the #1 contributor to air pollution or detrimental air quality in the city of Toronto? Is it cars or is it buildings?
So maybe as it relates to greenhouse gas emissions, buildings are the #1 contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. I'd have to get back to you in terms of kind of detrimental from a health impact, because there will be different types of emissions from source, depending on the source. So buildings, typically natural gas, would be different than, say, a vehicle necessarily that's burning either diesel or gasoline. So the types of emission, whether it's nitrous oxides, sulfur dioxide or other would be different between the two and might have a different impact from a health perspective versus a climate change perspective. From climate change, it is buildings.
And it's quite a dramatic difference between the emissions from buildings and there is from automobiles, right?
That's right. I think our latest inventory buildings are around 50% of community emissions, and vehicles are 33%-ish.
Okay, thank you very much. Just, yep, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions. The first is, how did the design improve over the duration of the pilot along the Yonge Street corridor?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So Council, at the time when the pilot was extended, directed that staff look at every single intersection along the Yonge Street corridor for the pilot area for opportunities to improve traffic flow and changes to intersections for either flow or safety. Some of the things we did were the installation of left turn lanes at 3 intersections. Roxborough has been mentioned, Jakes, Farnham, and Shaftesbury. We installed 13 locations of enhanced loading markings, new side street loading at 2 locations, installation of slow markings for people cycling at 3 locations where the speed of cyclists was a concern, pavement markings to highlight hydrant locations, implementation of signal timing changes at 19 signalized intersections to improve flow, implementation of leading pedestrian intervals to improve safety, removal of a second southbound lane between Merton Street and Lawton, which improved opportunities for parking and loading, and we adjusted planters and pruning of grasses and such to improve sight lines at some of the key access intersections where the landlocked street concerns were being investigated.
And then if the recommendation goes through today, there'll still be some detailed design work that will happen. Does that have opportunity for you to have further improvements along the corridor?
Yes, Councillor. If there was a approval of the project in a permanent fashion, we would be able to design more permanent, robust materials to have longevity and improve both safety and operations on the long-term basis.
There's been some comments about the width of the corridor. Could you just speak to that and how you feel your design is still has accommodated safety despite the narrowness of the corridor?
The corridor is 20 meters in right-of-way, so that is from building face to building face within the city's land. But the pavement width itself does vary, with the most narrow part being about 12.8. We certainly do have some constrained segments, and we are trying to make sure we serve the various needs of both businesses who would like loading space, cafes, space for the safe cycling facilities, and of course, we meet our minimum widths in all facilities, including the width of bike lanes or as per minimum or more when we can provide it, as well as the widths of the turn lanes and vehicular lanes on the corridor, which meet the standards.
And in the development of your recommendation before us today, have you had consultation with the TTC, EMS, and Toronto Fire such that they're satisfied with the design and the design improvements that have happened, and are they comfortable with this recommendation?
I'll let TTC speak for themselves. I see that we have a representative from TTC on the screen, and we've heard from fire and paramedic services already in terms of the impact on the corridor and their acceptance.
Sorry, TTC, and maybe also if you could just speak to, there was some concerns around buses in the future.
Thank you for the question, through the chair. We have worked with the city quite closely on the development of the bike lanes and the improvements along Yonge Street. We did have concerns last year, as were reflected in the report last year, but we worked together and we've resolved those concerns. The data we have since last summer shows that the increased travel time on our shuttle buses for our customers is very marginal over before the bike lanes were introduced. And so we are satisfied with the operation of the corridor as it pertains to particularly the subway shuttle buses.
Okay, that's it for time on me too. Is there questions, second round of questions, anyone? Ah. Okay, I have a couple more questions if you will approve a second round of questions. Oh.
Let's get on with it.
Okay, sorry, a couple other questions. Yeah, the vice chair is tough. Can you just comment on what is planned north and south of the corridor There's comments around, total connectivity in the area and when we may be seeing some of that.
Thanks, Councillor. So as part of the 22 to 2024 near-term implementation plan, Council has directed us to undertake a study of a potential northerly extension, but to look also at Duplex Avenue as a potential corridor instead. So we'll be starting that study sometime in 2024 to compare a potential extension further north along those two corridors. And towards the south, a design for Yonge Street between Queen and Carlton, so not quite up to Bloor, was part of the Young Tomorrow study approved by Council in February 21 for future implementation. And there's a next phase planned as a municipal class environmental assessment for Yonge Street between Carlton and Bloor to look at opportunities to improve pedestrian space in conjunction with water main work and the massive amount of redevelopment that's happening in that part of the corridor. So there certainly are works looking at both north and south of the corridor in the upcoming term.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Other questions? Okay, speakers on this item. Councillor Cole, and then Councillor Sachs.
Yes. First of all, there is excellent quality in the deputations today, really, with all participants really expressing, I think, some really in-depth knowledge of the situation, and they had some very meaningful, I think, comments and questions, and I just want to thank everybody, how many do we have, over 100 deputations or so, for taking time, and including Hamish Wilson and everybody for showing up today. It was really helpful to hear from people on the ground, especially the residents in the area who've really had to live this transformation. And this is not the first time we've dealt with this. And it's been a very, very challenging file. I do want to really thank transportation staff for their incredible work on this very, again, challenging issue. I mean, the amount of detail and interaction they've had with the community, with the stakeholders, it has been a monumental amount of work. And I just want to make sure to acknowledge that work by all of Barbara Gray's staff for what they've done here on this, again, very, very challenging project here. I represent the area to the north and of Yonge Street there, and I think that once the everlasting work of building the Eglinton Crosstown is completed, then we'll be able to hopefully expand the Yonge Street pilot project north, and that is something that I think eventually has to be done. Because as many deputants said, many of our main streets are becoming thoroughfares. People just drive through. They don't stop, they don't shop, they don't live in the area. They just drive through, usually at dangerous speeds, and they essentially have no skin in the game. And that's why one of the benefits of slowing traffic down by narrowing the streets, because that's an obvious, as Roger Brown has told us many times, Roger, that when you make the streets more narrow, people slow down and speed decreases. So that's one of the byproducts of having bike lanes. You narrow the street. I also want to say that eventually we're going to have to connect the young bike lanes with the Eglinton, I think it's called Eglinton Today, Tomorrow, Never, the Eglinton connects. That's going to be very challenging. Unfortunately, Council didn't support my motion to try and hold Metro Links to account on their disastrous handling of the Eglinton Crosstown. So we're going to have to put up with that construction hell and that traffic hell for another couple of years, it looks like. But once that is completed, we're going to have to sit down and I guess the process already started, on Eglinton Connects, and there's been some stakeholder meetings, but we're going to have to connect the young line, the young cycle paths with the bike lanes on Eglinton, and because that's the key, as someone said, we need networks. We can't have isolated pieces here and there. We have to connect our bike lanes throughout the city as best we can. And in this case here, my hope is that we'll also be able to eventually connect the young bike lanes to the Gardiner, which goes right across the city from the Don River all the way to Caledonia Junction. So it's not only Eglinton, but it'll connect to hopefully the Gardiner Beltline. So there, again, there's a lot of work to do. I know there's a lot of impatience, and but on the other hand, it's it's a necessary investment we're making in our city, in mobility, in dealing with our challenge of the modal split, as you know, unfortunately, because of COVID. I'm going to wrap up now. People are afraid to go on transit. We're losing transit riders for other reasons too. So we are going to have to invest more in our cycling infrastructure and our pedestrian infrastructure. So again, I'm supportive of this initiative to make it permanent, as difficult as it is, and not to underestimate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I circulated a motion, which I hope the clerk has, about, okay, Ms. Devlin's not looking certain. I sent it to you about a week ago. Anyway, the motion is that we should have a traffic study. When we heard evidence from a number of deputants that they are experiencing difficulties. David Seffrin in particular talked about cars driving on the sidewalk, on the side streets, and so the purpose of my motion is to say, I mean, I am supporting the pilot, making it permanent. We need to keep the bike lanes, but we also need to be looking at ways to make life safer for the people in the adjoining streets, and particularly what options we have for preventing the kind of illegal and egregious behavior that we've heard from Mr. Safran. I have also noticed many times we've seen generally an increase in rage in the city, and an increase in rage particularly among drivers. And if we need to put in more physical barriers to keep people off the sidewalks, we shouldn't have to do it, but maybe it's time to do it. So my motion is to study opportunities to improve safety for the residents of the adjacent residential streets. And Ms. Devlin, if you don't find it, I'll write it out and send it again. Okay, it got lost. I'll type it out and send it around. But that is my motion.
Thank you. So while that's being prepared, which I'm fully supportive of, and you may see some minor motions to that effect probably when this comes to council as well from other councillors in the area. I am supportive of this, the staff recommendation that they have today. It's hitting several very important city building objectives. One is to build 100 kilometers of dedicated cycling network between 2022 and 2024. This is an important contributor to that. Another is that by 2030, we want to have 75% of trips under 5 kilometers walked, cycled, or taken by public transit. This contributes to that. And of course, it contributes to our ultimate goal of net zero by 2040. That said, we did hear from many residents today, over 80 residents today. I think the input of the local councillors is very important. The reason we have been successful in implementing the 65 kilometers we put in between 2019 and 2021 was that we were able to work with residents, work with local councillors to get the needed support. And so that's very important. So I'm happy to hear that Councillor Sachs has a motion for additional traffic studies. Also, city staff have committed today that they are going to continue to look for areas of improvement as they do detailed design to make this implemented. So this does continue to be a work of progress. Thank you to all the deputants that came out today, and Councillor Sachs for her continued involvement in this work.
I could give lots more reasons why we need this, but it's late.
Madam Chair, it's Peruzza. I was going to speak, but given that you've spoken already.
You can go ahead. We didn't see you on camera, so I didn't know to ask for you. But if you want to go ahead, that actually gives the clerk time to prepare Councillor Sachs's motion. So go ahead and filibuster away, up to 3 minutes.
I'm happy to fill in some airtime then. Madam Speaker, I sat there and I heard a lot of the deputations and a lot of the concerns today around safety, road width, ambulance, fire trucks. I watched with interest the videos that one of the deputants showed about her not being able to, take her kids to school because, the backup and the traffic and the congestion and so on. And Madam Speaker, all of these issues are really, really difficult for all of us, How do you navigate, this sort of the increase in human density in neighborhoods? Because that's really what is happening. And it would be nice to be able to widen the roads. I mean, we still need roads. We need roads. I love my car. I'm a suburban councillor. I drive a lot now. As I get older, I drive more, and often I ride my bike and those kinds of things. But the road and the road space really needs to be used by everybody. You look. I drive on Yonge Street from time to time to go between North York and City Hall, and I use Yonge Street. Because it moves fairly quickly, but Yonge Street is a very, very complex road. It's got a lot of pedestrians on it. It obviously has a lot of cars. Thankfully has no buses because it's got a subway underground. So unlike most of our other roads in the city, it doesn't, suffer that constant barrage of buses. For example, I have Finch Avenue running through my area, and the sort of the bus traffic on Finch Avenue is just, when you line it up on during rush hour, you have over a kilometer's worth of buses, end-to-end, bumper to bumper, and thankfully you don't have that here on Yonge Street. But what you do have is you have a lot of people owning a lot of cars and trying to get around on a very limited road space. And it would be nice to be able to allow, everyone to use the road, including cyclists, in a safe manner, by, putting them off road into a cycle lane or a cycle environment that's separated and safe. I had my 8-year-old with me today, and I asked him, "What do you think about that?" And he says, "Papa, bicycles, you got to be safe. Otherwise you get killed by cars." So what do you do with people on bikes now? You may have a lot of riders in this area. You may not. You may have the occasional rider. But I can tell you that if I was riding my bike on this part of Yonge Street and I didn't have a safe cycling environment, I'd be cycling in the middle of the lane. I wouldn't push myself over to the curb or allow cars to push me over to the curb. I'd ride right in the middle of the street.
Thank you. Final thought.
I'd have to hold you up. So like the others, I want to thank all of the people that showed up today and provided their wisdom. Sometimes navigating and creating public policy needs things to allow all road users to use the road safely is difficult, but it's a necessary evil, and I'm going to support the recommendation to go forward on a permanent basis.
Thank you. Thank you for.
And thank you for the opportunity to fill in the area.
Yes, everybody's saying thank you. Councillor Sachs's motion is now ready, so we'll display the motion. Okay, the motion is displayed. Councillor Sachs, you're welcome to read it.
To study options for increasing the safety of residents on nearby residential streets, and especially for preventing illegal behavior such as driving on sidewalks.
Okay, thank you. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? The item carries. Thank you. That brings us to IE 1.5, FG Gardiner Expressway and Don Valley Parkway closure, bike for brain health. We have one deputant, Jill Penaloza. We don't have Jill online or in the room? Okay, and he has removed his name from the list. Okay, any questions on the item? Seeing none, speakers on the item? All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 110, operational response and mitigation strategies to address illegal dumping on roadways in the City of Toronto. We have one deputant, Sheila White.
Yes, Madam Chair. Before we begin, I was wanting to ask if I could have the 5 minutes for my presentation. I did work on the basis of the usual guidelines.
We limited everybody today, so if you could, you could find a way to make it to 3 minutes.
Well, to truncate my remarks that I've worked on and try to rush to do a disservice both to the issue of dumping and your motion, I was hoping to get approved to just give you my presentation that I worked on. I was unaware that there would be 99 speakers ahead of me. And I've waited all day to talk to you about this.
I think we could do is we could go with 3 minutes, and then it's possible that somebody might ask you what your last 2 minutes are. So if you want to go ahead.
Thank you. LitterPreventionProgram.com is a commercial-free online resource library about and dumping. It is dedicated to lowering the rate of littering, which is estimated to be a bad habit belonging to no less than 3 in 10 people. In October 2014, about 2 years into my 10 years of in-depth research into littering, CBC The National ran a piece called Trashing Canada, Illegal Dumping. Illegal dumping, a widespread practice in this country, said the subhead. I immediately tweeted the reporter, Havard Gould, with these 7 words: dumping is the higher octave of littering. He got in touch at once and did a follow-up story connecting littering to dumping. He and his team were astounded by the amount of litter I collected at my local park in such a short time from individual small acts of dumping. My neighborhood has experienced larger incidents of dumping in the park and vicinity in the past: renovation waste, construction debris, an abandoned encampment, mattress on the road, and the big one, ongoing, the massive mountain of excavation dirt and debris at 4750 Shepherd East in Ward 23. I'd say overall the city does a pretty good job considering what it has to contend with. The real challenge is changing the human behavior that causes this problem, a very expensive problem for which there is too few staff. Innovating, educating, and enforcing to prevent the behavior are important planks for a strategy. Now, the United States has Keep America Beautiful. The UK has Keep Britain Tidy. Australia has Keep Australia Beautiful. Ireland has Irish Business Against Litter and a long-running annual Tidy Towns competition. And of course, there's hubbub.org.uk, a behavior nudging web-based resource. What do Toronto and Canada have? Where is the umbrella group for litter here? Sadly, one doesn't exist. If corporations and government in other countries can fund the creation of these entities, why can't we? Councillors are in the position to get corporate and agency partners to the table, to host a litter summit, to kickstart a Keep Beautiful model here, to be relentless in repeating the undesirability and consequences resulting from people who litter and dump, to initiate camera technology for enforcement. Near me, Atlantic Packaging owns a vacant parcel of land at the northwest corner of Midland and Progress. In the middle of this grassy quadrant is a huge sign. In giant black letters, it says, "No dumping," and it seems to be effective. Provided you by the committee clerk my letter and enclosures, full of approaches and ideas, center on one main theme, that we don't talk about litter and dumping enough, and that if it's not in the conversation, it's not going to be taken seriously. I talk a great deal about consistent communications and cross-pollination between departments and divisions and other levels of government, agencies, BIAs, enterprises, and institutions dealing with waste. Now, coincidentally, I received my utility bill, and I want to show you all the white space that is on page 2. almost 2/3 of the page. And in my brief, I point out that this area could easily include a no dumping, no littering caution, a fine schedule, a prompt to report dumping. Otherwise, it's wasted space and a missed opportunity. The full-color snow leaflet delivered to households this year and last, funded by Vision Zero. Could we have a Litter Zero brochure that zeroes in on littering and dumping? Can those two words appear with some context in the city's annual solid waste management guide from now on, I wonder? Councillor McKelvey's motion is an opening for the litter prevention leaders on council to have the trio of senior executives responsible, solid waste, licensing, and transportation, look at both sides of the coin, dumping and littering. And how does the public feed in? Groups like People Against Littering, A Greener Future, the U of T Trash Team, all the grassroots groups and members of the public who have the expertise, who work on cleanups, who want to be part of this conversation and help the city deal with dumpers and litterers. Is there room for us in this? Will the city be engaging the public in a discussion of the matter of littering? My request is for littering to be added to the terms of reference for this report. And thank you for giving me that extra time.
Thank you. That was my 2 minutes of questions there that I gave you there by asking if you had anything else to say. Are there any additional questions for Deputant? Okay.
Sheila, I'll keep after McKelvey for you.
I don't know if you could hear that, but Councillor Cole says that he'll keep after me for you. Okay, additional questions of Deputant, speakers? Thank you. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? The item carries. With apologies, I missed item IE 1.8. There was a motion from Councillor Sachs, but before we do that, I just want to confirm, were there any questions of staff? I know everybody had a briefing in advance. No questions. Any speakers? EPR. Speakers to this item, Councillor Sachs, and you can move your motion.
Responsibility for our Blue Box program. We need a lot more from the province. As some of you know, when I was the Environmental Commissioner of Ontario, I did the definitive study on recycling in Ontario and what we need to make it effective. And the critical thing we need to make it effective is we need more stringent recycling standards, not just pretend standards. And we need a broader range of standards so that more materials are included in extended producer responsibility. The people who are making money selling these things should be paying the cost of dealing with them at the end of life, not city taxpayers. Mattresses alone, the city picks up 77,000 mattresses a year. Can you imagine how big a pile that is? 77,000 mattresses every single year, and the mattress vendors are paying precisely zero of that. You and I and everybody else in the city is paying for all of those costs out of our pocket. That makes no sense. So my motion is that the province should do its job, take the advice I gave them years ago, pass proper standards, and extend producer responsibility to cover a wider range of materials that otherwise fall at the city's expense.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Are there any additional speakers to this item? Okay, just briefly, I just want to thank city staff for all the hard work that they've done to sign this agreement. Council did give direction on the principles that they wanted to see embedded into the contract and into the negotiations, and they did a really great job of that. So thank you to the city staff for all your hard work on that. Okay, seeing no other speakers, we'll vote on the amendment to the item first. Councillor Sachs's amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? The item carries. That brings us to our last item today, i.e. 1.11 Net Zero Actions Update. We have two speakers. The first is Kathy McDonald, and the second is Sam Novick. Kathy, are you online? You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm representing today the Deer Park Residents Group and the Toronto Noise Coalition to support the motion. It's important we get moving on this. Many years ago in 2000, Dr. Sheila Bowser, the medical officer of health, was trying to have these two-stroke engines banned, and we tried to get them banned in the 2019 noise bylaw, and in last summer in the reporting on outstanding items on the noise bylaw update, and hoping that will finally happen in the noise bylaw review that's coming up. But this really needs to happen, and we support the motion to get it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I stepped away for a minute. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we have our second deputant, Sam Novak. Hi, Sam. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello again. Thanks for letting me speak again today. Not much to add to the previous deputant, but just wanted to say that I definitely support the motion to have the report back on that the two-stroke engines for leaf blowers. I think it's my personal experience with this has been it's been quite frustrating. Living in an apartment building in a sort of a dense area in Toronto, St. Paul, and Forest Hill Village here. If you get the chance to visit on like a Wednesday or Thursday during the fall or spring, it's like an orchestra of of leaf blowers, and trying to have a young child sleep or nap during that is obviously pretty challenging. But I think what's worse is being in close quarters, having the sort of exhaust in between buildings, or even the dust that they're just kind of blowing up. That particulate matter, I think, is what we heard from health experts in some of the earlier deputations today, that that stuff can be pretty bad for our health. So I think in terms of the report itself, it would be great for them not to just look at the sort of macro effects of two-stroke engines and the impacts that they have, but maybe kind of on a micro level. And I'm not exactly sure how that would work, but obviously in larger, more spread out areas, that sort of exhaust of those engines kind of can dissipate a lot more, but in sort of a more dense neighborhood, that in my experience tends to kind of flow right into my living room or right into my kid's bedroom. And so I'm not exactly sure how they would measure that sort of thing, but taking into consideration that sort of denseness of our neighborhoods, it seems really unnecessary to have those types of motors running kind of all over the place when there's not that much green space to maintain, quite frankly. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me. It's been a really long day. I appreciate you listening.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, that moves us to questions of staff. Seeing none, speakers on the item. And Councillor Sachs, you're moving one amendment for report back on item 3. So we'll display that as well if you want to go ahead.
Right, well, I have, yes. So I'm moving an amendment at the request of staff. The report back date for the gas-fired leaf blowers is going to move to the April IEC meeting. I need to keep practicing gas-fired leaf blowers fast. But yes, other than that, I'd like to move the motion. Well, first of all, we have to change the date and then go ahead with the motion, please.
Okay, thank you. We'll display the motion as amended. They just need 1 second to display it. Okay, so this is the amendment on just the third one, the two-stroke engine leaf blowers. So all those in favor of the amendment, all those opposed, the amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended, all those opposed, that carries. I'm just going to confirm we have no additional business. No. And we have completed all deputations. Yes, okay, good job, everybody. Thank you. First meeting IAC. very happy to have the new members joining and have Councillor Cole now as the ever-able vice chair for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and
Madam Chair,
congratulations, everybody.
I'm happy